決めていたはずなのに変わることのない景色に目をそらしてた。小さな雪が欲しくてうつむいた。白い眩しさだけに焦がれてた。夏をかき綴るノートの終わりが近づいてくる。やがて訪れる日にはせめて笑顔のままで手を振りたくて、歩き続けることでしか届かないものがあるよ。今も温かな手のぬくもりを探し続けている。いくつもの優しさを繋いでもたどり着けないから、今も何度でも僕は夏の面影を振り返るよ。
兄さんはいなくならないって証明して。代償もなく願いを叶えられることなんてありえない。いずれ去る時には必ず言霊で心をねじ曲げることになる。あなたは今何色ですか？知らない。
桜舞う夜にも一度夢を見よう。現実を脱ぎ捨て花になろう。遥かな風のささやき耳を澄ませば。
Suzurashite, and welcome back to Anemoi. So we're gonna get started with Koyomi's route. Depending on how this goes, if I cry as much as I did during Aino's route, anything that's after Junmaida's heavy involvement with Ki is gonna be like, if it makes me cry so hard, automatically Anemoi gets the top spot for that. And then depending on the grand route, it's whether best Ki overall or not. It depends. So we'll see how this goes. All right. To get started with Koyomi's route, we're going to load the question that we the dividing question. You're just like. So to start Koyomi, you go for 35-year-old. A surprising 35-year-old. 35.
びっくりした。予想の斜め上行った。80度くらい斜め上。
The degrees isn't so bad. I mean, that's quite a bit.
35歳。服装のせい。
As someone who's older than 35, but not 40, all I can say is I did see a 35-year-old woman wear similar clothes out. She starts checking her clothes.
ヒロミに借りた靴下。これのせいかな。
So rude! Just because of the sock. So rude. She seems to have reached a conclusion.
それじゃあ、私は行くわ。
Alright. Told Speaker she is surprisingly 35-year-old. Skip.
そうだ。ヒロミ、これ。
靴下？
返しておく。借りたままだったから。
She got so bothered by it.
いや、スピカにあげたつもりだったが。
でも、いいの。つけてると、予想の80度くらい上行くから。
I can imagine Hiromi's like, what the fuck? What the fuck did you just say about me?
80度？
年齢が80度上がるというか。
80度年齢が上がる？
As if her business here is finished, the girl quickly walks away, and then we skip. Okay, for this one, I need to make another save for some reason. I don't know why. Why do I need to make a save? Ano sa? Wait, this is supposed to be like save 22? Did I skip a lot of save? Anyway, it's fine. So we're gonna choose. Morning should definitely be for Misashiro. Misashiro is still the best for Asako, and after all, no matter how oishi it is, having pizza every single morning is. Speaking straight up angry about like the whole comment. Speaking of pizza, I can't wait to get started with her route. Only because I want to order some pizza. I'm gonna order some pizza when we start her route. Anyway. Huh? Speaker suddenly snatched the pizza away from me. Hey, what was that for? Give it back. I said. Why is it mud juice? I thought the mud juice thing was fixed. So this is a weird hallucination by the LLM. It should be Gojira. Gojira? どうして?
味噌汁なんて泥汁とそう変わらないでしょ。
I think they're completely different. That's so rude to Misashiro. Why are you getting angry?
ちなみにそのピザを焼いたのはスピカだ。
いや、maybe if I paired miso with pizza, it might actually work.
泥汁すすれ。
She seems angry.
兄さんの朝は味噌汁だ。
Can't wait for Rika's route. She's next route. We still have Rui in between. Rika jolted something down in her notebook.
ごちそうさまでした。
Skip. Oh.
した女性ものでよかったか。
Oh, okay. So I now get why it's still mud juice instead of like Gojira. I've been neglecting the common route a lot. I've been focusing on route specific stuff. Anyway, whatever. I'll come back to that. As if I'm going to release this or something. As if. Or am I? I can't. Or can I? Anyway, let's continue for now. What do you mean?
悪くはないと思うぜ。人妻っていいよな。
The fuck? The fuck? Aren't you creating some terrible misunderstanding here?
ロミさんから聞いてるんだぜ。スピカの嬢ちゃん相手に出会い頭妄想をぶち込んだってな。
And then we skip. So I had to participate in this one, challenge into a race. I miss Aino, man. Although I'm more of an Aino. Oh, Koyomi. Don't worry. We'll get to our route. Don't worry, guys. Participate.
つまり人妻を狙い狩るも。
なるほど。人妻ハンターか。
Woman hunter of things.
やべえな。
Look at the dishonorable rumors starting to spread. And we skip. Do not kiss. Oh, this is do not kiss her. I'm not kissing you.
え
Eh?
こんなに美しいことよ、美とよ。
No. Whether I want to kiss someone or not has nothing to do with how beautiful they are. Honestly, I think Awayugi was literally born just a few minutes ago before we meet her. Well, I guess it has little to do with it. I caved to the silent pressure.
そうなのね。淡雪とのキスは断って、一体誰とだったらするの？
Dare, you ask. To my to the stars. If it's that beautiful star.
待って、淡雪は星程度に負けたの？
She got into your heart. A mere star, she says. Well, things that are out of reach are always seem beautiful.
手が届かない？麦。地球も星よ。
What the fuck? Huh?
キスすべきだわ。
No, I'm not going to do something like prostrate myself.
人と星のキス、興味深いわ。
Shut up, mate. After all, the partner for the kiss is the earth. Alright, I'll give it a try. I get down on all fours and stare at the ground. Then I gently bring my lips down to the dirt.
人と星のキス、初めて見たわ。
By the way, she literally says the word hoshi, so it literally is star. But I thought Awayuki's aluminium who has Yuta deviation score or whatever the fuck.
どう？麦。
What is this? I feel like I'm naturally becoming one with the ground, with the earth.
麦？
It's not just me. I feel like the earth is kissing me back.
長くない？
Naruhodo. Before we are parts of society, we are parts of nature. Welcome back, Rewrite.
麦？
I am the earth. And the earth is also me.
生きてる？
Hearing those words, I lift my head. I'm alive. It was somehow even more incredible than I imagined.
そんなに？じゃあ、淡雪も？
Awayuki kisses the earth. It feels like an indirect consensus, which is embarrassing. Though.
そうね。土が口についただけね。
Huh? I guess. I suppose so.
さてさてさて、どうかしらね。
どういうこと？あわゆき。
そうね。とりあえず花丸あわゆき2つね。
I'm surprised that this option actually leads to 2 stamps instead of like the when you actually get there you only get 1 stamp. What kind of point system is that? Interesting. That's your usual VN. The not obvious option gives you a better give you a better result. Anyway. And what looks like a Kohi shop membership card. There are 2 stamps. One of Awayuki's face and one of a heart.
花丸2つはすごいわ。
Do I get something if I collect them?
花丸をたくさん集めると付きまとうわ。
Considering how it ends in her route, like you need those stats to literally get her back. So yeah. What do you mean?
あわゆきは
Huh?
総合的に見て面白い方が勝ってるわね。
Alright, time to skip. Right along, play along with Spica. Don't worry, we'll get started with her round in a while. Participate. The most common rumor was that I was a married woman hunter. What's that supposed to mean? Skip.
今もす。
まばゆく揺れる草原を命の歌だと教えてくれた君は名前を呼んだことさえも気づかないくらいに遠くを見つめていたささやかな願いも風にまとい続けて僕は追い越していく星の瞬きを探してたずっと抱きしめていたいくつもの言葉が黄昏に消えたとしてもそばにいるよ一つずつ文字を忘れず並べて待つから幾億の果て約束は風の中に
All right, we get up now. Okay, so one good thing that we have going for this playthrough is that we haven't chosen a single Koyomi request, so we could end up with like the full. If I finish Koyomi's route by today, we could have the full route for her. So let's get started. Please help with anything and everything. Kotori posts. That's pretty vague. Is this one of those situations where they are so swamped they need every hand they can get?
麦くんそのお仕事を選んでくれるのね
No, wait, we did this in the trial, right? Now I'm starting to remember. But you know what? I'm not skipping this one. It looks It looked like it was highly urgent.
ちょっとだけ覚悟しておいてほしいんだけど、仕事を断られても折れずに手伝ってあげて。
Is it even possible to be refused help when you're actively recruiting for it?
はちゃめちゃに断られると思うよ。
What did you mean by recruiting?
この依頼正確にはね、本人からじゃなくて町民たちからの依頼なのよ。こよみちゃんはすっごく仕事に一途な子だから。
そういえば、she was quite determined to become a professional.
熱心なのはいいんだけど、いつか倒れちゃうんじゃないかって心配してるの。だからね、仕事をもぎ取るみたいな心持ちでよろしくね。
Koyomi! And there was no response. Is she out? A loud noise and scream ring out. It comes from the direction of the detached shed. A girl lies there. It is unmistakably Koyomi. Koyomi! A red liquid soaks Koyomi's head, slowly spreading across the ground. Satsujin. Objects are scattered all around. Farm tools, hand tools, brushes, cans, and a detention. There are no traces of anyone fleeing. Besides, it isn't even that far from the main house's entrance. There was virtually no time for anyone to have escaped. Which means the culprit's still hiding here. I hold my breath and sharpen my senses. I keep a watchful eye on my surroundings. Where are they? Where are you? The wind blows and the plants rustle. The sun scorches my skin. A pungent, dinner-like smell hits my nose. The tension continues to rise, and just as it reaches its peak, I feel a poke on my back. How careless! I can't believe I let someone get behind me like that. I spin around immediately.
何をしているんですか?
Yeah, we already read this in the comment route. Yeah, because I remember posting this before, but anyway. There stood Koyomi, covered in red. A corpse moved!
死体はどこですか?
The corpse spoke!
喋る死体はどこですか?
I point straight at Koyomi.
私は生きてます
Wait, I like this. I'm gonna be doing this a lot for Koyomi, man.
ペンキってこんなに落とすのが大変なんですね。
Koyomi vigorously wipes her face with a towel. It looks like she managed to get the paint off her hair and head by soaking in hot water and applying oil. You startled me.
こちらのセリフです。私、勝手に死んだ扱いされました。
You probably didn't expect you to be sleeping while covered in paint.
寝てないです。ちょっと気を失っていただけです。
That's plenty worrying in its own right.
そもそもですね、一番最初に殺人事件を思い浮かべる方が変ですから。
I used to be really into mystery novels. The tricks and everything are quite fascinating.
面白で人を殺さないでください。
Yeah, I'm doing this a lot for Koyomi. Please excuse my behavior. So, why did you lose consciousness?
それは自転車を塗装しようとしていたんです。でもハケを持ったままちょっとうとうとしちゃいまして。
You're exhausted.
そうしたら急に玄関の方から声がして、郵便のお客さんだと思って慌てて立ち上がったら頭がクラってなって、後ろにあった棚に頭をぶつけまして。
And thus, Asasujin. Okay, see, when no color is complete, Sasujinki is complete.
だから勝手に人を殺さないでください。
You're overworked, aren't you? Make sure you get some proper sleep.
面目ないです。それでタイマイさんは何のご用でしたか？
It's back to rice. Like the base of a bread, a bakery.
ベーカリー。承知です。それでベーカリーさんは郵便のご依頼でしょうか？
That's Mugi.
失礼しました。鳥頭ですから。
Wasn't that on purpose? Oh yeah, I remember how we translated this in the common route. Now it's finally bird brain. But there was one obvious mistake earlier, but whatever. I came here to work.
お仕事ですか？
Yeah. I want to help Koyomi with whatever she needs.
特に頼むことなんてないですよ。ご用はそれだけですか？
Ah.
そうですか。では、お疲れ様でした。
The request has ended. So.
こよみちゃんはすっごく仕事に一途な子だから。
So yeah, you were quite determined to she was quite determined to become a professional.
熱心なのはいいんだけど、いつか倒れちゃうんじゃないかって心配してるの。だからね、仕事をもぎ取るみたいな心持ちでよろしくね。
So, that's what Fumiya-san meant. To snatch up work. Huh. Nah. The detention over there. I point to the detention left there. Since you're providing your own paint, doesn't that mean you're repainting it frequently?
どうしてわかったんですか？
Reading mystery novels help you develop deductive reasoning.
すごい。
She looks at me with eyes full of respect. It doesn't feel bad. I'll paint it. You take a break in the meantime, Koyomi.
いえ、塗装くらい手を借りるほどのことでもないですよ。
But the paint peels off immediately, doesn't it?
すぐに塗ります。
If you keep doing that, the detention is going to end up all bumpy from the layers of paint. If you're writing an ugly detention like that, people won't see you as a professional, will they? Yeah. And since if I mention the word professional, this girl will do whatever I say. Let me take a look at the shelves for a bit. I look for what I'm after. There isn't much stuff, but I get the impression that everything necessary to live here is well stocked. And there are plenty of tools for bicycle detention maintenance here too. In that case, found it. Found it. Let's use this.
紙やすりと、何ですかそれ？
It's a primer. You use the sandpaper to roughen up the whole surface. Then, apply this before painting. That way, the paint won't peel off as easily.
そんなトリックが。
It's not a trick. It's just the correct way to paint.
通りでおじいさんの自転車は長いこと赤色のままだったわけです。
Do you mind if I paint it?
麦さんは塗装マニアなんですか？
It's not quite like that. I guess it's just... Wait. Tsumugi-san?
麦さんは塗装マニアなんですか？
Why is it Tsumugi-san?
麦さんは塗装マニアなんですか？麦さんは塗装マニアなんですか？
Yeah, she straight up says Mugi. By the way, for if you guys don't know, the character designer for Koyomi is the same for Tsumugi Wenders. I don't know why it's here. Anyway, never mind. I guess it's just the result of tinkering with my own bikes for so long. When you're traveling, you have to do your own maintenance. If your ride looks beat up, people might look at you strangely. And above all, you want to take care of your beloved detention, right?
とても感心しております。やはり旅ができるお方はただものではないのですね。
It's just a skill I picked up out of necessity.
ですが、なればこそ私も自分で塗れるようにならなければなりません。一人前になるためにも。
Ah, We're back to that. Then let's do it together.
共同作業ですか？
I'll teach you through practice. That's fine, right?
つまり師匠ということでしょうか？
Not a teacher. Not a senpai. Shisho. I wonder what this feeling is. My heart feels full. Koyomi, watch my back and grow.
はい師匠。
I did a good job.
とても綺麗です。いつもよりツヤツヤな気がします。
I feel like I've done good work. I can head home feeling great.
仕事いつの間にか奪われてました。測られました。ビー。
I really like this expression from Koyomi. I didn't steal it. It was a collaborative effort, wasn't it?
私が一人でするつもりでした。でも突然かっこいいことを言われて持たされてしまいました。甘えてしまいました。こんなことでは私はいつまでたっても一人前になれません。
Her emotional swings are pretty extreme. I guess it just means wants to become a professional as soon as possible. You really have to work that hard.
私は頑張らないといけないんです。すごい郵便屋になるために。
Talk about being single-mindedly focused in the mail carrier life.
はい。一目散に駆け抜けていきたい所存です。
I think that spirit is admirable. But having a bit more peace of mind would make you seem more like a professional.
心に余裕ですか？
Tatoeba, if you leave the painting to someone else like you did this time, you won't have to repaint it as often, right? If you do that, you'll have extra time left over.
よりたくさんの郵便配達ができるようになります。
She's even more of a workaholic than I heard. That's not what I meant. You could use the extra time to sleep or play, right?
遊ぶ必要なんてないですよ。
Is this a serious case?
1に郵便、2に郵便、3紙はなくて5に郵便ですから。
Aren't you being a bit too much of a workaholic?
そのワーカーなんちゃらっていうのは何です？
It means being addicted to work.
中毒？私って中毒だったんですか？
Ah, a severe one. At this rate, your eyes will sink, your body will waste away, and eventually, you'll lose your life.
助けてください。私まだやりたいことたくさんあります。嫌です。
In that case, all you can do is play. Even I think I'm being a bit too transparent.
遊ぶと助かるのですか？
It will. You'll be fit as a fiddle. It's the ultimate cure.
でしたら遊ばなければなりませんね。私遊びます。一人前の遊び人になります。
Somehow, things went in an unintended direction. I ended up telling a lie. Well, the essence of the request was that Koyomi was working too hard and needed help, after all. For now, I'll consider this request fulfilled. And there's enough time to skip. Today's day 12. Suzara. Okay. Suzara Shai.
です。
How did she know? Wasn't she at school? Yeah. Kuzenda. Surely.
兄さんもそれなりの輪がありくご立派です。
Even for my own Imoto, she's terrifying sometimes. Skip. Today is day 13, so we don't choose. We choose the Rui event. Rui's next route. All right. Okay, next Koyomi event. Please play with me. Shirato Koyomi. What a good-sized, sorrowful sentence.
麦くん、よくぞやってくれました。これは大進歩よ。まさか、こよみちゃん本人の口から遊びたいって言ってくれるなんて。
So, to be honest, I do feel a little bit of guilt. The truth is, I'm lying to Koyomi.
こよみちゃんのことは麦くんに任せておけば安心だね。
I wonder about that.
どうしてこっち見ないの？何かあった？
I'm just, not satisfied with my work. It wasn't that Koyomi had said, from the bottom of her heart, that she wanted to play.
麦くんって家庭より仕事を取るタイプ？
No. I fully intend to choose a family. For now, I'm going to head to Koyomi's place. Before heading toward Kotori Post, I'll stop by the school's janitor room. If I'm going to play, I have to go all out. Even on a harsh journey, one must allow themselves room to play. I'd pack a few toys and trinkets in my bag to collect during my travels. When I arrived at Kotori Post, Koyomi was just about to step outside. Yo!
どうも、パンコさん。
It had been processed and crushed into powder. Banko-san. Okay. Rather, maybe it's because I call it a bakery. It's Mugi. Mugi. I'd like you to remember me soon.
失礼しました。鳥頭ですから。それで、何か用でしょうか？郵便ですか？
Yeah, I received a request. I came to play.
ありがとうございます。恐縮ですが、少しだけお待ちいただいてもいいですか？
Sure, but are you delivering something? Soyeba, she's carrying a mail bag.
つい先ほど、隣町から真澄町に戻ってきたところでして。
How does Kotori travel from town to town, actually? Oh yeah, she does have a bike, but like, can you do that with just... Well, maybe you could.
すぐに仕分け終えたので、近場の分はお届けしてしまおうかと。
And that's the case. I'll be bored while I wait. If it's nearby, would it be okay if I tagged along?
いいですけど、私走りますよ。
She goes from house to house using true foot, by foot, like she could use her bike or something. Anyway. On a detention.
いいえ、実は真澄町に戻る道中、自転車のタイヤがダメになっちゃいまして。
Oh man, she walked all the way back. In that case, I can fix them for you.
それには及びませんよ。もうすでに修理に出しましたから。
She's quick to act. Wait, does Masamicho even have a repair shop?
はい、この辺りをよくバイクで走られている方をご存知ですか？
Oh, the fuel crescent? Oh, also Kawase. Oh yeah, Kawase. You mean Kawase?
はい、その方のご家族が機械屋さんを営まれております。
I totally forgot about Yomo-san, by the way. Is that so? Then maybe I'll be in their debt at some point too. A machine shop is a valuable asset. I'll keep that in mind. Even so, you're so efficient, getting everywhere. Everything sorted immediately after coming back.
私がやらないと誰もやらないですから。
It's a bit late to ask, but Are you running this meal service all by yourself?
そうですよ。
Bro, how does this town survive?
何か問題でもありますか？
Literally hard carried by a little girl. Yeah, I just thought running a meal service solo must be tough.
一人前には当然のことです。
Being a professional is impressive.
すごいんです。
She didn't say it to boast about herself. It sounded as if she were praising someone else.
そういうわけで、私は足で走ります。
Then I'll tag along for the exercise.
大丈夫でしょうか？
Well, what will be alright?
いえ、運動足り得るか心配になりまして。
Oh? Is it that close? It's fine. Even the stroll is plenty of fun.
かしこまりました。では、早速出発です。
Ah.
ぴよぴよ。
Considering she's a male person, you know, I'm pretty sure her stroll is just, she's literally running from place to place.
ぴよぴよ。
But, just a moment. I was being shallow. I am desperately chasing after that small back.
よぴよ。
This is really killing me. Koyomi continues running without slowing down at all. Her stamina is disgusting. What do you want of me? Is that one way to say it?
ぴよぴよ。
Is being a mail carrier really this incredible? I desperately want to call out to her, but if I end up causing her trouble, it'll defeat the whole purpose.
やあ、こよみちゃん。今日も線が出るね。
Koyomi comes to a stop.
どうも、こんにちは、赤髪さん。
物騒な名前にしないでくれ。坂上だよ。相変わらずだね。
Alright, localizers, you have a job here.
お手紙のお届けに参りました。
ああ、ありがとうね。
Got it. Now's my chance to catch up.
それでは、今後もごひいきに。
はい、いってらっしゃい。
行ってきます。ぴよぴよ。
Ah, no good. She started running again. The finish line is drifting away once more.
どうしたんだい、兄ちゃん。そんなに興奮して。今流行りのストーカーってやつかい。
Fashion lately? What the hell? Yeah, that's not it. I was trying to go deliver mail with Koyomi, but
こよみちゃんとかい。そりゃ無謀だね。まあ、頑張りなさいな。和光だよ。
man, if you mail stuff with Koyomi, man, you're gonna get fit. Holy shit. He patted my shoulder and walked away. Yes, she.
Mugiさん。
How, can you look so unbothered? Why is it Tsumugi? What did they mean by this? What did my LM tell me just now? Anyway.
何か大変なことがありました。
Yeah, it's just my perception was, am I?
今日のご依頼はやめておきましょうか。
I'll do it. I'm going to play.
尋常じゃない執念です。私も中毒を治したいので、もし麦さんが問題ないのでしたら、ぜひ。
So be.
そんなに息切れしてて大丈夫でしょうか。
平気。問題ない。
わかりました。でしたら少々お待ちください。
Koyomi went inside the post office, leaving me all alone outside. Toriaizu. Oh, let's just sit down. I sat down. The way he sat down on the porch was like he fell. I sat down on the porch. I stretched my legs out and lightly massaged my aching muscles. I'm worried. This even counts as exercise. They always deliver like this. After that, I visited about 3 more houses before returning here. Even though I said 3 houses, this is the great northern land after all. The distance between houses is on a completely different scale. Being a mail carrier stuff.
今日のは序の口です。
When I turned around, Koyomi was standing there. Oh yeah, she's wearing her casual clothes. Nice. I like how she changed out. You know, it's kind of weird that some of them are still wearing their uniform on a date when they're so casual. On a casual date, you know, they're just hanging out. I like her getup. I really like her getup. Nice. You see the thing on her collar and her tie? Like, it looks like a heart shape. That's amazing stuff there. Again, this is like the character designer for Tsumugi Wenders made Koyomi, so I can see perfection written here. Anyway.
近場しかお届けしておりませんし、もしかしてあれだけでもうへこたれているのですか？
Being told that so bluntly really hurts.
すみません。
Yeah, my expectations were naive. I'm sorry for being such a burden. I need to work on my fitness. ところで, why did you change your
あ
clothes?
れは仕事着ですから。
So, that seifuku is your work clothes.
ますみ町の方々にご手配いただいた素敵なお洋服です。最初、服は何も持っていなかったので、すごく重宝しました。
You didn't have any clothes? That kind of made me think as well a while ago. I was like, maybe she meant to say that she didn't have any other clothes that she could work with. But now Mugi-san just went like, were you naked or something?
はい。私がますみ町に来たのは、ちょうど1年前くらいでして。
She's also not originally from me. How did this town survive without a dedicated mail carrier then?
おじいさんのところへは、好み一つで来ました。
Oh, probably her Oji-san was doing the mailing stuff. Nothing but your bare self. Is that some kind of metaphor? Surely she didn't actually arrive naked.
はい。裸で来ました。
But what? 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 And the better anyway. Wait, I don't understand this situation.
よくあることだと思いますが。
Is Masumi-cho really that kind of town?
いえ、この北の地
A land that tests you far too much. Maybe I shouldn't dig too deep. I should focus on my original purpose. Nah, Koyomi. What do you do for fun?
遊んだことないです。
Hmm?
遊ぶ必要なんてないですし。
That's right. I was supposed to force this alcoholic to play, even if I had to. I'll change the way I ask. What do you do besides delivering mail, Koyomi?
はって、
You got to be kidding me.
睡眠や食事でしょうか。湯あみは好きですが、贅沢はできませんし。
Are you saying she's also not compensated well for taking on the entire town's mail?
あと、配達に疲れたら、自転車から降りて風景を楽しみます。ますみ町の風は、どこか心地いいんです。それか自宅では集まった郵便物の仕分けをしたり。
That's a way of work from home, I guess.
あ、量が多いとすごく嬉しくなりますね。届けた時の達成感とかを想像すると気がつけば日が昇ってしまって。
I like how she started speaking fast about that. Stop! ごめんなさい。
謝られる言われなんてないと思いますが。
Don't you think you could, how should I put it, live a bit more leisurely?
私はまだまだ半人前ですから、もっともっと頑張りたい所存です。
I think just working as a mail carrier on your own is impressive enough.
それが普通なのではないでしょうか。
Her norm is set way too high.
おじいさんは一人で回していましたので。
It seems everything in Koyomi's mind is measured against her incredibly skilled Oji-san. Tonikaku, let's get to the main point. Masu, what should we play?
荷物を持参されているように見受けられますが、そちらは一体。
You notice, huh? I just brought every toy I could think of. A mini shogi board, a Rubik's Cube, Menko cards, the game of life, and so on. No, I didn't bring the Nissan series that Rika made.
そもそも遊ぶとはどういうことでしょう。
What do you mean by that?
愛用の辞書によりますと。
When that, Koyomi pulled a thick book out of her bag.
恥ずかしながら言語の方はまだまだ習得過程なのです。
Aha, that's a very interesting thing to say.
ですからこの辞書にはいつも助けられています。
I wonder if she carries it around to look up the names and addresses of people she delivers to.
それで遊ぶについて調べると楽しい時間を過ごすこととあります。
Yes, that's right.
私は郵便配達をしているときとても楽しいです。
Hi, huh?
それはつまり
I feel like this conversation is heading in a dangerous direction.
郵便配達とは遊ぶと同義なのではないかと。
Something about people who enjoy their work that you never have to work in your life. All you do is play when it's essentially work or some shit. Anyway, this is troublesome. Wait a second.
トンは
She tilts her head, preparing to look something up in the dictionary. Let's stop and think about the meaning of for a moment.
すでに立ち止まってますよ。
Yeah. I mean, I feel like I need to sit down properly and give it some real thought. In my opinion. Don't you think you're lacking in life experience and first-hand experience, Koyomi?
体験と経験ですか。
Especially regarding things other than mail delivery. Even with things you've never done before, it's common to get hooked once you try them. Wait, is this the apparel thing with Awayuki's route who was like, anyway. But you won't realize that unless you actually do them. Don't you think that's a bit of a waste?
どうでしょう。今の私には分かりかねますね。
So, to find out, let's try playing all sorts of things today.
わかりました。麦さんは遊びのお師匠さんなのですね。
Master of play. Hi. I shall impart the essence of play onto you.
おお、慎んでお受け取りいたします。
Alright. I'll make sure she has a good time in my own way. We borrow the room at the town hall. In this game, you fight using your respective pieces on a 9x9 grid. The winner is the one who captures the opponent's king. This piece moves 1 square forward. This piece can move any distance horizontally or vertically, and this one moves diagonally. This one moves straight and... I'm going to need this. Give me 15 seconds. Okay, I think we're good. And this is a cubic puzzle, where you can rotate each layer. The goal is to eventually get each of the 6 sides to match a single color. To start, let's try to get one whole side to match. There's a trick to it, you see. Bro, she's Tori Atama, man. She's not gonna make it. And this is a much simpler game. You could just slam it against the floor to flip the opponent's card.
この硬いお札を投げればいいんですか？
Huh. Yeah. Yeah. My brain's dying. Yeah. Throw it with everything we got.
わかりました。思いっきりいきますね。ピエーイ！
A loud sound echoes. My card didn't flip over. Nothing on the floor had changed at all. Instead, my right cheek dropped into the stick vein. Meanwhile, Koyomi's card remained stuck exactly where it was.
すみません。
Well, that's to be expected.
うまく投げられません。才能がないのでしょうか。
If anything, I think you're at Tensai.
お、本当ですか。私にも遊びの才能があったのでしょうか。では、もう一度やってみますね。ピエーイ！
The card is released with great force. Once again, a crisp sound rings out. What a... It landed right on my left cheek. You really are at Tensai.
こういう遊びで合ってますか？
Yeah, it's not.
他の遊びをお願いします。
It's your turn, Koyomi.
はい。ピエーイ！5ですね。では、5マス進めます。
Oh, they're playing the game of life. Let's see. I started the delivery side job to earn money. I received $8,000.
ドルって何です？
The concept of the dollar broke her mind. It's a unit of foreign currency. In the old days, you could usually just multiply it by 100 to get the equivalent in yen. Last time I checked, it was like 67. Anyway.
1、10、100、1000万。800万円！
800,000.
これはインチキです。全然正しくないです。
No, you're learning that life is so cheap in Japan.
しかも配達の副業というのもすごく嫌です。片手間でやることじゃないです。舐めています。
It's like those guys who discover like how much an animator in Japan earns, and they'd be like, "But that's straight up slavery." Well, it is straight up slavery, even for Japan standards. But like the concept of cost of living. But yeah, being an animator in Japan is literal slavery. Anyway, like even by their standards.
さらに言えば、お金稼ぎの目的になってるのも嫌です。
I also need this expression, man. I'm gonna be doing this a lot for Koyomi.
この遊びの制作者は何も分かってないです。
待て。Did you have fun?
どうでしょう。
I want you to throw your true feelings at me without holding back.
よろしいのでしょうか。
Yeah, of course. Don't hold back.
全く楽しくはなかったです。
I didn't expect her to snap back so instantly.
私の中毒は治りましたでしょうか。
Not yet, it seems.
そうですか。では、次回は何をして遊びましょうか。
I had reached my limit. Soyeba. I spent so much time traveling that I never actually played the game just for fun. What exactly is fun anyway? I'll think about it.
かしこまりました。それでは、またよろしくお願いいたします。
Koyomi bowed and left. I collapsed to my knees, devastated. What kind of master play am I supposed to be? This is so embarrassing. It looks like I'll have to refine things a bit more if I want someone to actually have fun. I'll do my best next time. I'm enjoying her route. Maybe it's just being biased or something. Could be. 5 more minutes. 5 more minutes. Scoop. Inomata-san. Inomata-san.
そう俺は猪俣って誰だよ
Huh?
どこのどなただよ猪俣さん
I have no idea. It's just a feeling. Your voice seemed like a Inomata-san.
猪俣さんっぽい声してるのかよったく声すら覚え
Scoop. Okay, let me see. I am going to take a little break, and by little, I just need to get some water. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. It's several hours later. I'm just kidding. It's just a few seconds. I think I did that for Ken's literally hours. Anyway, next Koyomi. Please play with me, Shirata Koyomi. So, it's time for a rematch. I pick up the request.
今回もその依頼を受けてくれるのね。
Man, Mugi-san is really worried about Koyomi, I guess.
麦くんには頭が上がらないわ。麦くん？
A deep breath. I dig up my memories the last time.
全く楽しくはなかったです。
I'll go pick up the fragments of my heart that were snapped into back then. Today's the day. Oh, definitely.
並々ならぬ気迫。ちょっと怖いくらいだよ。
I lost to Koyomi in my previous request.
負けた？こよみちゃんと勝負してるの？
If anything, I was competing against myself.
はあ。
I was no match for her with just my own limited knowledge.
前回の依頼って今日のと同じで遊んでほしいって内容だったよね。そんなに難しかったの？
It was beyond difficult.
そっか。
That's why today's my chance for redemption.
手を尽くしてくれるのは嬉しいけど、穏便な感じでお願いね。
もちろん。それじゃあ、行ってきます。
穏便な感じでお願いね。
I was supposed to be heading toward Kotori Post, but it stopped in my tracks. Koyomi called me her master of play. If that's the case, then shouldn't I make sure she learns the true joy of playing, no matter what? I need to be fully prepared. As a shisho, I turn my feet away from Kotori Post and head in a different direction. Alright, I steel my resolve and begin to walk. After taking a short detour, I arrive at Kotori Post. I feel like a challenger breaking into a dojo. I feel like shouting, "I challenge you!" right then and there. Don't rush. I need to calm my mind. Kotori Post, a place that has become all too familiar. I stand before the door and knock. There is no answer. Huh? Is she not home? She posted a request, but... Honey? Looking closely, a sign hanging at the entrance says, "Out collecting." I guess that means she's out on a job. Because I took a detour, my timing must be off. Is my chance of redemption a swing and a miss? Sateta. What should I do? If I wait here, then they'll eventually... Oh! It's the sound of a detention being pedaled.
お待たせしちゃいましたか？
Yeah, I just got here.
お手紙の回収に思ったより時間がかかってしまいまして。
Ah, so that's what you meant by collecting.
街中にあるいくつかのポストを見に回ってきたんです。
All by yourself?
先日申し上げた通り、小鳥郵便屋は一人ですよ。
Koyomi hard carrying the whole Masumi showman. That's right. Kotori Post is a one-person operation. Would it be easier if all the mailboxes were just in front of you?
町外れの方がお手紙を出すのに億劫になってしまいますから。
But it would reduce your workload, Koyomi.
減らす必要ありますか？
I know that, but she's a hopeless case. Well, let's play today.
そうでしたね。荷物を中に置いてきますので、もう少しだけこちらでお待ちください。
Sure. Alright. Are you all ready?
はい。
You know what? I like how she's the only natural person here. She changes off her work clothes to wear casual clothes. I like this about Koyomi. She's the most natural person in this story so far. Well, Awaigi also wears like her elegant looking dress. But for Aino, like she even when she's randomly S-flying unrelated to her work, she's just still wearing her work outfit. School uniform. She barely wore her like blue dress. Anyway.
服も着替え終えてバッチリです。今日もよろしくお願いします。コナさん。
It's Mugi. Maybe I should stop grinding everything into fine powder. Oh, that's sad.
失礼しました。鳥頭ですから。
Having a bird brain isn't an excuse.
免罪符のつもりはなかったのですが、不甲斐ないばかりです。
I was half doubting it, but it's starting to feel like a certainty. I'm going to be doing this a lot, by the way. This is just a sarcastic jab. She really is a natural-born Tori no Atama.
して、今日は何で遊ぶのでしょう。
Today, I think I'll borrow the strength of others.
力を借りる。
Did you enjoy our last game?
いいえ、全く。
Oh man, I might need you to sugarcoat it a bit. 'Give me a second. 50 seconds, I mean. I like she really did make an effort for that ish. How do you even know what vibrato is?
ご指南を受けたことがあるんです。
From whom?
お歌が大変お好きなご年配の女性が隣町にいらっしゃいまして、目が合えばビブラートの技術を叩き込まれます。
The vibrato enforcing auntie. How terrifying.
でも私、
おばさん。
お歌は好きなんです。
そっか. Well, that's good to hear. Wait, would she also get an insert song for herself? You know how Tsumugi Wenders has this insert song for her own route? We haven't had an insert song for like an individual heroine yet, so I'm hoping for one here. Now that she brought it up. とにかく back to the topic. Today, I think I'll borrow the strength of others.
はい、先ほどそれは聞きました。
Wait, give me a second. I might need to. I might come back here later. I'm sorry, guys. Maybe one. No, one more. I might need this for something. Anasa. Let's make this cookies. Okay, there you go.
ご指南をお歌目が合えば。でも私。
Tonika, back to the topic. Today, I think I'll borrow the strength of others.
はい、先ほどそれは聞きました。つまり、他の方にも遊びをご一緒してもらうということでしょうか。
Actually, I've already arranged it in advance.
驚くほどの手際の良さです。さすが遊びのお師匠様です。遊びに真剣なんですね。
Since you call me Shisho, I want to live up to that title. For your sake as well, Koyomi.
私のためなら当然なんですか。
Even the townspeople are worried that you're working too hard.
P?
And besides, even in times like these, I want you to know that there are plenty of fun things in this world. And the day comes when being a male carrier is no longer fun.
そんな時は来ませんよ。
Just in case. I said, just in case.
万に一つも来ませんよ。
Tonikaku, I think discovering other fun things will help you in the future, Koyomi. I think.
P、正直、まだあまり理解できてはいません。郵便以外の楽しいことってどんなものでしょうか？
I'm going to provide them to you, starting now.
期待しています。お師匠様。
Well then, without further ado, today we're... That's a lot of choices. But apparently I need to save... What day is it today? Day 15. I need to save here. The special... One of those special saves. So we're going to save and then choose Speaker. I promise I'll play with Speaker.
スイカさん。
Speaker, the girl who's always making pizza. Shujikura Speaker.
おお、珍しいですね。
Have you two never done anything together?
挨拶程度でしょうか。
Even though you're the same age?
スピカさんは大人びていると思いますよ。
And she prides herself about that.
それに、あまり皆さんとお話しされない印象がありました。
Maybe it's Speaker, who's truly the one seeking to play.
そうなのですか。
Sana. Toriaizu, let's try heading over to Speaker's place.
どうも。
Why does it feel awkward already? The moment they saw them together, it already feels awkward.
どうも。
You could just now. It's so awkward. You two look so stiff.
ちゃんと取り持ちなさい。場をセッティングしたのはあなたよ。
You two have been in Masamucho longer than I have. Haven't you? Haven't you two had any interaction at all?
彼女はずっと働くから、それを邪魔しちゃ悪いし。いつの間にか気を使わせてしまっていたのですね。申し訳ないです。そんなんじゃないから謝らないで。私はスピカさんがピザを作られている姿をよくお見かけします。
On one hand, Shigoto. On the other hand, food. Oh, I need this too. Speaker kicked me.
きちんと仕事もしてるわ。
True, but the pizza is at a level where it could be considered a professional job, isn't it? I was trying to compliment you.
ありがとう。
It was her way of hiding her embarrassment. ところで、Koyomi, have you ever tried Speaker's pizza?
あいにく皆無です。
Then, you're missing out on life. Speaker, could you make some for her?
今から
Ah,
遊ぶんじゃないの？
that's right. Well then, let's fuse pizza with entertainment.
エンタメ。
Will she scold me for blaspheming against pizza?
ピザの可能性を広げるということね。
I don't entirely oppose to that idea.
具体的に何をするの？
Let's see. Tataweba, a speed eating contest and the air grows tense. Yeah, we obviously said something wrong just now. A wave of murderous intent washes over the room. The room.
早食い？冒涜的だと思わないの？
It was a Jordan.
そう。命拾いしたわね。危うく溶けたチーズで顔パックするところだったわよ。
Isn't that also a form of blasphemy?
それで他にはどういう案が？
Dark pizza, maybe.
なん？
Like, we both wear blindfolds and whatever toppings we want, bake it, and then surprise each other when it's done. You sound so angry about that. 冗談で。
麦、
はい。
ピザを愛せ。
はい。
おそ食い大会とかなら許すわ。
Slow eating contest? How's that? What do you mean slow eating? A slow eating contest?
ゆっくり味わって食べるの。少しずつ感謝しながらね。
Isn't that just called eating? I decided to say all those words.
それは普通の食事なのではないでしょう
I
か。
like how Koyomi just straight up said that. She said it.
ピザに感謝しろ。
Speak us that's it. With complete irrationality. I have an inspiration. Let's make pizza together.
ピザは遊びじゃ。
Making pizza is an entertainment in itself. It's a parade of the heart meant to bring joy to people.
わかってるわね。
She nods, crossing her arms with a look of satisfaction.
私も作るのお手伝いするということでしょうか。
That's right.
ピザの可能性を見せてあげるわ。
I really like this version of Suika. It's like that one emoji where she's only missing glasses right now.
と言いますと、ピザ味だけがピザじゃないわ。
She begins to explain something a bit convoluted. Actually, that's true. I tried Nutella pizza, and I tried it in a place that takes Neapolitan pizza seriously. So it's a thing. It's an actual thing. It's not some bullshit made by some bullshit pizza place.
エンタメ、子供が喜ぶおやつピザ。おやつ、甘いピザということでしょうか。リンゴとくるみ、あとクリームチーズを乗せて焼くのよ。メープルシロップや蜂蜜、お好みでシナモンをかけても美味しいわ。
I should probably visit that place soon.
おお、
Ah, it sounds delicious just hearing about it.
食材はあまり存じ上げないですが、なんだか美味しそうな響きです。料理はしないの？恥ずかしながら。
Wait, how does Koyomi survive then?
私、あまり器用ではないので。じゃあ一緒に作りましょう。エンタメは初めての料理体験ってことでいいかしら。はい、若輩者ですが精一杯頑張らせていただきます。リンゴを薄く切って、だいたい 2,3 ミリぐらい。
Koyomi's hand trembles violently as she holds the knife. Give me 20 seconds again. Watching her, I feel a sense of dread. Koyomi.
2,3 ミリ。包丁の使い方わかる？頑張ります。意気込みじゃなくてわかるかどうか聞いてるんだけど。まあいいわ。指だけ切らないよう気をつけて。猫の手を意識するのよ。猫。どうしたの？猫、怖い。自分の手を見立てるだけよ。こう指先を丸めて刃先に当たらないようにね。指先を丸めて猫の手に。
Koyomi opens and closes her hand repeatedly.
難しい。何事もやってみなければ上達しないわ。はい、精進します。ねえ、なんでじっとこっちを見てるの？気持ち悪い。
Watch your wording. I'm touched. Because I want you to experience all sorts of things besides just being a mail carrier, Koyomi. That helps.
そう。
Because I want her. Not okay. The element got confused. I want her to experience all sorts of things. Why did it? Because I want Koyomi to experience all sorts of things besides just being a mail carrier. I don't know why this. Whatever.
指に気をつけて。2、3ミリで。できました。初めてにしてはよくできてる。本当ですか。麦さん、私褒められてしまいました。
That's great. She's so happy. I like Koyomi. The cooking experience seems to be a success. Seeing Koyomi looking so happy, I can't help but feel joyful myself.
お次は何をすればよろしいでしょうか。じゃあ生地にリンゴを並べて乗せて。こんな感じで茶の目にくるっとすると見栄えが良くなるわ。茶の目。蛇のことよ。蛇苦手？得意ではないです。蛇怖い。なら好きなように置いていいわ。
Koyomi begins working silently. I wonder if for this moment she managed to forget about her duties as a mail carrier. Then I'll put some cream cheese on top.
はい、チーズはこれ。よしなに。
Leave it to me, Speaker-sama.
キモい。
That cut deep. Even if she was joking, she shouldn't say things like that. That's a heavy blow for a boy in puberty. What? After a while, Spica opens the oven and takes out the snack pizza. That looks nice. The freshly made pizza is brought over, wafting with steam. Oh!
これが私の作ったピザ。まずは一口食べてみて。
Then I won't hold back. Itadakimasu.
いただきます。
But more than that, it's so delicious. The intense sweetness and rich aroma of the baked apple fill my mouth. As if chasing after the sweetness, the saltiness and refreshing acidity of the cheese join in, and the crunchy texture of the walnuts is delightful too.
おいしいでしょ。
This is quite something. I feel I could eat an infinite number of these.
はい。
She hands me a bottle. It's a honey and maple syrup.
味変でさらに美味しくなるわ。どっちも貴重だからほどほどに。
Yeah, I think I'll go with the hachimitsu.
メープルシロップって何でしょう。とある木の樹液を濃縮したものよ。初めて食べるのなら少しだけかけて味見すればいいわ。
Koyomi does as she's told, adding just a few drops before bringing the pizza in her mouth.
いただきます。
She freezes. Koyomi?
大丈夫？すごい！こんな美味しいものが存在しているなんて！発明です！勝利です！メープルは英知の結晶です！液体ですけど！
まあまあ。
麦さん、これ美味しすぎて思わず飛んじゃいそうです！
Stop using such dangerous expressions.
メープルシロップがよほど舌にあったみたいね。私と相性抜群です！最強です！最強の二人です！
I'm glad you found something new to love.
はい、お二人ともありがとうございます。あ、大したことはしてないわ。
Tsundere. Koyomi found a favorite food while making pizza. Koyomi found her favorite food through pizza making. Nice.
今日はありがとうございました。
Did you have fun?
おそらく
Why is that a question?
少し説明が難しいです。今日やったようなことが遊ぶということなのでしょうか。
I suppose so.
でしたら悪くはないかもしれません。
That's a good sign.
一月に1回くらいなら。
A good sign. Huh.
郵便も大事ですから。だから一刻も早く中毒を治さないとです。
If you rush, it won't fully recover.
そうなんですか。それは残念無念です。一人前になるにはまだまだ時間がかかりそうですね。
You're already plenty admirable, though.
ありがとうございます。でも私はまだまだです。
Why are you so obsessed with becoming a professional?
理由は単純ですよ。私はおじいさんの郵便屋を継ぎました。おじいさんはすごい人です。だから私はおじいさんと同じくらいすごい人になって郵便屋を存続させなければなりません。
You really respect him, don't you?
私だけじゃありません。町の皆さんからもでした。だから私もそういう人になりたいんです。
I respect you, Koyomi. I've heard that mutual aid is the creed of this town. Koyomi stands in a position that transcends that creed. It's not easy to say. I'll work my hardest for the sake of others. That's exactly why I hope she can find even just a little time to catch her breath.
ありがとうございます。でもそんな尊敬されるほど私は偉くないんです。
The way you evaluate yourself and the way others evaluate you are two different things. No matter what you think of yourself, Koyomi, I respect you.
ちょっぴり嬉しいです。ピー
I like that. Let's play again soon.
中毒を治すためでしたら。
My addiction. Alright, to cure your addiction then.
それでは配達物の仕分けがありますので。
Are you going to work even now?
はい。ただ日が傾いてきたのでそう長くはしません。私夜が怖いんです。
Yoru no kawaii? You mean you just don't like it?
暗いじゃないですか。
Well, that's true, I guess. There's also a waste of candles and oil. When it gets dark, you sleep. That's very rational. Well then, until the next request.
はい。次回も引き続き何卒よろしくお願いいたします。
She's so professional even how she says farewell. That's way too much like a formal business closing. Can't you be a bit more casual?
フランク、
Bye bye.
はい。バイバイです。
Bye bye desu. Bye bye desu. Bye bye desu. I'm gonna need this somehow in the future. You're going on. Where's our special thing? Jesus Christ, this will be all filled with Koyomi related stuff that I need to go back to. Anyway. Koyomi waved back at me. She kept waving to me until I was completely out of sight. Then we skip. Alright, Fumiya-san. Show the front right away. Should I suddenly show my front? My front? Where exactly would that be? Her navel? It has to be my navel. There isn't any other part of my front that I could show off like that. A sudden navel reveal.
びっくりした。 瞬間的に恐怖に近い感情が。おへそとはいえなしだと思うよ。女の子に恐怖を感じさせる動きだと思うから。
I thought so. ごめん。
悪くはないんだけど、加減を知らない人に当たると何をしでかすかわからない命令だよね。
I have to remember that this is like never mind. I am a molester. I am a molester. What the fuck? Anyway, then I will strive with all my might to see it true. Sensei, we swear to give it our absolute all.
運動会だ。
If I actually tried it, I felt like I might slip up. I vowed to give my absolute best. Anyway, skip. Alright, it's time for the next Koyomi event. Why are my saves coming in a VN? Anyway. Please play with me, Shirato Koyomi. Alright, let's make Koyomi happy again today. Wait. No, I accidentally clicked back. While I was on my way to the post office, Koyomi appeared from the opposite direction riding a detencha. Huh?
おや、大麦さん。
Have you grown?
中小麦さん。
Don't talk like I'm a corporation. I'm just Mugi. You don't need to add anything.
失礼しました。鳥頭ですから。
I really wish you'd remember soon though.
私もそうしたいのは山々です。
I wonder what's the explanation. We'll find out in her rap.
でも、これがなかなか大変なんです。人命って難しいですね。
Let's work hard together. One step at a time, okay?
はい、ありがとうございます。零細麦さん。
And, well, I was actually just about to head to the post office to pick up the request from you.
今回もお引き受けいただけるのですか？
Ah, I'm already in too deep.
いつもありがとうございます。それではお手数ですが、郵便屋でお待ちいただいてもよろしいでしょうか？それとも以前のように私についてこられますか？
Yeah, I'll pass on that. I couldn't even catch up to her while running. I know with confidence in being able to keep up with Koyomi on the detencha.
では、郵便屋でお待ちください。ポストに投函されたお手紙の回収を終えたら戻りますので。
About how long do you think it'll take?
ポストがある場所にお手紙を回収しに行って、郵便屋に戻るくらいですね。
I want you to make that easier to understand. She suddenly points at the sky.
あそこに太陽がありますよね。
You can't. She doesn't even use like hours or something. She literally uses the sun. Ah, it is.
あの太陽があそこからこの辺りに動くくらいです。
Sucka. I have no idea what that means.
とてもわかりやすいと思うのですが。
That's only easy for you, Koyomi.
なんと、皆さん、てっきり太陽の位置でお時間を測られているものかと。
Did she come from 1,000 years ago or something? What the hell was that? If we stay at a fixed point, I can understand a little. But if I move, I won't. I mean, if you can remember the subtle changes in the sun's position, then please try to remember my name.
面目ないです。
Tonikaku, judging by the way your fingers were moving just now, it's going to happen soon, right? I'll be waiting at Kotori
お
Post.
手数をおかけします。なるべくお待たせしないよう、いつも以上の速度で走りますので。
Yeah, you don't need a rush. With a polite bow, Koyomi departs. Satte. Time to head to Kotori Post. I miss Katari from Rewrite, by the way. I'm just couldn't help it.
遅かったですね。
What the hell? That was... Yeah. That's strange. How is Koyomi, whom I just parted ways with, already standing in front of Katari Post? Isn't that a bit too fast?
そうでしょうか。
I came straight here without any detours. How did you arrive before me?
はて、
She also changed her clothes, by the way. And she's even already finished changing.
お待たせしてしまうのは悪いと思い、やはり急いでしまいました。雨の日とかだとこうはいきませんが、幸い本日は上天気ですから。
I appreciate the spirit, but what a terrifying girl.
して、今日は誰と遊ぶのでしょう。
Today... What the fuck? Give me a second. Nihongo. Dekinai. Okay, I think this is it, yeah. I promise to play with Aino.
相棒。
Aibo. Aibo. Partner. By the way, I miss Aino. Yeah, look at the fluffy one that the fluffy one that appears near the Fusha.
ふわふわ。風車近くによくいらっしゃる方には見覚えがあります。風車を直されている方でしたっけ？
Right. The girl is Fusaba Aino.
では、集合場所は風車でしょうか？
Yeah, apparently that's not it. I miss Aino.
P、アイノさんはどちらにいらっしゃるのでしょう？
That's strange. I'm sure I said we'll meet here.
ここでー
I feel as if I hear a voice coming from somewhere above my head.
す。そっちゃ。おう、空を飛ばれていますと。そう、空を飛ぶんです。
Don't tell me. Is that what playing means today?
もちろん、その通りです。こよみさんもぜひ空を飛びましょう。
I'm not gonna make it, guys. Aino's here.
癖になっちゃいますよ。ですが、傘で飛ぶのはすごく不安定な気がしますが、特別仕様だから大丈夫です。
You know what? I think the reason why I think that it was implied at the ending of her route that her casa is literally gonna be part of her soul or something. Because it's making some sounds as well.
この子はまだ折れたことはありません。
Could you tell me what happened to the not this one girl?
それはもう大変頑張ってくれました。
She used the past tense.
飛ぶという行為はもっと論理的です。バサッとバタバタっとドビュンとするものですよ。
Logic has gone missing.
まあこういうのは勢いです。とりあえず飛んでみてください。ハマっちゃいますよ。ビー、やってしまいましょう、こよみさん。
Wait, this is such an overpowered combo, by the way.
そこまで言われるのでしたら。
Is she surprisingly weak to pressure? Isn't she acting as stubborn as usual? So, you were interested after all.
ないと言われれば嘘になりますが、まだ半信半疑なだけです。さあさあ、どうぞあちらから。
Prompted by Aino, Koyomi heads toward the high ground. The high ground? It looks like she's being lured into some suspicious recruitment stream. 気をつけてよ。
はい、勢いが大事ですからね。恐れず一息にジャンプ。わかりました。行きます。傘を開き忘れないでくださいよ。おっと、いけません。忘れてました。
At that rate, it's just base jumping. I'm worried.
行きます。テイクオフ。
As if pushed by Aina's shout, Koyomi steps forward. The casa was open. She is buffeted by the wind. But Koyomi shows no fear and lifts both feet off the ground. Daijobu, Koyomi! At first, she was tossed around by the wind, struggling to stay upright, but eventually she began to descend slowly.
この傘、とても頑丈ですね。私が作ったんです。安心してください。でも、こよみさんもお上手ですね。風を読む力でも持っているんでしょうか。すごく安定してます。
It's true. She doesn't seem unstable at all. Is this one of Koyomi's specialties?
そちらに向かいます。
Koyomi's shadow gradually approaches us.
ハンドリングもバッチリ。こよみさん、ただものではありません。
Oh, coming from someone who's also...
実は夜な夜な傘での飛行を練習していたに違いありません。
Wait a second, that made me think real. Anyway, let's find out at the end of her route. For what purpose?
それはもちろんうまく飛ぶためですよ。
Yeah, I mean... Even if she can fly well with a casa, I wonder what the point of doing that would be.
気持ちいいです。
Just that?
ロマンを感じます。
Just that?
森さん、嫌い？
I had teased her too much.
そろそろ降ります。
She has a really nice outfit. They really designed her with perfection in mind. Before long, Koyomi reached a position within arm's reach. She landed quietly on the ground.
着地もパーフェクト。なかなかな才能を持ってますね、こよみさん。たまたまですよ。たまたまでここまでできることを才能と呼ぶんです。こよみさんは選ばれし者です。
That said, Koyomi seemed to be having quite a lot of fun.
もう一度行ってきてもいいでしょうか。
Oh, she's actually having fun this time.
もちろんです。最高の傘旅をぜひぜひ何度でも。ありがとうございます、愛野さん。では行ってまいりますね。
Koyomi headed up to the high ground with high spirits.
風がとても心地いいです。
She seems to be having an absolute blast.
私の傘が持つ底知れないポテンシャルを思い知りましたか？
I had no choice but to admit it.
私またまた人の役に立ってしまいましたね。落ち着きますね。お湯に浸かってるくらいリラックスしていますね。
And that's the case. She's taking a seriously long bath.
やっほー！どこまでも行きまくっちゃいます。
Oh, looks like she's really enjoying.
なんか性格変わりました？
She's probably just caught up in an assignment. Wait, how many times has she flown just
ち
now?
ょうど20回目です。楽しそうでいいですね。
Yeah, you're right. After all, the goal of getting her out to play has been achieved.
いやー
I like this personality.
私は最強。今ので57回目です。私そろそろ帰ってもいいですか？
No, stick around a bit longer. Recipes, I know. Wait, I might need this. No, sa.
今回の空旅もなかなかでしたね。傘が手に馴染んできたので 連続3回転くらいはできそうです。
That's good to hear. It's over, I know.
さて、それではもう一個。ストップ！ビリ、今日はもうお店じまいで、いい一日でしたね。
You know, I guess you could make a casa for Koyomi or something.
それでは、
After receiving the casa from Koyomi, Aino hurried away.
まだまだ極めがいがあったんですが。
Did you enjoy yourself?
はい、いい傘旅でした。
Aino was the one who planned it after all. When you see Aino, make sure to thank her properly.
そうですね。そういたします。それにしても。
Even so,
いい遊びでした。
Koyomi enjoyed the umbrella trip. Koyomi enjoyed play. Casa traveling. Man, she's designed perfectly, man. Holy sh... Wait, why isn't this in Japanese? Give me a second. What the fuck? Okay, I'm back. I was able to fix that issue. Apparently there's some parts of the script that are hidden for some reason, and it was found, so hopefully we don't encounter more of that. On the way back from playing, sending Koyomi to the post office. Jesus Christ, I thought it was all fixed. Give me a second again. Okay, I'm back. We should be fine now, right? Let's try this again. I already wasted like an hour or almost 2 at this point. I could have been reading. We could have started her actual route. Oh well. On the way back from playing, while I was walking Koyomi home to the post office. When did the sky turn so ominous?
すぐにでも一雨来そうですね。
It was really sunny until a moment ago. Maybe it's a passing shower. どうしたの？
急いで帰りましょう。今すぐ走ってください。というか、走ります。待てません。
She started running at full speed. Why? As I chased after her, raindrops began to fall on the tip of my nose. Oh yeah, I didn't also do the pronoun fast. I just made the English better, but yeah. Oh well, this is a... I want to continue reading. Oh well, whatever. You know what? Whatever. We already had those bugs. The thunder, the kaminari, like no, that's lightning. The thunder is getting closer. Oh, so they also use kaminari for thunder, I guess. The speed gear shifted up another notch. As always, too fast. She's too fast. Oh, we got inside the post office. Nice. Oh yeah, by the way, while I was waiting, I posted details about the real life Kodari posts. I wonder if this... They also took a picture of the real life one, the interior. I arrived at the post office out of breath. It's now pouring outside. Fortunately, I was under the eaves before it started pouring, so I didn't get too wet.
よろしければ、こちらをお使いください。
I really like how she was drawn. Domo. I took the towel that was offered. Man, Koyomi's afraid of a lot of things. Yoru, kaminari.
面目ないです。ですが雷は不可抗力です。理不尽の塊です。怖くない方なんて存在されるのでしょうか。
Kawaii is kawaii, but still. A sudden flash at kaminari. Koyomi's way of being scared is pretty extreme. I like this. And somehow it hurts. Koyomi, you're choking me.
雷が去るまで耐えていただきたいです。
I know some of you guys like this, but some of you guys are God will shower me, but you know. not going to leave this world.
晴れましたね。
It really was just a passing shower.
ご迷惑をおかけしました。
I rubbed my strangled neck. It still stung a little. I'll toughen up my neck for the next rainstorm.
そうしていただけると助かります。
Well, I'd appreciate that. Implying there's a next time. I know some of you guys would want that, but still. No, please try not to strangle me. She shrugs her shoulders dejectedly. ところで, did you have fun today?
それ、前回もお聞きになりましたよね。
I just want to know.
そうですね。多分、楽しかったと思います。世の中には様々な遊びがあるんだな、と、今日は少し世界が広がった気がしました。どうしましたか？
I'm moved.
何ですか、唐突に。しかもちょっと涙ぐんでませんか？
I'm experiencing the feelings of a Tosa watching his kodomo grow up.
子供扱いしないでください。
I really like how she pouts. Even if you're scared of the night, the yoru and kaminari.
弱点を人質に取られました。麦さんは卑怯です。狡猾です。悪者です。弱い者いじめです。極悪です。
I like her so much. Did I really do something bad enough to be ripped into like this?
大人だって弱点の一つや二つあるはずです。
I suppose so. So, you don't have to try so hard.
そうかもですが、そうではなくて、確かに私はまだ子供ですが、私が子供でも子供じゃないって、あれ。私、結局何が言いたかったんでしょう。
さあ、
なんだか、こんがらがってきました。つまり、麦さんは意地悪です。
I skipped a lot.
でも、遊んでくださることに感謝はしています。
I mean, I think you skipped a lot. Anyway, but I'm grateful that you're playing with... Oh, that's her.
だから、ちょい悪です。
You're like some oji-san. Gokuro? Let's hang out again.
はい。バイバイです。
バイバイです。
Ah, bye. Waving to Koyomi, I left the post office.
Should have been bye byeです。
Skip. Today's day 17. So what happens in day 17? No, select Rui event 2. Oh, okay, we haven't done this one, so this is gonna be fun. The Neo Shinsei Chogikai is starting a new radio broadcast. We're currently looking for interested staff members. It is a request from Rui. She does not call me out by name this time. I feel a little lonely. So, you're starting the radio broadcast right away. Radio broadcast. But I wonder what it'll actually do. I'm a little curious since I was the one who suggested it. I would like to help if there is anything I can do, but...
おはよう。今日もネオな一日が始まったぞ。
Oh, it looks like Rui has arrived.
麦、聞いてくれ。ラジオのことだが放送。
Don't tell me everything yet. I saw Rui in my hand. So, you got permission to use the broadcasting room.
そうだ。まあ、ほぼ全部言ってたようなものだが。ということで、今日早速放送するぞ。
Today? That's sudden. Don't you need to do all sorts of preparations?
何事もまずは当たって砕けろだ。
Dive right in.
今から巡り合いに告知の張り紙をしようと思ってきたんだ。
Announcement?
これを見ろ。
Rui holds a sheet of paper in her hand. Neo Masumicho Rajo. Starting at 6 p.m. For about an hour, we'll bring you news and great details related to Masumicho. Ah, wow. She sure is quick to act. News and great great deals.
とりあえず書いてみた。ネタはこれから仕入れに行く。
そっか。That looks like it'll be fresh off the press then.
これでよしっと。
The announcement is posted on the bulletin board. Oh, there's an announcement for Kawasa's Rajo too. It seems Kawasa is broadcasting as well, which we know in the other route he is the guy. He's the guy. He's the low-gear guy. With his skills, he could probably pull that off using the equipment he savaged on his treasure hunts. Well, the broadcasting room is also maintained by him, based on what we learned from the other route. Racing through Masumicho, the high-speed Rajo is born. Oh, he has a different station. What kind of Rajo is that anyway? Well, considering it made me want to listen, maybe it's not a bad announcement after all.
こちらは先日からお便りを募集しているぞ。
Oh, you're right. A nail announcement. Bringing nail time to Masumicho. Nail Shinsei Rajo is born. Stay tuned. And with that, we are now accepting listener mail. How many times are they going to say nail? A notice is posted on the bulletin board requesting mail for the newly starting Nail Shinsei Rajo. Apparently, this was the result of a consultation with Fumiya-san. But is asking for people to send in mail really the right way to go about it?
ありがたいことにすでに何通か来ていてな。
Huh? Alrighty? That's amazing, isn't it?
これから仕入れるニュースやこのお便りでなんとかやってみよう。
Ah, you're right. Well, just like Yuri said, we should just give it a shot. 5 minutes before broadcast, we wait in the broadcasting room. Rika peeks in from outside the door. She could have just come in. She goes out of her way to peek from the hallway, claiming she doesn't want to be a nuisance while making any noise. Don't you have a script or something?
今日のニュースとかを仕入れるのに忙しくて時間がなかった。
So, we're going with that, love.
最初に自己紹介をして、あとは流れでよろしく頼む。
Well, I guess we'll manage. 1 minute to start.
ちょっとドキドキしてきた。全世界に発信されてると思うと。
No, that's not the whole world. I think only a tiny fraction of people are probably listening. The time has come. I flip the switch. The red lamp lights up. We both stare at the lamp for a moment. Is it already broadcasting?
ああ、そのはずだ。
That's kind of awkward. Everyone hears that.
今日から始まりましたネオ新生マスミ町ラジオ。ネオ新生町議会会長厚澤ルイと
I like this. She has a special CG. Rui gives me a look. And I'm Assistant Hayakawa Mugi, bringing you today's program. You can tell that's more than 2 people in the room. Clap.
ネオ新生ラジオですが、もしかしたら遠く離れた場所で電波をキャッチしてくれたリスナーもいるかもしれません。このラジオはマスミ町という場所からお届けしています。街のニュースとかお得情報とか楽しいことをあれこれ話しながら、まだ始まったばかりで手探りではありますが盛り上げていけたらと思います。
Nice.
じゃあ早速ニュース。
Here you go.
それではマスミ町本日のニュースです。横島おじいちゃんが用水路に落ちたけど自分で這い上がりました。かすり傷だけで済んだそうです。
That's a relief.
ひろみさんの病院で犬のプーくんの手術が行われました。無事成功したということです。
よかった。よかった。
さて、続いてお得情報です。サクセスマートでは期間限定メロンスムージーが発売中ということです。
By the way, this kombini, it's also real. If you saw me posting about like real life locations, I also found out this place is also real.
店
Anyway,
長の親戚が届けてくれたメロンがなくなり次第終了ということですので、この機会にぜひ。
although I didn't check if it's what its real name is in real life, but I'll check later. Anyway, did you try it too, Rui?
うまかったが、私はメロンそのままの方が。
Bro, the sponsors. Don't go saying everything. You'll upset our precious sponsor.
そうか。とても美味しかったです。メロンスムージーぜひ。
I wonder how they're cooling things. Like, I think not every well, it seems obviously that the mere fact that they have radio and all, it seems that some electronics work. And I can imagine like a refrigerator works. But how come they can't have like an airplane, you know, with electronics? But they have like, I guess refrigeration and like radio. What doesn't work anymore? I'm a little confused, but whatever. Definitely.
さて、仕入れた情報が5分で尽きてしまった。どうしよう。
Even if I ask myself that, I don't have anything else planned anyway. Maybe I should just wrap things up.
早い。
Well, Ma, it's our first time, so I guess this is how it goes.
では最後にお便りコーナーです。ネオ新生ラジオを心待ちにしていたリスナーさんからお便りが届いています。初回から嬉しいですね。ではまず1枚目はラジオネーム愛のナコードさんからで、ラジオ頑張ってますみ町を盛り上げてね。
Alright, Fubiya-san. This is... I can more or less imagine who this Tegami is from.
愛のナコードさんも愛のナコードを頑張ってください。続いてラジオネーム後期バカ1台。
Oh, I know.
機体の整備をしながらよくラジオを聞いています。この度ますみ町のラジオが始まるということで、新しい挑戦楽しみにしています。ありがとうございます。飛行機バカ1台さん。
I wonder who that could be. Hikoki, not Ichidai.
アイノのお父さんが確か飛行機乗りだったな。
Yeah, of course. It could also be Minato. じゃあ、could it be Aino's 父さん？
いや、台風の時あったけど、とてもそんな風に見えなかったな。
No way. Aino? An airplane otaku for a generation. Hikoki otaku. Anyway, I better stop thinking too deeply about this.
続いてのお便りは匿名希望さん。その匿名を考えて書いてほしいぞ、匿名希望さん。この前お願いしたチーズがまだ届いてないの確認しておいて。
They're mistaking this for a business memo.
いやでも匿名希望ってそもそもなぜうちに？スピーカー不思議なやつ。
Bro, why did you let everyone know that it was Mika?
うわ、名前言ってしまった。匿名希望って書いてあるのに。
No, 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 no.
さて最後のお便りです。ラジオネーム光のごとく。光のごとく。新たなラジオ番組が始まるということで、ママにおねだりして新しいラジオを買ってもらいました。今日はとっても楽しみに聞いています。頑張って。
Reread the message with a somewhat sentimental feeling.
ありがとう。ラジオネーム 光のごとくさん。いや、ひかるちゃん。これから楽しいラジオにできるよう頑張るから。遠い町に行ってもきっとラジオ聞いてね。なお、ネオ新成長議会では新メンバーを熱く募集しています。我こそラジオで街を変えようという熱意を持ったみんなの応募お待ちしています。それでは今夜はこの辺で。明日が皆さんにとっていい日になりますように。ネオトゥマラー。
Nail to.
最後の決め台詞だ。新たな明日へみたいな。
So, you actually prepared something like that.
ほら、麦も一緒に。
I'm a little embarrassed though.
言ってる場合か。ほらほら、ネオネオ。
Oi, Nail tomato. I like the thumbs up.
兄さん、大変です。
Oop. Do not get up. Put me as an event. Okay, we're gonna have a not speaker, a Rui event. Neo Shinsei Rajo, which launched the other day, is aiming for further evolution. We're continuing to recruit ambitious staff. They're really working hard, but there doesn't seem to be anyone new helping out. We're doing a lot of Rui events here. Anyway, alright, I'll go help.
おお、麦。先日は助かったぞ。
How was it? Did you get any reaction?
どうだったんだろう。お、何人かからラジオ聞いたよって言われたぞ。
So, that's good, isn't it?
おばあちゃんがいくら早食いしてもラジオじゃよく伝わらないわね。あと、よく噛んで食べるのよって。あれ、千春の方のラジオと勘違いしているんだ。
Is that guy actually eating fast on the racho? All the listeners would hear are messy chewing
で
sounds.
なんとか最初の放送をして思ったんだが、
Huh?
ニュースとお便りでつなぐのは限界がある。
Yeah, you're right. In a small town like this, everyone already knows the news and the latest deals. We really need to come up with some other interesting segments.
面白そうなコーナー。
And ideally, something that helps people kill time.
麦はよくラジオを聞くんだろう。何があると嬉しいだろう。
Hmm? Well, I used to listen to it occasionally while I was traveling, but when you're just listening to the radio, it's usually music related in one way or another.
音楽か。それなら流している間、こちらも楽だしいいかも。
But how are we going to play ongaku?
確か親父殿の部屋にレコードがあったぞ。傍らでレコードを流してそれを発信する。
But the rights... Mate, isn't that okay? Is that okay? What about copyrights and things like that?
問題があった時はその時考えよう。
Anyway. Whoa. Coming rich from... That's coming rich from me. Who's doing this right now? Anyway.
早速準備だ。ということで持ってきたぞ。
Oh! Rui immediately brings that record player over from her house, with some help from the kids along the way. What about the Chocho's permission?
家にいなかったから知らん。
Is it really okay?
町のためなんだから親父殿も喜ぶだろう。
I wonder that's true. So, what about the records? By the way, there's a Rajo in the back with... looks like a cassette Rajo. Could also fit in the CD, but I don't know, man. There's some equipment in the back. Anyway. So what about the records?
それも適当に持ってきたぞ。
I wonder what kind of songs they are. Shall we try playing one? The record jacket has a landscape printed on it, making it impossible to guess what kind of music it might be. The record begins to spin.
男の汚れ道ああ雪の小樽は故郷の香りが
By the way, Ottawa in real life is a nice place.
おふくろよおふくろよあんたの赤切れたその手がよ
This is... And they're also soulful. I'm sure some people would like them, but playing these and then the ocean to Town Count Choki Kai Rajo is somehow...
寝よかなさすぎるな。だが親父殿のレコードはこんなのばかりのようだ。他にレコードなんて持っていそうな人が思い浮かばない。そうだ、いっそ自分たちで用意したらいいんじゃないか。
The records?
歌そのものをだ。
Prepare the songs themselves?
歌がうまい誰かに歌ってもらうんだ。
Oh, so we'll be doing live vocals. But who exactly is someone who's good at singing?
誰だろう。
I try to think of someone in town who seems like they might have a good voice. What day is it today? 19. Alright, let's go with Speak, because it's the only one we can read right now.
なぜ私は呼ばれたの？
Oh, because I only dealt with the Koyomi related ones. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's patch the things, so let's see how this goes. I tried to think of someone in this town who seems like they might have a good voice. Speaker.
なぜ私は呼ばれたの？
Speaker, who was apparently dragged here by Rui, stands with a sullen face.
歌がうまそうということで、麦の推薦だ。
Figuring she wouldn't come if I asked, I left it to Rui. She glared at me, with a face that said, you put her up to this. True. Rugunze, she refused, saying she was toned down. But still, you're good at the flute, so you probably have a good ear for music, ongaku.
なんていい加減な理由なの。
Besides, I've heard Speaka's song before.
え、変な妄想はやめて。あなたの前で歌ったことなんてないわ。あなたが見た夢と現実をごっちゃにしないで。
Oh wait, that's it. There. I'm not. The other day, I heard it when I passed near the wheat field. Were you singing while baking pizza?
ピッピッピー、ピザーニャお届け。
Caught.
ピッピッピー、ピザーニャお届け。
It sounds fun, like a children's song. So, I thought it'd be just right.
あれは私のオリジナルでピザが美味しくなるように歌っているんであって、お前らのために歌うとしたら、お前らがピザになって窯で焼かれる時だー。わー！
I think of someone else who might be good at singing. Alright, let's try Ken-san.
De? なんだって
I want to play ongaku on the radio. And so I wanted someone good at singing to sing for me.
どうして俺が歌うまい
somehow that kind of atmosphere.
まあ巡り合いで夜働いているとカラオケに付き合わされたりするからな。そこそこやれる。だが言っておく。俺のはお子様向けの歌じゃないかもしれないぜ。
No way! It's a kind of erotic song?
たわねえよ。なんだよエッチな歌って。
Love Phantom or something.
確かイントロちょっとエッチだ。いやそれはいいとしてハードボイルドなのさ。俺の歌。
Now, that's the what the hell part of anything. Rui, who'd been listening intently, suddenly steps in between.
それはそれで面白そうだからよし。
男のハードボイルド面白そうとか言うなよ。
Tonikaku, please, try singing a little.
ビビるなよ。
Oh, that's it. He's warming up his voice. This looks promising.
小樽は望郷の香りが。
お疲れ様でした。
あ
Sorry for intruding.
おいなんだよ。やっぱりお子様にはまだ早かったな。
For now, we came back. I think of someone else who might be good at singing. To tell you the truth, ore. 実は、ore. I recorded myself as someone who can sing.
なんと本当か。歌っているところを見たことがないぞ。
When I'm riding my bike, I can't help but sing. And Rika, riding behind me, usually laughs and says I'm good.
そうか。
I like how Rui is kind of like deadpan about it, kind of doubting it. Rui's face, which had been shining with expectation, is beginning to cloud over. No, I secretly think I'm pretty good at it.
ならちょっと歌ってみてくれないか。
I guess any song is fine.
なんでも得意なのは。
それじゃあ。It's not heaven, not paradise. I want to become a storm. Even I can tell. Something feels very off. There's no sense of reverberation at all. Maybe that's it. Like, I can't get into it unless I'm actually writing.
そういうものなのか。
But even so, listening to the radio while riding a bike is impossible.
じゃあバイクにまたがってみるとか。それなら気分が出るかもしれないぞ。
そっか。With that, I brought in the bike. I started singing while straddling the bike in the broadcast room. I want to become a storm. Even I can tell. Same as before. No, it's gotten a bit worse. It's oddly embarrassing, just sitting on a bike and singing.
想像するに、バイクに乗っているとエンジンの音とか風の音に紛れるから、なんとなくうまく聞こえたんじゃ。
多分。
よし。だったら同じようにしたらいいんじゃないか？
Right. Riding the bike during the radio show is out of the question.
エンジンは音だけにして。
Only the sound?
それでも気分は出るだろ？
Is that so? Well, maybe. What about the wind?
扇風機。
Electric fan? Is it okay to use precious electricity for this? それじゃあ I rev the engine. A rumbling sound echoes. And in front of me, the fan spun, the wind hitting my face directly. Whoa!
今、麦は走っている。走っているんだ。
走って。Somehow, I'm getting in the mood. I feel like I can really sing around. Even if it's not heaven, even if it's not paradise, A storm. I want to become a storm. Or some shit like that. I don't know. どうだ? Was it okay?
寝よかった。
Nail?
ああ、すごく寝よい感じだった。
Wait. Nayoi.
ああ、すごく寝よい感じだった。
I like that. I like that pun. Are you trying to make another weird expression trend? Nail. Well, I can guess the meaning. Does it mean the same thing as Naui?
だいたい近い。だが、ナウイよりネオイの方がよりネオい感じだな。
That doesn't explain anything. Well, if you carelessly say Naui, folks will call it old on you.
だったら代わりとしてネオイが流行ってもいいだろう。
Naoi. Skip. Alright, Fuel Craftsman. I don't know who the fuck is him here, so we're just gonna do a guess. Alright, we got it right. Alright, it's time for Koyomi. Fun times with Koyomi. Let me see it's coming. Please play with me. Shirato Koyomi. Accept the request and head to the post office.
あら、かわいい便箋。
新しく仕入れてみたんです。お隣の町で作られていて、少し融通していただけまして。もしよろしければ、いかがでしょう。
そうね、それもいただいちゃうわ。またお手紙いっぱい書かなきゃいけなくなっちゃったわね。
ぜひたくさんお出しください。その分、たくさん配達いたしますので。
いつもありがとうね、こよみちゃん。
It looks like she is in the middle of attending to a okuyakusha. Watching from a distance.
じゃあまた来るわね。
I watch from a distance.
はい、ありがとうございました。
Koyomi continues to bow politely until the okuyakusha is out of sight. Yo, otsukare?
お疲れ様です。
Oh, has she finally remembered me?
ムキムキさん。
I'm not carrying a tiny piece of metal machinery on my shoulders. It's Mugi.
失礼しました。鳥頭ですから。
It has become a regular greeting by now. So, are you finished with work for today?
はい。今日やるべきことはあらかた終えました。
So, you sell stationery too, huh?
紙と筆がなければ手紙は書けませんから。それに、町のご厚意で、そういったものはすべて郵便屋で売らせてもらっているんです。
So, it doubles as a stationery shop.
まさしく、収益の分を郵便屋の発展に当ててほしいと。
What? They already think you're a full-fledged professional, don't they?
それは、おじいさんのご意向のおかげです。私がすごいからではありませんよ。
Is that so? As usual, Koyomi's hard on herself. Koyomi changes her clothes and returns.
して、今日は誰と遊ぶのでしょう。
Ah, today is... We're gonna play with Awayuki. I promise I would play with Awayuki.
甘栗さん。
Awayuki. She's that weird girl at the observatory. Which is a 17-minute drive from here, by the way. Anyway.
おう、背が高くてスレンダーな。
Ah, and that's her. If she stays quiet, she's a bee. Once she starts talking, she's a total weirdo.
どうも。
こんにちは、こよみ。安心して。ありとあらゆる遊びを知るあわゆきよ。
すごい人みたいです。
This is certainly raising my expectations.
もちろん、実際にやったことなんてないわ。
That's probably not going to work.
ですが、 しているだけでも私よりすごいです。
というわけで遊びボックスを用意したわ。
Asobi box. Asobi box? She pulled out some kind of large box, and there was a hole the size of a fist at the top. It looked like something used for a lottery draw.
この世界に存在するあらゆる遊びを紙に書いてこの中に入れたわ。あまたの遊びの中からたった一つだけを選ぶの。もうワクワクしないかしら。
この箱の中にこの世のすべての遊びが。
全部やろうとしたら一生遊べるわ。
Somehow it felt as if something interesting was about to happen. I made the right choice inviting Aoyuki.
本当のことを言うと青雪が引きたいくらいよ。
Let Koyomi draw it instead.
ほんとスケこましね。
Was that even the right way to use that word?
すけこまし。
Koyomi! You had to go out of your way to look it up in the dictionary. Sonayori, mite. Draw a slip from the box.
はい。
どうぞ暦。
では失礼いたします。
She tentatively reaches her hand into the box.
本当に紙がいっぱいです。ギッチギチです。
当然よ。この世すべての遊びよ。どれだけあると思ってるの？
Did you write all of those by hand, Aoyuki?
当然じゃない。見るだけで興奮がやまない美しい青雪の文字が書かれているわ。
Maji. Must have been a lot of work to prepare. Arigato.
許すわ。青雪の美に免じてね。
一個だけしか選べないとなると迷いますね。
In that case, you just had to be decisive.
エレファントに引きなさい、暦。
Elegant.
わかりました。では、君に決めました。
She raised her hand high toward the heavens, grasping the single folded slip of paper. Now, just what is written upon it? I'm getting excited too. Waku waku.
暦、書いてあることを読み上げてほしいわ。
はい。では、いきます。
Come on.
ロンバブンマスカンペンシルクダラムボトル。
What the fuck? What did you just say?
ロンバブンマスカンペンシルクダラムボトル。
What kind of thing is that?
そう、それを引いたのね。
Can you actually tell?
当然よ。青雪が書いて入れてるのよ。
Then what kind of game is Lomba... whatever it was?
準備が必要よ。少し時間をもらうわ。
After making us wait for about 10 minutes, Aoyuki returned from inside. She brought the three things: a ballpoint pen, a piece of string, and an empty bottle. I can't quite see how it works.
遊び自体は至極単純よ。まずは紐を腰にぐるっと一回しして結ぶの。その後に尻尾を作るように背中側に紐を垂らして、できた尻尾の先端にボールペンを引っ掛けるのよ。だいたい太ももの後ろあたりに来るとちょうどいいわ。
Let's see. Tie the string around your waist to make a tail. And then hook the ballpoint pen onto the tail. Like this?
完璧よ。
ピ
She's blushing a little. I'll help you, Koyomi. I looped the string around Koyomi's waist. I like the sweating face. You can tell she's nervous about the whole thing. And she's a little embarrassed.
麦さん、くすぐったいです。
Go man. Her sudden sultry voice makes me tense up involuntarily. Really?
麦さん、くすぐったいです。麦さん、くすぐったいです。
Okay, I got it. Yeah.
公然イチャつき陳列罪で逮捕ね。
I'm innocent.
冗談よ。他人にイチャつきを見せびらかすのってどんな気持ちかしらね。麦、試しに淡雪ともイチャつきましょう。
Give me a break. There, it's done, Koyomi.
ありがとうございます。なんだか尻尾の先端が重いと違和感がありますね。空を飛ぶとき大変飛びにくそうです。
I like she's still thinking about the idol thing. Where are you assuming you can fly? So, Aoyuki, what do we do from here?
あとは簡単だわ。この空の瓶を立てて自分の足元に置くの。
Hey, don't tell me. You're going to aim the ballpoint pen on your tail at the hole in this bottle.
あら、さすが麦ね。ええ、その通りよ。何度も何度も腰と膝を曲げて穴に棒を入れた速さを競うの。簡単でしょ？
Watch your wording.
何度も何度も腰と膝を曲げて穴に棒を入れた速さを競うの。簡単でしょ？
Oh, okay, sorry. I don't know why. It took me a while to realize what she was trying to say. Anyway.
私ちょっと練習してみますね。
Can't wait for the anime adaptation. For the scene, but I doubt they'll have a dedicated scene on this. Koyomi bends her knees, gradually bringing the ballpoint pen hanging from her tail closer to the ground.
風で尻尾が揺れちゃいます。
That looks surprisingly difficult.
このビャビリアビセイで全然入りません。
The wording. At this point, it's basically just squats.
ビヤ
なかなか壮観ね。
Watching from the sidelines, it's a bit... Actually, that's pretty ridiculous.
うんこ座りだもの。
And I went through all the trouble of choosing my words carefully.
恥じらうからこそさっさと終わらせるために競う意味があるんじゃないかしら。
A crisp clack sound rings out.
入りました。
それじゃあ早速本番といきましょうか。
Wait, what do you mean the real thing?
一番遅かった人には罰ゲームよ。
Oh, okay, that was practice. Gah!
どんな罰でしょう。
一番最初に入れた人が決めていいことにしましょう。その方が燃えるわ。
Fine. You're on.
じゃあ行くわよ。よーいドン。
ピー
入っちゃったわ。簡単ね。
You're definitely been practicing this.
初プレイよ。でも仕方ないわ。淡雪だもの。
This is so frustrating. It won't go in at all.
同じくです。先ほどは入ってくれたのにとても意地悪な穴です。
Let's calm down and try to aim it. Here goes.
はい。ピー
I'm exhausted. After wrestling with those squats for so long, my legs feel completely fatigued.
麦さん、甘えてすみません。
I'm the one who lost. Don't worry about it. The reason I'm giving Koyomi a piggyback ride is because it was an order from the winner, Aoyuki-sama.
入りました。
Still, in the squat, Koyomi strikes a triumphant pose with a beaming expression.
おめでとう、Koyomi。麦は不器用なのね。
Why is Koyomi so strangely good at using her tail?
罰は麦に決定よ。ご愁傷様。
I'm just purely frustrated.
罰はそうね。疲労困憊の暦をおぶって帰るというのでどう？
I'm exhausted too.
私、まだまだ平気ですよ。
暦、こういう時は甘えるものよ。それに麦は負けたの。敗者に許されるのはうなずくことだけ。
I can't even talk back to that.
じゃあ暦をよろしく頼むわね。
遊びって結構大変ですね。
That was an exception. That was basically just muscle training.
足だけすごいムキムキさんになっちゃいます。アンバランスなムキムキさんは良くないです。
If we play that game while doing handstands, we'll probably train our bodies more evenly.
では今度は逆立ちでやりましょうか。
冗談. Please, have mercy. Koyomi trained her legs through playing. That thing with the long name. Koyomi strengthened her legs through play. That thing with the long name. After playing for a while, we returned to the post office. We're here. Koyomi? No response. I tried poking her cheek.
無理。
It was squishy, soft. You're pouting. What's wrong?
遅れたのは爆画さんのせいです。
I finally sprouted a butt too, huh?
どこに出たんです？
You're the one who went and grew in on my name.
そうでしたか。そうでしたっけ。
Chinamini. Since you're pouting, does that mean you didn't have fun today?
いえ、そんなわけではないです。むしろ夢中になっていました。だからこそと言いますか、不安なんです。
不安?
このまま遊び続けていて平気なのでしょうか。中毒を治すためとはいえ、もしずっと遊びほうけていたら私はもう一人前になれないんじゃないかなと。
そっか。
大事なことです。
Mazu, there's one thing where you and I see it differently. Koyomi isn't just fooling
て
around.
っきり報道少女になっているものかと。
I thought I'd be turning into a wild girl. Did you actually look that word up in the dictionary?
いい？
I'm playing after doing my work properly. We're playing. You're playing after doing your work properly. Sumari, a breather. Nobody thinks Koyomi's slacking off.
そうでしょうか。
She still seems unconvinced somehow.
もっと言葉を勉強しなきゃいけませんね。自分の気持ちをうまく言葉で表現できません。
She's hanging her head. Pouting one moment, dejected the other. She's busy.
ただ、私はすぐにでも一人前になりたいです。
Do you have to become a full-fledged courier that quickly?
もちろんです。
Why is that?
やりたいことがあるからです。
What do you want to do?
はい。私には届けたいお手紙があります。でも、その場所へ行くには、ますみ町からは当分離れないといけないんです。
So, it's really far.
おそらく。
Osaraku?
行ったことはありませんから、どのくらいかかるか、私にはわかりません。それでも、長い長い道のりになることは予想されます。
You'll have to leave the post office unattended for a while.
まさしく、そうなると、ますみ町での郵便配達ができません。小鳥郵便屋は長期休暇に入ってしまいます。お休みが続けば、いずれは皆さんに忘れられてしまいます。
Is that so?
そうですよ。だから、鍛錬を積むんです。一人前なら、お手紙をお届けして、そして、ますみ町に戻ってこれます。小鳥郵便屋は、未来永劫、永久不滅でなければなりませんから。
That's grand.
そうでしょうか。
Listening to her words alone, it almost sounds like a grandiose delusion. But Koyomi probably really thinks that. Her gaze is very direct. That overflowing will seems dazzling. You're way more amazing than someone like me. It's like I'm in living by a process of elimination. I never really thought about what I want to do.
そんなすごいことではありません。
She immediately looks down. So she gets self-depreciating about things like this. You're anxious about it. Why not ask everyone once? Ask the people you play with. Am I slacking off? Simple and clear, right?
おお、なるほど。それは画期的です。素晴らしき提案です。あっぱれです。
Then let's plan a meeting like that next time.
お手配してくださるのですか？
Koyomi, just put out requests at the Meguro Yai as usual.
かしこまりました。いつもすみません、麦さん。
She's so polite. She speaks so politely. I'm not doing anything. Well, let's cut it.
はい。ありがとうございました。バイバイです。
Ah, bye. After finishing her wave, Koyomi gave a little bow and disappeared beyond the door. Well, I guess I'll go hit up the folks who played with Koyomi. Actually, if we're doing this, the more the merrier. If we can get assurances from a lot of people, Koyomi will surely feel relieved. Besides, it looks lively and fun. Skip. No. What? Today's day 21. We have to do the Rui event, and then we'll do the other Koyomi events. Okay. But I'll double save just in case. I'll just save just in case because I don't know what happens. So we're gonna go Rui. Neo Shinsei Rajo, where evolution never stops, with your very own hands. Let's turn Hidokage Rajo into Rize Gon Rajo. They're really bringing Pokemon into this now. Pokemon.
ルイちゃん、頑張っているわね。
It sort of makes you want to cheer her on, doesn't it?
麦くんは実際に応援してくれているでしょ。よろしくね。
You're actually cheering for her, right? I'll help out as much as I can.
来てくれたか、麦。あれだな。ポケモン好きだな。
Yeah, it's not that I hate them.
そうだ。先日のラジオの反響が早速あったんだ。
By recent, do you mean the reaction to my singing?
はあ？
I'm actually kind of scared to hear it.
心配しなくても上々の反応だぞ。
Wait, Maji?
ほら、お便りだ。
I discovered the possibilities of new music. I had no idea what exactly was happening, but it felt so immersive. I didn't hate that sense of speed. It was so nail.
らしいぞ。
I could tell one of them was Cerrito, and obviously one of them is Rui. Wait, wasn't that last one from Rui?
なぜわかった？
There's no way something would become nail and trendy that quickly. Well, glad I went over okay. Once the adrenaline wore off, though, I got so embarrassed I went home and sulked.
あの後、巡り合いの掲示板に張り紙をして歌を流したい人を募集したんだ。そうしたらこちらも早速たくさんの応募があったんだ。
Wow, suge. The number of letters tegami from people wishing to sing has exceeded 10. There aren't as many of them, huh?
ちゃんと時間をかけて募集したらもっと集まりそうだ。それで一人一人招待して歌ってもらうのもいいんだが、いっそコンクールを開いてみたらどうかと思うんだ。
Concours.
ズバリ歌自慢コンテスト。街の歌自慢が集まって歌を競い合う大会だ。
That sounds interesting. I feel like I've heard something like that before, though. Besides, this isn't just a segment anymore. It's a full-fledged independent program. The Neo Shinsei Rajo, which only recently began, is already growing to the point of broadcasting its own music programs. Rui's Drive really is something else. Specifically, how do we compete?
点数を出すとか。
scores, huh? That might be difficult for amateurs. Both for the ones giving the scores and the one receiving them.
それは確かに。
I also feel like we could just simply decide on a winner.
そうだな。一人一人具体的に採点するんじゃなくて、単純に一番うまい人を決定すると。
I feel like this is starting to sound like a rule I've seen somewhere before.
気のせいだ。
There's so many of those. Anyway, maybe it is. What about the performance? Without music, ongaku, it's hard to get into the spirit of things.
ここはネオ新成長議会合奏団が担当する。
With a children's ensemble, can they really memorize so many songs?
大丈夫だ。秘密兵器がいるからな。
Himitsu Heiki?
すでに手配済みだ。入ってくれ。
Huh? It seems someone is outside. I hear the sound of a flute playing. The door opens and someone enters. Nice. Speaker? Did she just walk in while playing?
スピカは耳コピで大体の曲を演奏できるからな。基本スピカをメロディーの軸にしつつ、子供たちもできる範囲で演奏はするんだ。
Will Speaker be okay with that?
まあ、なんとかなるんじゃない？
She is throwing herself into what looks like a pretty troublesome job. Is it because of her friendship with Rui?
とりあえずこれは前払いだ。
Rui is handing over a block of cheese.
オッケー。
What exactly is the relationship between Speaker and Rui? So, we're leaving the main performance to Speaker's flute.
ああ、だがスピカの笛だけではカバーできない曲もあるからな。さらに助っ人を呼んである。
Someone else came in. Kawase? Is that the trumpetto? Can you even play? What a flex there. He's actually good.
ジャズにハマっていたことがあってな。
You're unnecessarily talented.
よせ。褒めても俺には追いつけないぞ。
Actually, he literally is talented. That's why he's what do you call this? That analogous figure to Aino during Yomo-san's story. But he ended up with this kind of personality, so
さらに
wait, are there more of them? I turn my attention to the entrance. Who is it this time? Speaking of Aino, oh yeah, here we go. All right, Aino, let's see what you can do. Aino walks in. She's holding a kasa. Aino, what are you going to play with a kasa? It sounds interesting though. I watch with a bit of excitement.
あれ、この教室から飛ぼうと思ったんですが、なんか賑やかですね。
You were trying to jump from the classroom? Don't be hasty. Something good will happen tomorrow.
変な誤解しつつ適当な励まししないでほしいです。
So, I know. You have nothing to do with the performance.
本人が言っている通り、偶然入ってきただけだと思うぞ。
But didn't Rui say furthermore a moment ago?
演奏するのは私だ。
What? Just a random idol cameo? What the hell? Okay. What? The violin. And she's good. I had no idea you had such a talent.
無理やり習わされたものだが、まさかここで役立つとは。
Typical rich Asian, anyway, Asian upbringing problems, I guess.
この3人と子供たちの演奏があれば、大体の曲はなんとかなるだろう。
What else? We'll need someone to act as an MC or something.
それは麦にお願いしたい。
Ore? Mate, is this the kind of job where you have to keep an eye on the time and manage to flow properly? Like, smoothly interviewing the singers and such.
いや、別に時間は決まってないから、そこはそんなに気にしなくても。
So, well, if that's the case, I suppose I can manage that.
よし、せっかく揃っているからリハーサルを
Right now?
あいの、何でもいい。歌いたい歌を言ってみてくれ。私が？何でもいいと言われても。じゃあ、月の光を。月の光か。
I didn't know that's the Japanese for that word, for that song. So famous.
月の光か。
Did you guys miss it when we were listening it in B-Man 4? Anyway, I should probably read Bishoujo Mangekyo 1, 2, and 3. And maybe whatever is after 4. Eventually, we'll get there. That's a pretty tasteful selection.
これは私がいけそうだ。
Rui begins to play the violin. Oh, she really is good. Rui plays a magnificent intro on the violin.
ことが腐れ切った世界に生まれてきた。ことが腐れ切った世界に生まれてきた。
I'm gonna need this. There's so many things going on in this.
こんなもののために生まれたんじゃない。これ、もしかして合格？
What? Where did that come from? I wish I know the reference for that because it's obviously a chime for something.
ことが腐れ切った世界に生まれてきた。こんなもののために生まれたんじゃない。これ、もしかして合格？いや、不合格だ。違った。だいぶ合格っぽい響きでしたが。じゃあ、合格だとどんな感じに？こっちが合格だ。
Who's even playing that song?
あまり変わってないような。わかりづらくないですか？あまり差別化すると合格しなかった人がかわいそうだから。
So Rui's the one who's playing it.
でもこれだとぬか喜びさせそうな気がしますよ。合格？それは確かに。よし、わかりやすくしてみよう。あ、また歌えと。流れを確認したい。ことが腐れ切った世界に。
Alright. I don't know. I can imagine it's literally the same voice line song file. That's so mean.
ブーイングみたいになった。これなら絶対合格とは思わないはず。思わないけど気分悪すぎです。もっと程よいのないんですか？程よいのか。わかった。あ、また歌うと。ことが腐れ切った世界に。なんとなく選んだ曲なのに、なんか気持ちが沈んできました。何度ここを繰り返すんでしょうか。こんなもののために生まれてきたんじゃない。こんなもののために教室に入ってきたんじゃない。
Wait. There's more of that song.
ことが腐れ切った世界に。
Bro, I know it's just mogging things right now.
なんとなく選んだ。こんなもののために、こんなもののために教室に入ってきたんじゃない。みたいになった。ぬか喜びしないように分かりやすくな。だからといってさっきのと違って気分は悪くないだろう。悪くはないですが、音通りチーンとした気分になりました。もっとこう頑張ったんだけど、まあしょうがないかぐらいの音が欲しいです。頑張ったんだけどまあしょうがないか。わかった、やってみよう。
Alright, let's see what's next.
歌うんですね。 この腐れ切った世界に生まれ落ちたことがこんなところでどうだろう。出てました。頑張ったんだけどしょうがないか。私の中で合格じゃないんだ。でもしょうがないかって感情が湧き上がりました。
Bro, this was hard carried with Aino being here.
まあほぼ本家と同じにしたんだが、やっぱりよくできてるんだな本物は。じゃあインタビュー。
What do you mean, homono? The real thing is really well made, so obviously this is based on something.
合格じゃなくてもするんですね。町の企画だからな。
Man, that was a good attempt. We were so close, though. Aina-san, do you maintain the fuchsia at Masamicho? What kind of place is Masamicho?
食べ物も美味しくて人も優しくていいところです。
Please continue to enjoy singing.
どうも。
The look on her face.
いいじゃないか。いけそうだ。
I guess. I might actually be good at interviewing, even though I'm mostly just mimicking the original. Which original they're talking about? Obviously, this is a reference to something in Japan.
私は間違って教室に入ってしまったばっかりに変なことに付き合わされてしまいました。
Bro, this route was hard carried by Aina.
一体何が行われているのかもわからないままラジオで歌のコンクール企画を放送しようと思ってな。ラジオコンクール。
Chinamini, I know. I heard you listen to the radio while doing maintenance.
何のことですか？私ラジオなんて聞きませんが。
Oh, it's Minato-san. Wait, then that, Hikoki idiot Ichidai from the previous Tegami. I wonder who that is.
よーし、歌自慢大会頑張ろう。
So it is Minato-san. Oh! Jesus Christ. Well, that is in line with how Minato-san is as a person. There's still enough time to take one more request. And the one more, what day is it today? 21? Alright, today's another skip day. I can't remember who's Sakai. It probably doesn't matter anyway. The girl. I'm gonna do a cut for that. Today is 22. Obviously Koyomi. Okay. Am I slacking on Shirato Koyomi? It came out exactly like that.
麦くん、それを選んでくれるの？
There are a few other ways to write it though.
だよね。私もどうしようかちょっと困ってたのよ。でも麦くんが受けてくれるなら安心ね。
Leave it to me. Makasete.
麦くん、ありがとうね。
How come this is the only route where we only request that we have a lot of Fumiya? It's almost every start of the scene Fumiya-san is going to talk to Mugi. Like, I know there's some requests like that, but like almost every request so far, Fumiya-san just randomly talks to Mugi about it. About what?
最近二人が遊んでる姿を目撃したって町の人からよく聞くようになったの。
You just know.
みんな口を揃えてこよみちゃんが息抜きできてるようで嬉しいってさ。
Sokka. So that's how it looks to everyone else too. That's a relief. Koyomi was really worried about it, you know. She was afraid that she was playing all the time and would never become a professional.
こよみちゃん、もう少し自分のことを信じてあげられるといいんだけどね。
She's a girl who sets the bar quite high for herself after all.
そうね。しかもちゃんとそのハードルは飛び越えてるんだけどね。
To be honest, I'm even a bit envious of how much pride she takes in her work for someone her age.
麦くんだってそんなこよみちゃんの癒し担当として仕事を全うしてるよ。
You think so?
聞いてるよ。こよみちゃんのために裏でいろいろ画策してるんでしょ。
I just thought if I was going to do it, I should go all the way.
この調子でこよみちゃんのこと頼んだよ。
Some sort of justice Keikaku for Fumiya-san, I guess? After leaving Meguri-ai, I head toward a certain place. There, I confront a certain individual. It's about that matter.
Oh.
That individual, Kawase, remains silent, gives a thumbs up, and then speeds off coolly on his bike. And then...
はーい。こんにち
The gang's here. I brought lots of them.
連れてこられたわ。どうも。こんにちは、こよみさん。いつも兄さんがお世話になってます。淡雪がお邪魔するわね。郵便屋の看板に書かれてるのって芋？アザラシだ。そうだよな。ついにこよみちゃんのお宅に合法的に入れる時が。
集めたぜ。この俺がさっそうとな。
Including myself. There were 9 of us in total.
何事ですか？
I told you last time. I'm going to ask the people you play with. Am I slacking off too much? That is why this is a legitimate part of my work. That is also why everyone's wearing the safety coat.
2人くらいしか遊んでないです。
Oh, I see someone's being forgotten. Is there a Torino Atama acting up? Since I'm gathering opinions, the more the merrier, right?
聞かれてるわ。どういうことなの？
She's just a little shy around strangers.
とりあえず皆さん中に入りますか。この人数で入れるのか？無理ではないですが。なるほど。ところでタイはないんだが、ネオ新成長議会に入らないか？
I can see nothing but the ulterior motives.
ダチの家に入るのは初めての経験だな。
The absolute state of Kawase.
お友達いなかったの？
友の一人や二人、俺にもいるさ。
Sure.
今も箱の中で変わらず微笑んでくれているぜ。
Wait, what the hell? You're talking about figures, aren't you? If not, it's a gruesome crime story.
友達って箱詰めできるんだ。
閉じ込めることで永遠を願うというのも美しいかもしれないわね。
あれ？怖い話されてます？だったら私も混ぜてください。とっておきのお話がありますよ。
I'm the one who called them here, but it looks like things are going to get out of hand.
昔々、それはもう本当に昔のお話です。2人の仲睦まじい兄弟がとある村に住んでいました。その村では定期的に水不足による飢饉に苦しんでいたそうです。そういう時には決まって村が祀る泉の神にお祈りしていました。生贄という手向けを持って。そんな
興味深いけど非合理性の塊ね。
なんてひどい運営だ。その村長は長失格だぞ。そしてその年の煮えは妹に決まってしまいました。兄だけは最後まで反抗しましたが、ついには監禁される始末。
Wait, how come I felt like I've heard something like this before?
煮えを捧げる前夜、兄は牢を抜け出し 妹を背負ってこの村から逃げ出しました。
やるな、スピードブラザー。そのままかっ飛ばして村人を突き放せ。
Yeah, there's like a VN I've read. This is literally the story for that VN. But which one?
しかし飢饉で栄養が足りず、体力はすぐに底をつきます。それでも兄は足を止めなかった。妹はそんな兄を案じてある決意をし、水が飲みたいと言い出しました。水は例の泉にしかありません。
うちのお店に来ればいいのに。
There's no way that happened in the old days. There's no way that would happen in the old days.
そうなの？
仕方なく兄は泉へ向かいました。水を飲んでいると脱走に気づいた追っ手が泉にやってきてしまいました。逃げ場がなくなり追い詰められた兄弟。その時妹は口を開きました。お兄ちゃん、幸せになって。その言葉とともに妹は泉に身を投げました。
安心してください。兄さん、私も同じことをします。それって安心できるの？
やがて雷が鳴り響き、そのまま大雨が3日3晩降り続けました。村人の歓喜の声が湧くそばで、兄は泉に向かって妹の名前を叫び続けました。雨に声がかき消されながらも、ずっと兄は泉のそばで妹が戻ってくるのを待ち続けたのです。そして兄は大木になって、今でも泉のそばで妹を待ち続けています。それが真澄町の湖に立つ大木の過去。信じるか信じないかはあなた次第。
I like how she says that with that kind of smile on her face. Everyone gasps.
真澄町にそんな悲劇があったのか。
知らなかった。
泣くほどの話？
I like that. Everyone's crying. Like literally crying.
こっちもなの？人を泉に突き落とすと雨が降るんだ。
興味深いわ。美しい兄弟愛が雨を呼ぶということね。
つまり私が泉に飛び込めば雨が降るということですね。
What's the point of repeating a tragedy? Wait. The story was about the spring in the first place, so why did the punchline end up being a lake?
そういうがばいところも伝承の魅力なんですよ。古今東西、大きな木や大きな岩には神聖な力が宿ると自然崇拝の対象になっています。
And you're saying they're tied to plausible stories.
面白愚かしいですよね。
Watch your mouth.
なんでしたら真澄町にはもう一つ大木にまつわる伝承がありますよ。それはあれか、受動ポストのことだな。
それヒロミから聞いたことあるわ。真澄町の民間伝承でしょ？
はい、真澄の森に佇む古い大木。その受動に手紙を入れると亡くなった方にも届くというものですね。
Oh, this is very important in this route. How would you even know if it reached them? It's not like you'll get a reply from them or anything.
ではある日、個人への手紙を受動に入れたとしましょう。翌日、受動からその手紙がなくなっていたらどうでしょうか。
Maybe it was blown away by the wind.
風に飛ばされないよう重し代わりの石が置かれていたら、
Then who took it?
お手紙を入れたご本人しかその場所を知らないとしたら、
If only the person themselves know the location, what did that tree become a legend everyone knows about? Oh wait, this doesn't make sense. If only the person themselves know the location, what did the tree not become a legend everyone knows about?
知らんな。
俺も知らん。
見たことないよ。
Huh?
そのポストは本当に必要な人しか出会えないと言い伝えられてるんですよ。
So that's the premise. With that single sentence, the legend suddenly felt highly dubious. I suppose it's an anecdote born from a wish for a Inugi to reach the seas.
少し喉が渇きませんか？
Why is Koyomi acting? No.
ご遠慮なく。何か飲み物でもお持ちします。
With that, she hurried out toward the kitchen. It felt like she was trying to change the subject. The tree hollow folks, huh? I'll keep that in mind.
私も手伝います、小読さん。じゃあ私も。喫茶店員の力の見せ所。淡雪も客人をもてなしてみたいわ。
Rika, Suzura, and Aoyuki follow after her.
くるみさんは物知りなんですね。伊達に恐竜の化石を求めて全国津々浦々を旅していませんよ。ただの怪しげで珍妙な人だと思っていました。
I mean, she still ain't wrong.
何をおっしゃっているんですか。そんな風に見るのはアイナさんだけで。私、考古学者ですよ。賢いですよ。
Is that so? She did say she was a dinosaur hunter, though.
恐竜の化石って考古学は関係ないんじゃないか？
I like how if you kept doing her request, she does explain it. Anyway, let's see her explanation here.
そうなのか？人類文明まで生き残っていた恐竜がいたかを調べてるんです。
Okay, so she does repeat it.
そりゃ確かに考古学だな。
分かってくれますか？
恐竜に関して言えば俺もちょっとばかし詳しいぜ。何せ図鑑やらは浴びるほど読んでいたんだ。
That's unexpected.
幼少時代の同年代は俺の速度についてこられず一人の時間が多かったからな。
おいたわし恐竜いいですよね。無条件でラブですよ。
無条件の愛、本能の愛、それは長い時を超
Oh yeah, his other slick with the Raja.
え悪くないな。
川瀬さん浸ってます？
Talking with everyone like this, I get to discover unexpected sides to each of them. Part of the joy of playing with others lies somewhere other than the play itself. I mean, why did this suddenly turn into a scary story?
千春が怖い話をし始めてから連鎖的にじゃなかったか？
俺が掘ったんか？さっそうと忘れた。
We gathered here today to encourage Koyomi. I'm counting on you all.
任せてください。大船に乗った気持ちでいるといいぞ。
誰よりも早く励ますぜ。
No one would ever think that Koyomi, who worked so hard as a mail carrier, is slacking off. And that's why we all gathered here today to make that clear. Once Koyomi gets back, let's get started right away.
という流れでお仕事をしています。すごいですね。
Aino gazes at a shelf filled with many small tier compartments.
この穴みたいなのにお手紙を仕分けてるんですね。はい。送る地域ごとに分けて、ある程度溜まったらお届けに行きます。
どこにどれを入れるのか覚えられる気がしない。
慣れると簡単ですよ。小鳥郵便屋は私の身一つで運営してますから、どうしてもお手紙に優先順位をつけないといけないんです。溜まった手紙の量、もしくはあらかじめ緊急性が高いものなどをもとに配達順を考えています。
郵便配達はそもそも移動が大変だわ。特にこの北の地は土地が広すぎる。
配達は全部あの自転車でやってるのか？はい、そうです。ほんとか？あんな年季の入った代物で。もちろん通れない場所があったりするので、そういう時はとんでもないので自転車を止めて走って配達してます。うわ 変ですね。しかもそれをワンオペなんておみそれしました。
普段の仕事の経験がスピードクイーンの驚異的な速さに生きているわけだな。
What was that speed? Something name again.
俺が無断でそう呼ばせてもらっている。
How troublesome.
そういえばずっと疑問だったんだけど、あなたは普段どんな仕事をしてるの？
愚問だな、カフェガール。俺は
All eyes are on him. I had to admit, I am curious about what kind of work he actually does.
走っている。愛車と共に颯爽とな。
へえ、すごいね。
So, can we just assume he's a Nito?
失礼なやつだ。走っていると言っただろ。
Nah, Speaker, Rui. Has racing become his job without even me knowing?
千春は理屈じゃない。考えるだけ無駄よ。
そっか。
そんな俺の次元についてこられるのは
Kawasa keeps stealing glances at me. Rivaled. Look.
照れやがって、このライバルさんめ。
Bruh. He's the type of positive person who causes trouble for others.
ずっと走ってるんだったら、こよみちゃんみたいに配達すればいいんじゃないですか？
無理だな。俺は一つのことだけに集中するタイプ。走りながら細かいことを考えるなんて不可能だ。
この人クズですね。
クズ. Increasing the number of mail carriers seems like it'll be difficult.
別に問題ありませんよ。郵便配達は郵便屋のお仕事です。私がやりますから。
その責任感は美徳だと思うけど、全部一人でやることないんじゃない？
いえ、一人前になるためには必要不可欠なことをしているだけですので。皆さんに聞きたいことがあります。
It's coming. I make eye contact with everyone. Everyone nods at me.
このところ、私は遊んでしまいました。
She glances at me.
この人は問題ないと言ってくれます。
Straight up forgets his name again. It looks like she couldn't quite say my name.
ですが、私は一人前に慣れていないのに、許されざる所業だと感じてます。私って、サボってませんか？
Such low self-esteem.
私はこの街で、こよみちゃんが郵便に勤しむ姿をいつも眺めていますよ。田畑の向こうを自転車で走るこよみちゃん。役場前のポストでお手紙を集めるこよみちゃん。民家の郵便受けに投函するこよみちゃん。自転車から降りて広場で一休みしているこよみちゃん。睡魔に襲われて木陰で船を漕いでいるこよみちゃん。そして
Don't threaten Koyomi any further.
失礼しました。お伝えしたかったことはただ一つです。すごくお仕事に一生懸命な姿しか私はいえ、私たちは見ておりませんよ。もともと働きすぎだったんでしょ。少しくらい息抜きしても誰も文句言わないわ。甘いピザまた用意してあげるから。本当ですか？うん、いつ来てもらっても構わない。
I like how they factor in the people. There's like an extra line for which you chose.
こよみさんは疲れが溜まってるんですよ。
Huh? Even when I took my first request, I fell asleep on the job.
面目ないです。いっそのことがっつりお昼寝しちゃいましょう。丘でお昼寝なんて最高じゃないですか？
Remember Aino Schlick? She helps people get to sleep well.
むしろ暦はもっとたくさん遊ぶといいわね。
今以上にですか？
淡雪もまだまだ未体験なことだらけよ。こんな淡雪でさえそうなのだから、暦はそれ以上ね。それはもったいないんじゃないかしら。
Everyone takes turns praising Koyomi's work ethic and encouraging her to play more. She is bewildered that her desire to play was affirmed even more than she had expected. Hora, I told you, didn't I? No one thinks you're just slacking off, Koyomi. If anything, we all think you're already a full-fledged professional. Everyone nods in agreement with my words.
すみません。こんなに励ましの言葉をいただけるとは思わなくて。照れますね。
Oh, that is a very visible blush. Can't wait for her route. We're still not yet in her route. Damn. Can I make it today? Before this started, I wondered how things would turn out. But somehow, we were able to spend a wonderful day. Playing with everyone isn't so bad after all.
兄さん。
Scoop. Today is day 23. Oh, wait, this is an important save day. Okay. What's this? Okay, we shall do the last Koyomi event and we're entering her route. Currently contemplating Errata Koyomi. It's not even a question anymore. But she's still contemplating. I thought we had to help her resolve it a little bit when we all encouraged her last time. Was I just being shallow?
穏やかじゃない依頼よね。それ。
I suppose so.
ねえ、この前の企画はうまくいったの？
I think it did, but I wonder what you think.
どうって？
What she thinks? I was wondering if it failed to resonate with her. As far as I'm concerned, I did my best to convey how hard Koyomi has been working.
そうだね。意識って他人からの干渉とか指摘でなかなか変えられないしね。だからこそ根気よく伝えていくしかないんじゃないかな。
It looks like it's going to be a long road ahead. For now, I'm going to see Koyomi.
いってらっしゃい。
As I'm about to knock, I notice a sign posted on the door. I've realized I forgot to deliver something, so I'm heading out to deliver it urgently. Sumari, she's out. Can't be helped. I guess I'll just wander around and kill some time. Man, this place really is huge. Even just traveling to a destination within town takes time, maybe. And that's why there's no need to be constantly rushing around. We truly are living in an era of ultimate slow life. There's something nice about time flowing so leisurely, isn't there? God, I wish I know that feeling. Before I know it, I started to like Masimicho more than I realized. But I had to be careful. After all, this is just a temporary stay. I never felt this way before. When you start liking it, still like a town, you can't help but want to know more about it. It feels like a waste not to explore. I'll enjoy myself while I can still savor this feeling. Is this a cemetery? It's not exactly the kind of place I'd choose to visit. I should leave quickly. Huh? I see a familiar figure from behind. A red mail carrier's hat and a bag tucked under her arm. It's Koyomi. She has her hands pressed together, praying fervently.
おじいさん、私はこのままでいいのでしょうか。なんだかわからなくなってしまいました。皆さんと一緒に遊ぶの、すごく楽しいです。皆さん、とてもいい人です。ますみ町はとてもいい町です。
She prays with a solemn expression. I can't tell what's on her mind, though.
おじいさん、私は本当に一人前に慣れているのでしょうか。ずっと不安なんです。ありがたいお言葉をいただいても、私を認められていないんです。ごめんなさい。もうちょっとだけ待っていてくださいね。おじいさんのお手紙は必ず届けますから。
手紙? What is she talking about?
私には届けたいお手紙があります。でも、その場所へ行くには、ますみ町からは当分離れないといけないんです。
Could it be? The tegami she mentioned earlier. しまった。
どなたかそこにいらっしゃるのですか？
That's a really polite way of saying that. Anyway, how awkward. ごめん。Did I interrupt you?
いえ、もう終わりましたので。
So, this is where your Oji-san's grave is, Koyomi.
ここがますみ町唯一の霊園ですから。
Your Oji-san's grave is quite magnificent.
近年のお墓は、どれも質素になってしまいました。ご時世柄、仕方ありません。ですが、おじいさんのお墓は、とても立派です。
My Oji-san's grave, by the way.
町の皆さんのご好意で、大変素敵なものに仕上げてくださいました。
He must have been very popular.
おじいさんが立派だったので、
お
墓も立派になったんです。
She speaks with a look of pure joy. She must really love him.
おじいさんは、ますみ町のために、毎日配達をしていました。雨の日はカッパを着て、雪の日は自転車を降りて、自らの足で、手紙が相手に届くこと。それこそが一番の幸せだ。よくそうおっしゃっていました。
そっか。No wonder he was such an amazing person.
はい、すごい人です。私は、そんなおじいさんが作った小鳥郵便用、なくしたくありません。
Is that why you're working so hard? Even if it takes up so much of your time, Koyomi?
私は郵便屋として半人前です。おじいさんみたいになるには、もっともっと頑張らないといけません。人一倍、いえ、千倍、万倍と頑張らないとです。
Koyomi is... You're doing a great job, though. Words I told her many times before. But still, no matter how much I struggle, they only ever sound like cheap consolation. Do I even have the right to say anything to her?
麦さん。
We can't do anything about the Tsumugi. Well, I could do something about it, but I'm just leaving it in.
何を言いかけたのでしょうか。
To me, who forced Koyomi to play along using nothing but lies. By the way, this is the first time she straight up says Mugi instead of like she struggled to remember his name. And that's what caused her so much trouble and distress. Then, I'm a terrible person. Koyomi. I have to apologize. Come in.
どうして頭を下げるんですか？
Megas hasn't been doing bad things to you, Koyomi.
そうなんですか。あまり思い当たりませんね。中毒な私を助けるために遊んでくださっているのに、悪いことなんて。
Koyomi, you're a workaholic. If you keep this up, you'll work yourself to death. That was just an exaggerated lie. Is it? I literally know some stories about Karoshi and anyway, never mind.
そうなんですか。
Well, Karoshi is a real thing, so I wouldn't say it was a complete lie. Even so, at the very least, I only did it because I wanted you to have some fun, Koyomi.
そうだったのですね。
I was worried about you. You've been working too hard, so I wanted to give you a chance to rest a little. It wasn't just me. Everyone in town was worried too. I acted because I thought I had to find some way to make you rest. But I didn't realize just how determined you were. I realize now that I was disregarding just how hard you've been working. So, ごめんなさい.
頭を開けてください。麦さん。
She strokes my cheek. I timidly look up at Koyomi's face.
私、楽しかったです。だから、謝らないでください。これからもぜひ、誘ってほしいです。
Koyomi. It was an impulse. I felt like it was something I had to do. I kneeled before Oji-san's grave and pressed my hands together. Oji-san, Oji-san, it's nice to meet you. My name is Hayakawa Mugi.
麦さん。
Your granddaughter is working incredibly hard. Every single day. All she thinks about is her mail delivery. It's to the point where it's actually worrying. So please, rest in peace. Your granddaughter is a truly wonderful mail carrier. I just had to tell him, whether my words would reach him or not. I didn't care about such trivialities. I simply wanted to confess my true feelings. Right here.
麦さん、ありがとうございます。
Looking at Koyomi's face, I felt my heart tighten a little. Even though she was smiling, she looked somewhat lonely. I wonder why. Why is she making such an expression? I couldn't understand. Shall we go?
はい。麦さん、今日はもう大丈夫ですよ。
What about your request?
はい、すでに果たされていますから。
そっか。わかった。じゃあな。
バイバイです。
ああ、バイです。On the way home after parting ways with Koyomi, a thought suddenly occurs to me.
おじいさんのお手紙は必ず届けますから。
What Koyomi had been so desperate to deliver was her Oji-san's tegami. Her resolve to deliver it, no matter what, was unshakable. It was as if it were her very last mission. But just who was that tegami addressed to? Skip. Okay, it's full of random people, so Kawakami? Who's Kawakami? Probably doesn't matter. Let's try this one. Alright, we're officially in Koyomi's route. I'm gonna take a short break and we're gonna continue in a while. Yeah, probably doesn't matter who. We'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's continue. Squish, squish. What is it? Rika. Squish, squish. Something is kind of groping around my chest. It tickles. Boys are delicate in the morning. Yeah! I brush aside the creature that was standing defiantly on my chest. Hey, don't just dive into my futon whenever you want. It trudges away from the futon. It settles back to its usual pot. Time to gracefully go back to sleep. No good. I'm wide awake now. Has Rika already left? Rika, are you there? And there is no reply. I look for her, but she is nowhere to be found. Soyeba. She did say she had to get ready for the after-school program earlier than usual today. Shikatanai na. Guess I'll get up. No, it's too bright. Early summer mornings in Masamicho arrive incredibly early. The sun is already up by around 4 a.m. Wait, literally 4 a.m.? And yet sunset is light. It messes with my sense of time. Did you say 4 a.m.? Legit? I'm sleepy. I can't stop yawning. At this hour, Megure Eye probably isn't even open yet. What should I do? Just as I'm thinking that, that's Koyomi. I spot Koyomi, who looks like she's out on a delivery. Yo!
おや、紬さん、朝早いですね。
What do you mean Rika is out at 4 a.m.? What do you mean by that? Anyway, for after school, by the way. Anyway.
おや、紬さん、朝早いですね。
Mugi? Who even is that? Tsumugi Wenders? Again, just to repeat, the same character designer for Koyomi is the character designer for Tsumugi Wenders, so...
おや、紬さん、朝早いですね。
Mugi? Who even is that? It's Mugi. Mugi. Try to remember already, would you?
失礼しました。鳥頭ですから。
I mean, are you out on deliveries this early?
そうですけど、何か。
Yeah, it's just you're acting like it's perfectly normal. It's only 5:30 in the morning.
でも日は出てますから。日が落ちたらお仕事できません。夜は暗くて怖いですよ。
I wonder if there's a backstory. I'm pretty sure there's a backstory. So, what? You just work continuously as long as the sun is up?
おっしゃる通りですよ。
No, I guess that would make sense for Koyomi. I accepted her answer far too easily. I'm going to ask something really simple though.
はて、何でしょう。
Don't you get tired?
何のそのですよ。おじいさんはもっと頑張っていましたから。私、へこたれません。
After learning about Koyomi's feelings in front of her Oji-san's grave, I reflected my actions. Now, I feel that pulling her away from her work recklessly might not be the best idea. That said, I still want her to take care of herself. Don't overdo it.
はい、
Just don't collapse on me.
はい、
Make sure you get plenty of sleep too.
はい、
And are you eating 3 proper meals a day?
はい。
What's with the hesitation there, huh? Not just carbohydrates, but What is it?
ちょっと口うるさいです。
Fishy?
違いますが、大体合ってます。
I feel a sting of shock.
おいおい、朝早いな、お前さんたち。
Someone suddenly calls out to us. I turn around. Ken-san.
おはようございます、小林さん。
小森だ。今日はニアミスだったな。
Oh. Hearing that other people get their name wrong makes me feel a little bit better.
しかし、早朝から合いびきとは精が出る。
You're talking like such an Oji-san. It's off-putting.
合いびき。調べるので少々お待ちを。
Oh, no, no, no. You don't need to look up a word like that.
わかりました。あ、そうでした。ちょうどよかったです。
She rummages through her meal bag with a rustling
お
sound.
手紙を預かっていました。こちらをどうぞ。
お、いつもありがとな、こよみちゃん。
So, you have someone you correspond with via Tegami too, Ken-san?
おいおい、ずいぶんな物言いだな。俺が天涯孤独に見えるか？
A little bit.
そうか。ならよかった。
I mean, considering we just went from his route and we found out why he wants to be like kind of left alone. It's kind of sad. Good. Ken-san opened the envelope on the spot and began reading the tegami.
ああ、なるほどな。
He turned his gaze from the tegami towards us.
時に少年少女よ。
What's with the cheesy line?
花火は好きか？
花火
Hanabi?
って何でしょう。
We're talking about playing with fire. Koyomi looks up the word in the dictionary.
危険な遊びよ。特に無分別で不真面目な恋愛。その場限りの常時のこと。
I did not know that Japan has that particular connotation with fireworks. Okay. I mean, it kind of makes sense. I just didn't know that they use it as slang like that. Anyway, I'm pretty sure someone does, but like it's not that widespread. At least for my world of sphere of knowledge. Not that. I mean, if you're going to look it up, you should look up the definition for hanabi.
火薬に発色剤を混ぜ、筒などに入れたもの。火をつけ、破裂、燃焼させて、光、色、音などを楽しむ。
Okay, so earlier was a joke. Okay, fine.
やはり危険では。
水を用意してれば安全だ。
So, what does this have to do with hanabi?
ああ、今、真澄町での新たな催しを考えていた。ちょうど隣町に花火職人がいるんだよ。
He says as he shows the tegami to us.
それがもじゃもじゃさんだったんですね。
Mofu mofu?
はい。髪の毛が鳥の巣みたいでした。とても心地よさそうでした。
Having thick hair is a good thing.
髪の話はよせ。戦争が起きる。
Ken-san presses his hand against his receding hairline. Wait, I shouldn't laugh. I don't want to get karma or some shit like that. Hi.
もじゃもじゃさん、お手紙をもらったことがないそうで、とても喜んでいましたよ。
おお。なら、このまま文通相手になるのも悪くない。
So, are you planning to hold a Hanabi festival, Omatsuri or something?
初めての試みだからな。まだそこまで大々的なものはできない。手軽に町民が楽しめるものがないか聞いてみたのさ。そしたら手作りの花火について教えてくれたよ。
He hands me the tegami. It contains detailed instructions on how to make hanabi. Is this a sparkler?
見てだな。
It brings back memories. Since that great disaster, I haven't encountered anything like this. Small children might not even know they exist.
やってみるか。
火遊びをするんですか？
安全な火遊びって言ったろ。
Since Koyomi doesn't even know the word hanabi, this will definitely be a first for her. And that's the case. It's a rare opportunity. I definitely want to let her try it. Want to try it,
Koyomi? 今からですか？
ああ。
今日はちょっと難しいです。 まだまだ配達しなければなりませんから。
Then I'll help you. Come on, hand the tegamis over. I hand out my hand. Koyomi makes a conflicted
い
face.
けません。これは郵便屋のお仕事です。
Being able to delegate work is a necessary skill for a professional, you know?
ですが、皆様から預かった大事なお手紙です。郵便屋以外が触れていいものではありません。勝手にお手紙を開けて見られたら、麦さんだって嫌でしょう。
I'm really keeping that in. But of course, it's Mugi. It should be Mugi-san. The joke only happened once, by the way. I wouldn't look without permission.
存じています。麦さんはご自身の嘘を告白されるくらいにはいい人だと思っています。私が麦さんの誠実さを一時的に保証します。
Why is it all right here? Mugi-san, that's Mugi. Anyway, never mind. I feel both happy and embarrassed.
ですが、これは個人の信用のお話で、お客様とは無関係です。郵便屋以外が自分の手紙に触れている、その事実自体に不服な方はいらっしゃるでしょうから。
To be fair, that is true. And it was a valid point. A refreshing one at that. In that case, I've been thinking about something lately. And things are difficult because Koyomi is handling everything all by herself. Then she needs more hands. And that's why I also... I'll become a mail carrier too.
だから私一人で。
Then how about this?
正気ですか？
Don't say that when you're the one doing it.
心配しているんです。
Of course, I meant laughably. But seeing how hard you've been working, Koyomi, I thought, and there's someone like me can support you. I want to. This wasn't just some excuse to persuade her. This was my true feeling.
わかりました。私も他人のことは言えませんが、一人前の道は過酷です。いいんですか？
I thumped my chest with all my might. Leave it to me. I received the bundle of legami from Koyomi. Somehow, I felt like I had just pulled off a grand marriage proposal. I guess. A hand is placed on my shoulder. It was just the Oji-san.
胸が熱くなっちまったよ。若いっていいね。
I forgot Ketsu was right there.
線香花火の作り方は一旦預けるぜ。好きにしな。少年、奔走しろよ。
He gave me a rough pat on the back and walked away. My face feels hot.
麦さん、顔が赤いですよ。大丈夫ですか？
It's just the sunlight. The summer sun is too harsh.
まだ朝だから涼しいですけど。
I wonder if it's actually spring or summer right now. By the way, in real life, the temperature outside is literally summer. It's mid-May already, so I guess it's about time for sometimes summer, sometimes spring. Anyway, whatever. That Ken-san, saw. The two of us finished delivering the tegami, and now it's time to make the sparklers. Since we're at it, I decided to call out to the Koyomi's otomodachi.
その乳鉢貸して。洗っておきました。お使いください。
Wait, I need to be right back. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's continue.
手作り花火って制作工程はすごくシンプルなんですね。燃やした木片を灰にして薬品と混ぜながらすりつぶして包むだけ。簡単でよかった。私でもできている。はい、お茶の子さいさいです。
ママ、これだけ人員がいればそれほど時間をかけずに終わりそうだな。しかし隣町はいいのか？
About what?
この量産がうまくいけば真澄町はさらなる大発展を遂げてしまうぞ。
線香花火の利権でガッポガッポね。絵に描いた餅ね。
怖い。
これが絵に描いた餅。線香花火を作って威張ること。
It's a proverb for things that'll never happen. I have to make sure to teach her the real meaning later.
兄さん、追加の木片です。
Thanks for the help, Rika.
いいえ、花火を作るなんて素敵な企画を立案してくれた兄さんがご立派なんです。
I was actually a bit scared by how easily the sulfur and potassium nitrite were obtained, though. The fuel craftsman's supply of fuel is bottomless.
知っているけど初めて見たわ。これが黒色火薬なのね。
Aoi stares at the gray powder inside the motor.
シペロ？
Please don't try this at home.
おい、火薬をなめるな。
これが火薬。ちょっとピリ辛な塩味だわ。
火薬ってスパイシーなんだ。胡椒みたいな見た目だから納得。隠し味に一役買ってくれそう。
隠し味で人を殺すことになるぞ。
俺の方はもう終わったぜ。次の材料はまだか？
Are you serious? I'm sure I gave you more than double the amount.
優秀なニートなのよ。
Isn't your Japanese getting a bit lost there?
つくづく人という生き物は火が好きですね。
人の起源なもの。必然だわ。
本能が知らずのうちに求めているんでしょうか。皆さんもそうなんですか？と言いますと、私暗いのは苦手ですが、夜に見る火は好きです。心がゆったりします。
火の揺らぎにはリラックス効果があると言いますからね。
I get it. When I'm traveling, just watching a bonfire at night used to suit me.
私はそんな兄さんを眺めて癒されていました。
なるほど、合点がいきました。だから野宿で火を焚くとすぐに寝ついちゃうんですね。
こよみさん、一人で野宿を？
そうですけど、遠出の時にはせざるを得ませんから。
てっきり向こうの町で泊まっているものだと思っていたぞ。
忍びないですよ。私が宿に泊まるなんて。今後の依頼、少し気が引ける。
一人で仕事をする限界がもう見えているわね。
そうだ、ネオ新成長議会の子供たちに手伝わせてみるのはどうだ？真澄町の中だけでも任せてみるんだ。
いえ、平気です。助けていただくには及びませんよ。郵便配達は郵便屋のお仕事ですので。それに
My eyes meet Koyomi's. Yeah, I guess so. The timing is perfect. I have an announcement. I've decided to join Kotori Post. What's with everyone?
兄さん、ご立派です。
What is? 恥ずかしい。
あれだけ郵便屋の仕事には誰も近づけさせなかった暦が認めたということか。
配達もするの？ゆくゆくはお願いする予定です。ただ、まずは見習いからでしょうか。
I did a delivery today, but does it feel like they make you go through a lot of stages first?
今日のは異例です。いきなり配達なんておこがましいですからね。
Koyomi strict. Hi. I'll do my best. It can't be helped. I guess I'll just have to learn little by little.
お前、働くのか？
No, I've been working this whole time.
俺以外のやつと働くのか？
In the first place, we never even worked together.
ライバルだと勝手に思っていたのに！
You just admitted you were thinking of that on your own.
もてあそばれた！
That's not even true. Wait, ladies?
二人ってそういう関係なんですか？
そういう関係？
恋仲ということね。
ピー？
とても興味深いけど美しいかしら。
二人を美化する本があるよ。
どこに？
先生が持っていたな。
Oh, sensei. Oh yeah, that's sensei. Oh yeah, that she's into that. Something was stirring in a place beyond my knowledge. And Dad, it took a very long time to clear up Koyomi's misunderstanding.
だいぶ作ったんじゃないか。もうくったくただぞ。
You went a bit too hard.
こんなにあれば町のみんなで一緒にできそう。
A mouth of the sparklers is lined up on the desk. It is a spectacular sight.
でも残念ね。
残念？何がでしょう？
せっかくなら今晩にでもやりたかったと思うけど、天候がおあいにくさまよ。
I look out the madoka.
いつの間にか立派な曇り空ですね。
今日は雨なのか？ならば愛車をしまわないとな。
風はそう言ってるわ。
かっこいい。
風とおしゃべりできるのですか？とてもすごいです。尊敬です。
なんとなくよ。
なんとなくでおしゃべりできるのですか？羨ましい限りです。こよみちゃん、風ともいいですが、私ともたくさんおしゃべりしちゃいましょう。遠慮します。そんな！
失礼します。
どなたかいらっしゃったみたいですが。
なんだ、浮島の兄ちゃんじゃないか。どうだ、生まれたか？
いや、まだ。
I wonder what they were talking about.
こよみちゃんが役場にいるって聞いてやってきたんだけど。
私、何かご用でしょうか？
Seeing Koyomi step forward.
こよみちゃん！
He grabbed Koyomi's hand tightly as if grasping at straws.
はい。どうかされましたか？
お願いしたいことがあるんだ。
郵便のご依頼ですか？
それで、
He glances around nervously, as if worried about his surroundings. He seems like he doesn't want to be overheard.
ちょっと、表で話させてもらってもいいかな。
かしこまりました。
Suddenly my eyes meet Koyomi's. My mouth hangs open involuntarily.
はい、なんでしょう。
Could I listen in on the conversation too?
君は、確か。
I'm Hayakawa Mugi. I just started living in Masamicho the other day. Actually, as of today, I'll be working at Kodori Post.
おお、そうなんだ。ついに郵便屋にも人が増えたのか。それじゃあ、一緒に聞いてもらおうかな。
はい。お願いします。And so I step outside, standing shoulder to shoulder with Koyomi. After listening to the whole story, we return inside.
今から配達にですか？はい。もうそろそろ日が暮れちゃいますよ。夜は危険です。
それに今から雨だわ。明日にしなさい。
ですが、行かねばなりません。
断れない理由でもあるのかしら？
断りたくない理由があります。
それを聞かせてもらってもいいか？
言えません。兄さん。
Yeah, I can't say. The reason Ukishima-san went out of his way to lead us outside was because he only shared this story with us because we are mail carriers.
この手紙を三平町にいる母に届けてほしいんだ。
今朝配達したお手紙のお返事ですね。承りました。明日にでも早速。
いや、できれば今日中に。
Is that a bit unreasonable?
わかってる。でも、母はもう長くないと。
Then, yeah. Instead of a tegami, would it be better if you went to see her directly?
子供が生まれるんだ。
That's what Rui said earlier.
妻も今、状況が良くない。どちらかを選ばなきゃいけないんだ。 親の死に目より妻を元気づけて子供が無事生まれる方を選ぶ。だからせめて母に俺の言葉を、手紙を届けてほしい。
はい、大切なお手紙確かにお届けします。
I wonder how much conflict Okishima-san must have faced before reaching that decision. Whichever path he chose, the other would lead to regret. Even so, he made his choice without running away. And Koyomi accepted his resolve.
決意は固そうね。
はい。
She doesn't show even a hint of hesitation. Koyomi's resolve is far too firm. On contrary to Koyomi's will, I am wavering. Should I really let her go like this? The weather is bad. I feel anxious.
でもよ、そんなに急ぎなら自分で行けばいいんじゃないか？
いや、浮島の兄ちゃんの奥さんが今出産の最中だ。昨夜陣痛が始まったのにまだ生まれていないんだ。
ずいぶん難産ね。
Ah, and that's why Okishima-san can't leave town.
なのにどうしても届けなければいけない手紙があるっていうのね。
その通りです。これは郵便屋の使命です。
Hearing those words of resolve, everyone had no choice but to fall silent. No one spoke another word. When she returned to Kotori Post, Koyomi immediately finished her preparations and headed out. Everyone who had been there seemed worried. Without even coordinating with one another, they had followed her all the way to Kotori Post. Nah, maybe I should go with you after all.
いえ、麦さんはいらないです。
Those words really sting.
すみません。お気持ちだけで十分嬉しいです。ただ、試したいことがありまして、この方法だったら、より早くお届けできるなと考えています。
Is that something you can do by yourself?
むしろ、一人だからこそできます。だから、ご安心ください。
わかった。
小読さん、気をつけてください。
戻ったら線香花火大会をやりましょう。それは明暗だな。一人が何本でも楽しめる最高の花火大会だ。
ようやく俺の腕が鳴るぜ。
小読ちゃん、ちゃんと帰ってきてくださいね。絶対に無茶はしないでください。
はい。何かあったら青雪が郵便屋を引き継ぐわ。
私も一緒にやってもいいかも。
Don't say such unlucky things, you guys.
本当ですよ。
それじゃあ、Koyomi、気をつけてよ。Have a safe trip.
はい。行ってきます。
Everyone waits to see Errata. Before long, her figure disappears from sight. Distant Kaminari. Gradually, the scent of the damp earth prickles my nostrils. That's a sign of Ame.
不安ですね。大丈夫でしょうか？
大丈夫よ。どうにかなるわ。
その自信は一体どこからでしょうか？
大丈夫だから大丈夫なのよ。
じゃあ大丈夫ね。
まるで全問答だな。
降ってきたわね。
I look up at the sky. A raindrop falls onto the tip of my nose. It's cold.
水の匂いが強いですし、大雨になりそうですね。
急いで後片付けに戻りましょうか。
賛成です。
もし早くに戻ってこれたら花火できるかな？
さすがに今夜は厳しいんじゃないかしら。
To deliver those to Madaicho. I wonder how long will it take?
ここから70キロくらい離れているわ。
自転車で往復7時間ってところね。
That's so long.
雨で速度が落ちるのでもっとかかりますね。
俺なら往復で2時間もあれば帰ってこられるぜ。
Yeah, a detention versus a motorcycle. Obviously, a motorcycle is faster, but.
兄さん、どうかしましたか？
いえ、何でもない。 I stare in the direction Koyomi ran. 7 hours. And the weather is bad too. It's bound to take longer than usual. It'll probably last into the night, but...
私、夜が怖いんです。
Afraid of the dark? You mean, you just don't like it?
暗いじゃないですか。
She wouldn't try to sleep outdoors in conditions like this, would she? Wait, I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab some water. I'm just gonna let the scene load. I'm just gonna pause for a little bit. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. After the cleanup was finished, everyone dispersed. Rika and I returned to our home. Tadaima, Sumiri.
賑やかな場所から戻ってくると、ここは少し寂しいですね。
不思議だな. I live here ever since I arrived in this town, and nothing should have changed. どうしたの?
この町に立ち寄れてよかったな、と、そう思いまして。寂しいということは、本当はもっと一緒にいたかったということですから。
I've had all sorts of encounters, especially lately. I've been having a good time letting Koyomi play. Or rather, it would be more accurate to say I'm watching over her. But similar to how I watch over Rika. The feeling of joy when watching someone grow. But in the end, isn't that just me being a meddler? Rika is my imoto, my kazoku. But Koyomi is... ultimately, a complete stranger. Our relationship is different. Was I being a nuisance, trying to pull Koyomi away from her work whenever she overdid it? To the point where it was even interfering with Kotari posts.
いえ、麦さんはいらないです。
Koyomi's words flashed through my mind. Perhaps it's because of the rain and the sense of loneliness. I am suddenly overcome by a wave of sentimentality. I shake my head as if to forget it and gaze outside.
雨、すごいですね。小読さん、大丈夫でしょうか?
I'm worried. The scenery reflected in the rain-streaked window is blurred, making it impossible to tell one thing from another. The rain gradually intensifies, and the sound of it hitting the school building echoes tremendously throughout the entire structure.
雷も随分と近いですね。
If I recall Koyomi, was supposed to be afraid of Kaminari. Is she running through the rain right now? Is she even capable of doing something like that?
あれ？兄さん、車が来ました。
Kuruma? It's rare to see a kuruma being driven like that. Has it been since that typhoon? The view through the window is blurred by the ame. In the midst of it, a single kuruma pulls up in front of our school.
Mugi-kun! Rika-chan!
Before long, a voice calling out our names reaches us. That voice was... Fumiya-san!
ああ、よかった。二人ともうちにいてくれた。どうされたんです？
Do you need something?
ケンさんに車を回してもらって、街全体に声をかけて回ってるのよ。あなたたち、今日は南側に行っちゃダメよ。何かあったんですか？この雨でね、川が増水して氾濫が起きちゃってるの。
え？
昔は上流にダムがあったんだけどね。大災害以降はうまく稼働できていないから。
I exchange glances with Rika. She has a worried expression. I'm probably making the same face.
どうしたの？何かあった？
Koyomi went out to make a delivery.
え？この天気の中で？はい、急ぎの依頼を受けて。それってどっち方面？
If I recall, Midai Racho. In Midai Racho. Wait, there's something went wrong there.
まさに
川向こうの町だわ。兄さん、困ったわね。私たちもまだ周知してる途中だったから、他の家にも連絡を回さないと。
If it were me, I might be able to catch up to Koyomi even now.
だから、ご安心ください。
There's a good chance she already crossed before the flooding started. Koyomi said she had a plan. Then, what's the point of me staying here? But still.
兄さん。
What's the point of me staying here? What's the point of me going out there? I think it's going out there anyway. Because back then, I trusted my own judgment and acted. Because I took action. That's why I am who I am today. I'm going to go look for her.
無茶よ。今は無事にたどり着けていることを信じて待つしかないわ。兄さん、タオルをどうぞ。ビニール袋に入れておきました。
ありがとう。
ちょっと待って、なんで行く前提で話が進んでいるの？ダメ。行かせられないわ。
She stepped in front of me, blocking my path with both arms outstretched.
ミイラ取りがミイラになったらどうするの？リッカちゃんもちゃんと止めてよ。すみません、フミヤさん。でも兄さんは、だからこそ兄さんなんです。
I don't want to regret doing nothing. I need proof that she made it safely to the other town before the flooding. I want to eliminate the possibility that she was swallowed by the river. I'm sorry for being selfish. But please, don't worry, Fumiya-san. I won't do anything reckless. She stared straight at me.
男の子って、どうしてこうも、バカばっかりなんだろう。
Man, this kind of hits after going through her route. It was a gaze as if she were looking deep inside me. She lowers her hand. It seems she has no longer any intention of stopping me. ありがとうございました。
言ってしまわれました。嬉しそうね、リッカちゃん。私の兄さんはご立派なんです。それにフミヤさんこそなんだか嬉しそうでしたよ。やだな。昔いたバカを思い出しただけ。
Man, this hits harder when you know her route.
ただそれだけよ。さて、お仕事の続きをしますか。お手伝いしましょうか。そうね。呼びかけはこのままケンさんとやってるしな。あ、じゃあ麦くんやこよみちゃんを迎える準備とかお願いできる？迎える準備ですか？
I ride my bike with a clear mind. Between the crosswinds and the heavy rain, visibility is at its worst. But because of that, my concentration only intensifies. It feels as if every nerve in my body is being sharpened. Suddenly, I feel an indescribable sense of floating. A sensation as if I drifted outside the laws of this world. Extreme senses. I entered them. Suddenly, the intensity of the rain seemed to weaken. In this faded world, everything moves in slow motion. I still don't understand the laws or the logic behind it. But I have to make it in time. For those few seconds, I can ride safely and with absolute certainty. I repeat this over and over. Please, be safe, Koyomi! How long have I been riding? I can't tell. I'm too focused. The rain is terrible. The visibility is far too poor. I proceed cautiously, staying alert to my surroundings. This is awful. Muddy, murky water overflows, surging over the riverbanks. Fortunately, I don't see any houses nearby, so It doesn't look like the lies are in immediate danger. There are lies in immediate danger. That said, this is a major problem. The bridge. The mighty torrent had carried large pieces of driftwood, and the bridge had been destroyed. Even with that kind of power, this is impossible. And there is no road to begin with. It doesn't matter how fast I can move, I can't go forward. I wonder if Koyomi managed to get across. The bridge was already unusable by the time she arrived. Koyomi would definitely find a way to ensure that Tegabi gets delivered. She might even consider trying to swim across. That kind of recklessness is just part of Koyomi's straightforward nature. I look at the swollen river. The current is far too fast. If I were to try swimming in a place like this, anxiety grips me. Koyomi! I try shouting, but my voice is drowned out by the rain and the roar of the river. There's no way Koyomi can hear me like this. I strain my voice even harder. Louder. Louder. Koyomi! I move along the riverbank, shouting even louder. However, the rain only continues to intensify. Ugh! Thinking that I could find her on my own. And there was nothing more than pure arrogance. Reality doesn't work that easily. Koyomi! If you're there, please answer me! Of course, it would be a relief if she wasn't there. She has already safely crossed over and reached the town. And that would be far more reassuring. But the sight of the rain and the wind raging under the dark sky makes me imagine nothing but the worst. Ah! Lightning strikes not far away. My anxiety deepens. I cautiously search the surroundings while pushing my bike, but that's expected. Visibility is poor. It feels dangerous to keep searching aimlessly like this. For now, I had no choice but to believe that Koyomi crossed the river safely and made it to town. The lightning is close, too. Maybe I should find a safe place to take shelter from the rain. As I was agonizing over what to do. Huh? I spot a small hut. It looks nearly decayed, clearly showing a lack of maintenance. It doesn't look very reliable, but I guess I'll take shelter here. I'm grasping at straws. At the very least, once the rain lets up or the lightning moves further away, I'll head back to town. I feel like a complete failure, ending up in a situation like this. Something familiar sits in front of the hut. This is Koyomi! It's definitely Koyomi's detention. Now, hell with that red paint job, so there's no way I could have mistaken it. My heart races. I throw the door open and running at full speed. The force of the door sends dust dancing in the air. I couldn't help but cough. The building doesn't even have windows, and the interior is dim. Koyomi, are you in there? I call out again, but there is no answer. There's no sign of anyone being here. Only the sound of ame, like a waterfall, echoes through the space. I'm desperate for anything that might connect me to Koyomi. I find myself starting to rummage through the room. I want a sense of relief. Something to make me believe Koyomi is safe. Some proof that she is nearby. That is why, when I find it, my heart leaps. This is... In one corner of the room, there is a patch where the dust seems to have been wiped away. On top of some folded clothes, a familiar hat and bag had been placed carefully. I picked them up. The Kotori postmark. There's no mistake. These belong to Koyomi. Koyomi stopped by this hut and left her detention and belongings here. Even her clothes. Wait, she's literally naked? What? Why would you take them off? Then I noticed something even stranger. They aren't wet at all. It's too soon for them to have dried. I can only assume she placed them here before the rain started. Why would she go through the trouble of doing that? I am so lost in thought that I'm not paying any attention to my surroundings. A voice comes from behind me. Just as I turn around, Kaminari roars. A flash of intense light pierces through the pitch black room. It is Koyomi. Her loose hair clings to her wet, bare skin. It's Mugi. It's you, right, Koyomi?
Mugi-san.
I don't know where to look. What? Why are you naked? You're soaking wet. You'll catch a cold. Rather than panicking, Koyomi was just standing there in a daze. How about a towel? So useless to dry yourself off. The towel Rika prepared is exactly what I needed. As I tried to pull it out of my bag.
Mugi-san.
At first, I don't know what is happening. Which she literally is. Oh, man. Okay, so when she said she came to town naked, she might have literally... It looks like it's literally... And it might be connected to... Let's continue for now. I don't want to theorize now. A gentle sense of pressure. Koyomi throws her arms around me in a tight hug. Because she is short, her face is buried right against my chest. I am enveloped by the coldness of her wet skin and the warmth of her breath against my chest. It is a strange sensation. Koyomi! Was she crying? Koyomi had always said she hated the kaminari, and her fear of it was actually quite extreme. That was exactly why I had come chasing after her. Once the kaminari started rolling in, I couldn't sit still. Now that I knew she was safe, the tension that had been wound tight inside me finally began to unravel. But now, I was feeling tense for a completely different reason. I wanted to hug her back, but Koyomi wasn't wearing anything. Is it okay for me to touch her bare skin like this? Hesitating, my hands hovered aimlessly in the air. Thunder struck again. Damn it, bro. Hug her, man. This is not the time to worry about that. Lightning flashed violently. I noticed Koyomi's shoulders trembling. Suddenly and naturally. I felt an urge to make her trembling stop. You did well, Koyomi. I pulled her into a hug. Her body felt so fragile. She wants to become a full-fledged mail carrier. I wonder where such strong will and energy comes from in such a small body. Everything, including the warmth I feel right now, feels precious to me. After I dried her off with a towel and helped her get dressed, we both sat down, leaning our backs against the wall. We just sat there, idly waiting for the rain to stop. The kaminari seems to have passed, and Koyomi is no longer trembling in fear. Were you able to deliver the tegami?
はい。すごく喜ばれていました。だから、すごく嬉しかったです。
そっか。よかった、Koyomi.
はい。
Though I wondered how she had delivered it, I felt that now was not the time to interject.
それに、お手紙のおかげで。
She must be exhausted. Her speech is slightly slurred. I too. The extreme senses. Because of it, I feel my body a bit heavy. We're both utterly exhausted. The rain is letting up, but beyond the clouds, the night is surely approaching. I considered staying the night, but since this is an old building, the drafts would make it cold. If possible, I want to see her home properly. Thinking of Koyomi, who isn't fond of the night, it might be better to leave here early. But that doesn't seem possible. I feel a weight on my shoulder. I can hear the sound of her breathing. It seems she had fallen asleep before I knew it. It feels uncouth to wake her up. I also thought that. Just for a little while, I wanted to be alone with her. And I'm sleepy too. Bro, everything so far is so beautiful. What the fuck is this bullshit, man? Man, we're just so early in the round. We're already eating good here, man.
どうして起こしてくれなかったんですか?
Anyway. Gomen, I was asleep too. Just as I thought. The extreme senses really wears me out all at once.
暗くて何も見えないです。
Koyomi clings tightly to my arm. We leave the detention behind for now. We make our way along the dark road, guided only by the light of the motorcycle's headlight. Koyomi clings so tightly, closely to me that it's actually quite difficult to walk. Why are you so afraid of the dark? Is it Yure or something?
鳥目だからです。
Straight to the point.
麦さんだって怖いものの一つや二つありませんか?
Things I'm afraid of, huh? I recall things from my past. Like losing someone important?
どうして疑問系なんです?
Yeah, no. なんでもない. I hate the idea of someone precious disappearing. It's only natural to feel that way. And that is why... That is why I dashed out into the rain to get to here. And then, to me, Koyomi is...
Mugi-san!
Ah! What is it, Koyomi?
あれを見てください.
Koyomi points toward Masumicho. It looks somewhat bright. Damn it. Let me calm down. I'm like inches away from something. Not yet. It's just... some kind of orange light is flickering. In this day and age, where electricity is rarely used, it is a very rare sight. As we draw closer to town, I realize what it is. And that is the flickering of flames. Many torches have been lit. They're scattered along the roadside as if to guide us toward Masumicho. It is a fantastical sight.
綺麗ですね.
Who on earth would do such a thing?
Oi!
I stare intently toward the direction of the voices. It is the entrance to the town. How is this chapter 3? What the fuck, man? This is so early. Bro, this is already beating Aido's route. What the fuck? Okay, let me calm down for a bit. The people of Masumicho are all gathered in one place.
妹さん、それに他の皆さんも。二人とも、おかえりなさい。
まさか麦が後を追いかけたとはな。
競争なら俺にも声をかけるべきだろう。
It wasn't a race.
大雨の中を走るのは気持ちいいのかしら？
いろんなものを垂れ流しながらでもバレなさそう。いろんなものって？恥ずかしくて言えない。
こよみちゃん無事でよかったです。
She lunges forward and gives Koyomi a tight hug.
こよみちゃん、こよみちゃん、こよみちゃん、こよみちゃん、こよみちゃん、こよみちゃん、こよみちゃん。いや、こよみちゃん、こよみちゃん、こよみちゃん、こよみちゃん、こよみちゃん、こよみちゃん、こよみちゃん。
Even so, it was quite a lovely welcome. It made me realize all over again how lonely I had felt in the dark forest. I don't know who planned this, but I'm happy.
こよみちゃん。
I saw Ukishima-san approaching Koyomi with an anxious look on his face.
はい。
無茶な配達をお願いして申し訳なかった。
いえ、確かにお届けしました。そして、
Koyomi fumbled inside her bag and pulled something
こ
out.
ちらを預かっています。
A single tegami.
これは
お父様が代筆をされたお手紙です。
代筆。
Ukishima-san timidly spread the tegami open. As Ukishima-san read it quietly, his hands gradually began to tremble.
母は私の手紙で意識を取り戻したと。
Perhaps because the tension had finally broken. Ukishima-san fell to his knees right there. It seems that when Koyomi was about to drift off to sleep, her remark about thanks to the letter was referring to this.
先月ではありますが、私がお母様に読み上げさせていただきました。
今は小康状態で、孫が結婚するまでは死ねないと言ってる。よかった。
With tears streaming down his face, Ukishima-san hugged the tegami tied to his chest.
どういうこと？
きっと、とてもいいことがあったのよ。
ここしばらく顔を見せられなくてごめんな。またすぐに会いに行くから。
So, you were able to complete your mission successfully.
嬉しい限りです。
Delivering tegami really is a wonderful thing, isn't it?
はい、その通りです。
Koyomi laughed, looking truly happy. Suddenly a sound reaches my ears. It is the sound of an akachan. Akambo. A woman in a wheelchair appears.
こよみちゃんにどうしても見てほしくて無理してでも来ちゃったの。
A tiny precious life is held in those arms.
これが赤ちゃん。
The akachan is sleeping peacefully. It is such a calm expression.
こんなにも小さいんですね。
She touches the akachan's hand.
こんなにも小さいのに温かい、生きてる。これが人間。すごい。
こよみちゃん、本当にありがとう。
私からもお礼を言わせて、こよみちゃん。彼がそばについていなかったらどうなってたことか。
この恩は一生忘れないよ。
こよみちゃんは最高の郵便屋さんよ。
Koyomi, I'm so glad.
はい、最高の郵便屋になれました。とても嬉しいです。
A faint sound, like a tiny laugh, escapes from the akachan's mouth.
今、笑いました。
Ah, I heard it too.
生命の誕生とは、こんなにも愛おしいのですね。
On the way home,
ちょっと顔貸して。
Spica said that to me, and now we're walking home together. While everyone else was in a blissful mood, Spica looked somewhat dissatisfied. That's how I ended up being led behind the school building. Huh? Am I being disciplined? I didn't really know why, but I had a feeling I was.
風の回廊に行ったわね。
The wind... High...
回廊。台風の後、学校の教室で犬を退治した時に使った力よ。世界の進みが遅くなるの。体験したわよね。
Extreme senses, you mean? Of course I remember.
何その名前。思春期をこじらせているみたいで痛々しい。
It's over, guys. how am I supposed to know your term? Anyway, just leave me alone. Well, it's like that sensation athletes get when they're in the zone. The state of peak performance where you can see every single stitch on the ball.
あなたのそれは違うわ。
Huh?
あなたは瞬間的に時間の流れの違う風の回廊という場所に入り込んでいるだけ。
Spica, you're the one who seems to be going through a cringy adolescent phase. Shouldn't it be your phase? I tried throwing her own words back at her. But Spica just stared at me in silence. Her eyes pleaded with me, telling me she wasn't joking.
もうあの力は使わないで。
We're having this kind of plot development in Koyomi's route. Very interesting, by the way. Oh, don't tell me. We're going to use it a lot in this route. And we encounter there's consequences or some shit. And I know they're setting up for something like that right now.
本来風の回廊は素養がある人だけが踏み入ることのできる空間よ。そのうち帰ってこられなくなる。
Won't be able to come back?
この世ならざる場所だから普通は行っちゃダメ。
Unless Koyomi is also capable of doing something like that. That explains why she was able to get to the other town immediately and come back. But somehow that involved her being naked. I don't know. But how was she able to deliver, right? Like, anyway. Demo.
ダメ。
She gave me no room to argue. But I can't honestly make a promise. Thanks to that power, I've been able to continue my journey until now. During this 10-year journey, extreme senses have been there. Many have been there. So I have been able to avoid many dangers. To put it another way, I used it precisely because it was necessary.
なら、忠告として心に留めておいて。そもそも疲れるでしょ。
I'm well aware of that. The fatigue is extraordinary. It's a sense of deficiency, as if a large chunk of my very being has been hacked away. That's exactly why I was overcome by sleep inside that hut. Thanks for worrying about me.
別に心配したわけじゃない。
Wait, this is not your route. We'll worry about that in your route. With those words, Spica turned and walked away. Watching her back as she left, I also headed back into the janitor's room. Wait, I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab water again. And I need to chill out a little just to get myself in a better headspace. Damn, chapter 3. We're still just in chapter 3. What the fuck? I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. A few days later.
ほっほん。皆の衆、今日はお集まりいただきありがとう。これから開催する花火大会の前に一つやらなければならないことがある。
Rui, looking unusually formal, gazes down from a raised platform.
小読み。
はい。
こちらへ。
Urged forward, Koyomi stands before Rui.
先日の暦は町人のために実にいい働きをした。これは褒章に値する働きだ。よって増見町の栄誉町民としてネオ新生町議会から賞を授与する。一同準備。
It Does everyone remember the Neo Shinsei Chokikai now? Anyway, everyone lines up, surrounding Koyomi in a large group.
皆さん、一体何を。
Thank God I calmed down before I watched the scene. I might have actually.
はい。
Wait, why are we graduating?
頂上だ。受け取ってくれ。
Wait, I need this.
頂上だ。受け取ってくれ。
いいんですか。
当然だ。素晴らしい郵便屋だぞ、暦は。
はい、ありがたく頂戴します。
もらってくれたまえ。
Everyone applause. I can hear the reverb of the room. That open space, that doesn't make sense. Anyway.
ホクホクです。
That's good, Koyomi.
はい。
それではただいまより花火大会を観光する。君たち準備はいいか。
Oh!
各自線香花火を手に持て。
Everyone picks one up from the large pile of sparklers and holds it aloft. Everyone brings their sparklers close to the bonfire prepared in the center of the plaza. For a while, none of the sparklers light.
おかしいわね。レシピ通りに作ったはずだけど。
These are homemade, simply bare with a few imperfections. Koyomi's sparklers lights up. With that as a starting point, one after another, the sparklers begin to light.
地味だな。
Well, that's true. And that's just how sparklers are. But it brings back memories.
そうだな。
I can no longer remember the last time I set up Hanabi. It was a long, long time ago. Probably with my Tosa and Akasan. Baby Rika was there too. Though my memories have faded, and a sense of nostalgia comes rushing back. どうだ? How is it, Koyomi? Koyomi stares intently at the sparkler in her hand.
綺麗ですね。焚き火の炎とはまた違って、すごく静かで穏やかです。
The tiny spear of fire at the tip drops off with a soft thud.
落ちちゃいました。
Sparklers are very delicate. If you move them and the wind blows, and the ember will drop immediately.
ままなりませんね。
I still have plenty of new ones. I made a massive batch after all. Here you go.
ありがとうございます。
When she lights up a new sparkler, she crouches down and stares at it intently. You're quite absorbed.
そうですね。目が離せなくなっちゃいます。
So, that's probably because you're being drawn to a story.
物語。
They say that sparklers follow a key shoten ketsu, an introduction, development, twist, and conclusion. In a way, they burn. Thank God they explained it. Each of those 4 stages is compared to a human life. The plump spear of fire it forms when you first light it is the bird of light. After a while, sparks erupt from the fierce sound. Those are the days of growing up and living life to the fullest. Eventually, the sound fades and the sparks droop down, fall, representing maturation and senescence. Finally, small, fleeting sparks dance, and the fireball burns out.
なんだか寂しいですね。どんな生にも必ず終わりがある。そんな不変な真理を改めて突きつけられてるような気持ちです。
The sparks from Koyomi's sparkler splutter and begin to die out. That might be true, but there's a way to handle it. I'm bringing a sparkler close to Koyomi's to catch the flame. Once it's lit, the fireball is burned. My brain's dying. I hand it to Koyomi. There are plenty of sparklers here. You just have to pass the fire to a new one. You guys are armed with media literacy, right? You guys understand something simple, right? Okay.
それは、へりくつというか、詭弁というか。
Don't you know? Sophistry is the most powerful thing in this world.
それは存じ上げませんでした。
Wait, is the term sophistry proper here? Because I generally don't like the term sophistry for... Maybe there's a better word for this. Anyway, just to think about... obviously, they're trying to philosophize something here. It's just that I reason something out. It's just that I tend to associate sophistry for some bullshit related to stuff that fucking Socrates fought against. Anyway, when you feel suffocated, you just have to change your perspective. Yeah, this is probably much better to say philosophizing or reasoning or something. Anyway, even if others don't agree, as long as it makes sense to you, that's enough. Besides, I don't think it's entirely wrong. Just as there are many sparklers here right now, there are many people in this world. A person's life must have an end. But if you keep passing the fire to the others like this, you can keep burning forever. Bro, this is just like the ending of NGS2 all over again. Anyway.
それは確かに、とても素敵な話です。
でしょ？
麦さん。
ん？
いつもありがとうございます。
What's with the sun and formality?
先日の大雨の時に探しに来てくれたこと、本当はすごく嬉しかったんです。道中、とても心細かったんですよ。だから、麦さんを見た瞬間、安心して力が抜けてしまいました。でも、疲労と雷への恐怖で気が動転してて、あまりお礼が言えなかった気がして。ここで改めて感謝の意をお伝えさせていただきます。
That tickles.
モギさんは、どうしてそこまで私に気をかけてくださるのですか？
それは... Because I can't just leave you alone. Because I hate the thought of losing you. Because it would be lonely if we couldn't meet anymore. Because I want to be with you. Various words flow through my mind, only to sink away again. One thing I'm gonna comment here. The only way we get to the point where we see straight up Mugi straight up started to develop feelings for her. It's just like he continued to keep on taking on requests. Huh. No, never mind. It's a thing with visual novels. I'm trying to think of something about you only get to like someone in the visual novel because you kept choosing to go to their route, right? So I mean, based on the current developments of what they did when each time we go through each request, it started out from I can't believe we're having it. Let's continue for now. We'll leave the analysis at the end. I'm already analyzing, trying to argue whether he actually how he ended up falling for her. But I guess it makes sense when you kept, you just kept looking out for her, and then you started feeling like you just kept thinking about how to ensure that she has fun. And you realize that there's a lot of admirable things with Koyomi, especially as someone who is so dedicated with what she does, even to the stubborn degree that you couldn't help but worry. But anyway, let's continue for now. I can't quite put it into words.
Mugi-sanにもそんなことがあるんですね。
What do you take me for?
理屈っぽい人です。あと、時折嘘もつきます。
I can't remember if this is the expression I already... That wasn't a compliment at all.
褒めたつもりでした。
Is that so?
おかげさまで、とても助かってますから。私、喉乾いちゃったので、飲み物持ってきますね。
Koyomi stands up and walks away. I find myself instantly following her with my eyes. Her words from a moment ago linger in my ears. I like this CG, man. I like the CG for our guy. I was so happy. My body's being shaken.
兄さん、起きてください。
I struggle against the drowsiness and force my eyes open. What is it, Rika?
お客さんが来られてますよ。
Okyakusha? It's still so early.
まあまあ、迎えに行ってあげてください。
Rika seems to be in high spirits. Why does she look so happy? I can't think of any particular reason, but I head toward the entrance for now.
ムギさん、おはようございます。
What do you mean, customer? Okyakusha? What's up? It's rare for you to come all the way out here.
私、決めました。
A decision?
旅に出ようと思います。
旅?
お手紙を届けに行く旅です。
Those tegami are.
私には届けたいお手紙があります。でも、その場所へ行くには、真澄町からは当分離れないといけないんです。
Is it that thing you mentioned before? You had to deliver a tegami to a place far away from here, right?
はい、行くべき時が来たのだと、そう考えました。
Have you become a professional yet?
どうでしょうか。正直に言いますと、未だに不安ではあります。でも、確かな笑顔が見られました。町から報奨もいただいてしまいました。それに、小鳥郵便屋に仲間ができました。
Do you acknowledge me?
あの日、私、すごく怖かったんです。大嫌いな雷が鳴っている中、すごく心細か かお手紙を届けて、なんとか戻ってこれて、やっとの思いで扉を開けたら、そこに麦さんがいました。大雨の中、私を追いかけてくれたんですよね。
I was just worried. And then, my body just moved on its own. I was searching along the river when I found that hut. It felt as if my mouth were speaking on its own.
ありがとうございます、麦さん。私とお付き合いいただけませんか？
Wait, like, with a journey? Or, like, dating? Or both? What? Wait, I might need to reference this in the future. さ。
私とお付き合いいただけませんか？
My heart skips a beat.
よろしければ一緒に巡り合いについてきていただきたいのです。
Oh. Well, I guess that makes sense.
何かありましたか？
いや、なんでもない。行こう。おはよう。
いらっしゃい。で、あら？どうしたの？二人揃って。
おみちさん、今日はお願いがあってきました。
尾道ね。
小鳥郵便屋に一時的な人員募集をお願いしたいです。いけなかったでしょうか？
いや、そんなことはないわよ。ただ、あまりにもびっくりしちゃって。
びっくり？
だって今までずっと拒んできてたじゃない？どんな心境の変化があったのかなって。
少し遠出をする必要ができました。その間に小鳥郵便屋を動かしてくださる方が欲しいなと。
遠出っていうのは配達かしら？
はい、とても大切なお手紙を届けないといけないのです。
そう、わかったわ。やってみましょ
う。なあ、Koyomi. Are you worried if it's just me?
一人でやるなんて正気ですか
？Look, who's stalking.
私、マギさんのことを不安に思っているわけではないんです。ただ、マギさんにはついてきてほしいなと思っていまして。
It was a shocking proposal. You mean, traveling together?
はい、勝手ながらで恐縮なのですが、私の大切な旅なんです。でも、ものすごく大変で、いつ終わるのかさえもわかりません。ただ、麦さんとなら安心できる気がするんです。
Koyomi has no concept of limits. She has a tendency to push herself too hard. To be honest, I can't just leave her be. But still, we've been traveling for a long time too. To confirm the memories are buried with Rika, Masamicho was only meant to be a temporary stay. Once the road to the north opened up, we were going to move on. That was the plan. If I were to set out on the tabi with Koyomi right now, I feel like I wouldn't be able to reach that destination by the appointed time.
そうなのね。二人ってそうだったのね。やー、お姉さんとっても嬉しいわ。
ignoring my inner conflict. Fumiya-san seemed to be overjoyed about something. Koyomi also seemed to be waiting for an answer. You want to set off right this instant, don't you, Koyomi?
はい。おっしゃる通りです。
Right. Suck. Could you give me just a little more time? There's someone I had to fulfill my obligations to first.
もしかしてご迷惑でしたか？
No way. It doesn't feel bad to be relied on. Sorry, my brain relied on by you, Koyomi.
それで
Jeez, please just calm down for a second, Fumiya-san.
ちょこっとだけまだるっこしいなって。
Please stop meddling.
お姉さんこういうの好きなのよ。それで麦くんは誘われて嬉しいの？
What a smug look on her face. I was happy to that.
そんな死なないでください。麦さんにいなくなられたら私多分寂しいです。
To death is just a figure of speech.
また嘘をつかれましたか？
Anyway, just wait a little bit. By the way,
あれ兄さんお帰りが早いですね。
By the way, that was a very good execution scene of the Megure scene when Koyomi asked us to join her in the journey. You notice how the music just stops and then there was this slow pan up. That was amazing. I don't see that often in Beyond, so they really did stuff here, man. Rika, do you have a moment? I have something important to discuss.
はい、わかりました。
I wonder how much Rika had taken my words to heart. She quietly sat in a seiza position on the floor. I followed her lead and sat in a seiza before her as well. The words wouldn't come out easily.
兄さん、遠慮せずおっしゃってください。
実は I told her everything. I told her that Koyomi had asked me to go on a journey with her, and that if I did, I probably won't be able to continue the rest of my journey with Rika.
お話理解しました。それで兄さんはどうされたいんですか？ 私は兄さんの気持ちをお聞きしたいです。
わかりました。Wait a second. Why do you have a choice here? Let me... There's already an ending? There's a quick ending for this? Alright, we're gonna do the quick ending first. I hate to do this. Let's complete it first, just to see what happens. I'm actually surprised. There's already an ending here. We're gonna do stay in... I hate to do this. It feels so dishonest. I obviously want to go with Koyomi, but we'll see how this goes. Stay in town. I think I'm staying in town.
それでは小読さんとは一緒に行かれないと。
She wants to leave right away. I can't make her wait just for my own convenience.
わかりました。兄さん、ごめんなさい。私のために。
You don't need to apologize, Rika. And this is a decision I made. It pained my heart to turn down Koyomi's offer. But my Kazoku is important too. Because Rika is my only Kazoku. I convey my decision to Koyomi once more.
そうだったのですね。
I fucking hate choosing that option, by the way.
すみません。私、麦さんの事情は何も知らず。
It's fine. It's not your fault, Koyomi.
家族の絆は大事ですから。
Instead, while you're gone, I'll make sure to handle your mail carrier duties properly. Will you forgive me for that?
そうですね。それもまた悪くありません。
Think about this before that she said that she will feel anxious and all that if she were to do this alone, and then you just say that, man. I mean, I totally understand that, but like... I might not be a full-blood professional like you say yet, but
一人前への道は一朝一夕ではありませんからね。でも麦さんでしたらなんとかやっていけるような気がします。
I'm happy to help you with any preparations for your trip whenever you need. That's the least I can do as a parting gift.
はい。何卒よろしくお願いいたします。
And so I began helping Koyomi prepare for her long journey. I'm glad I suggested helping her with the preparations. The luggage Koyomi had packed was far too meager. I emptied out her bag once and made a list of things she was missing. Food, fire starters for camping, bedding, extra clothes, bear repellent, and so on. Want to ride on my bike?
素敵なご提案ですが、私には扱えないですよ。それに、私はこの子と最後まで付き合おうと思います。
She was gently stroking the saddle of her usual Akai no Detensha. She seems quite attached to it. The day of the departure.
気をつけてね、こゆみちゃん。
すみません。お見送りいただいてしまって。
それぐらいみんなこゆみちゃんのことが好きなのよ。
The people of the town gathered to see her off. Take care of yourself.
はい。麦さんも小鳥郵便用何卒よろしくお願いいたします。
Ah. Koyomi straddled her
で
Detensha.
は皆さん行ってきます。私はますみ町が大好きです。
The townspeople called after her, one after another, wishing her a safe trip. Koyomi put her feet on the pedals and rode away gallantly, without looking back. I waved at her retreating figure. I kept waving, and waving, and waving. And so she left Masumi-cho behind.
兄さんは小鳥郵便屋を続けなければいけませんね。
Ah, you're right. I wonder what she'd say if she came back and found it gone.
それはもう大目玉です。
I'd almost want to see that happen though.
私もお手伝いしますから、時間が許される限り頑張りましょう。
Ah. We all have our own journeys, but I decided that once mine was over, I would come back here. I wonder, which of us will return first? The Tori or me? What, the Tori? Why is this a translation? The Tori or me? When we reunite, I wonder what kind of face she'll make. I wonder what kind of expression she'll show me. As I let my thoughts wander like that, I wonder if she's doing okay. I found myself desperately wanting to see her. I wonder how much time has passed since then. Oh, they also even show you like the stuff that happened. The road to the north opened up, and we fulfilled the purpose of our journey. Then, with a faint glimmer of hope in my heart, I returned to Masumi-cho, and I stayed there. Rika had set off on her own journey. Wait, what do you mean Rika sets off on her own journey? We'll find out in her route, I guess. It was a little lonely, but Kotori Pose continued to grow larger and larger. I want to see her and brag about it. While I thought of that, winter came and then spring. Just when I thought the harvest season had arrived, the town was once again covered in heavy snow. I am still here, continuing to wait. In every corner of Masumi-cho, I chased the traces of that little mail carrier. I turned down Koyomi's offer and stayed in town. Interesting. Rika goes off on her own after that, and then obviously something happened to Kotori that Koyomi that that's important. Okay, let's go back. I hate to lie. I hate to lie on my feelings. I go with Koyomi. I want to go with Koyomi. A journey all alone is full of danger. She has no sense of danger. She's the type who would sleep out in the middle of the forest without any preparation. I'm worried.
わかりました。気をつけて行ってきてください。
Is it really okay?
もちろんです。兄さんが決めたことなんですから。こちらももう必要はなさそうです。
Aniyome. By the way, I like that Koyomi has her own way of dealing with. Remember in Awayuki and Aino's route, they seem to have like a generic. Rika has to go on ahead. She goes with another survey team to go on another path to go to wherever they're going. So here, I think they have a different way. I mean, we will no longer see that cutscene because we went off. Anyway, is that the marriage qualification notebook?
役目は終えました。
Saying that, Rika tossed it into the trash bag. Rika?
もう不要ですよね。
Ah, I guess.
兄さん、自分の気持ちには正直であるべきです。小読さんを守りたいんですよね。
Ah, I do.
兄さんは大切なものを見つけたんです。それが何よりも嬉しいです。
Is it really okay?
もちろんです。私は兄さんの決めたことを何よりも優先します。
Rika.
ですので、私は先に北へ向かいます。今、町に復興調査団の人たちが来ているんです。
Oh, so she basically does the same thing, but like, I guess this is a little different scene. Is that so?
塞がっている道路とは違うルートで北へ向かうそうです。
That would be an incredibly long detour.
それで私も一緒に行こうと思います。
A different route, huh? It's true, there's more than one way to go, but there's more than one way to go. So this is the crossroads for my journey, Enriquez.
私は大丈夫です。ご立派な兄さんの妹ですから。
Yeah, I suppose so. I hug Rika. My imoto. She used to be so small. Back when Kasa and Tosan were gone, and I was lost. Her Chisai had, I don't know, was the one I clung to so desperately. Now she's the one enveloping me. She's grown so much.
謝る必要はありませんよ。私はとても嬉しいのですから。いってらっしゃい。兄さん。
Ah, itadakimasu. My resolve is set. I'm going on a new journey. Koyomi!
麦さん、どうしてそんなに急がれて。
I just wanted to tell you right now.
何をでしょう。
About my journey. I steady my breathing. I take a deep breath. I'm going with you. I'll help you on your journey, Koyomi.
法人の至りです。
Could you use simpler words?
とても嬉しいです。ありがとうございます。
I might be a bit clumsy, but I'll teach you my own way of traveling. So, let's go together.
はい。ご指導ご鞭達のほど、何卒よろしくお願いいたします。
She's so formal that it's sorry. She's so formal that she sounded like this is like a dating thing or some marriage thing.
ご指導ご鞭達のほど、何卒よろしくお願いいたします。麦さん。
I shake hands with Koyomi. Her hand is incredibly small, but her palm is strong, filled with resolve. From here on, we set out on a journey to deliver the takeaway that Koyomi holds so dear. I accepted Koyomi's offer and decided to go on her journey with her. Nice. ご立派です。How are the preparations coming along, Koyomi? We decided to prepare for our journey individually. I asked if she could manage on her own, and she insisted she was fine, but Koyomi had never been on a long-term trip before. As expected. I couldn't help but worry.
はい、できました。
Where's your luggage, Koyomi?
こちらですよ。
Huh?
どうされました？
Sitting there was a mail carrier bag that Koyomi uses every day. Don't tell me. You only brought your usual mail carrier bag.
そうですよ。
No. Do you mind me if I take a look inside for a sec?
麦さんにならいいですけど。
What did she mean by this?
少々恥ずかしいかもです。
I opened the lid of the bag. Oi! There's nothing in here but letters in the dictionary. There's nothing embarrassing about this. There's nothing in here at all.
十分では。
More than enough is to be totally inadequate.
何が足りていないのでしょう。
Everything is missing.
旅ってそんなに過酷なんですか？
Forget about being harsh. You don't even have the essentials. I wonder if there's a reason why she doesn't have a concept of like those, considering she goes town to town. Anyway. What about a change of clothes? Snuggie, medicine, bandages for first aid if you get hurt. What about food? Aren't you bringing food cooking utensils? What about portable food or water? Are you going to sleep outdoors? How are you going to start a fire? You need to be prepared for wild animals too. How are you going to avoid them? How are you going to warn them off? It's over, Koyomi. Don't tell me. Maybe that's one of the reasons why she never returned on the other ending.
ちょっと覚えられずです。頭がパンパンのパンです。
頭のパンパンパンです。That's kawaii. That's why I told you I'd teach you.
一人前ですので。
Being a professional doesn't mean you can do everything by yourself. It means you're someone who can actually listen to what others have to say.
旅って過酷なんですね。
Koyomi nods, looking impressed. I'll help you with the preparations too.
かしこまりました。では、お言葉に甘えさせてください。
Shouldn't it be about this much?
いつものカバンが見たことないくらいパンパンのパンです。
It's still a bit unreliable for a long journey, but... Well, if you make it too heavy, it'll be difficult to carry around. Something is suddenly handed to me from the side. A very large book. It's the dictionary that Koyomi always carries around. Are you seriously taking that with you?
私の大事なお勉強道具なのです。
How about I just endure the weight myself?
麦さんで。
Are you ready for the media literacy part of this? I'll teach you things you don't know. You can ask me anything, okay? Just think of me as a dictionary with legs.
足。突然辞書が歩き始めるのは怖いです。
That's a metaphor. Anyway, let's leave this behind.
仕方ありません。旅の経験者には従々に従っておくべきでしょうから。
I let out a sigh of relief. It's an interesting book once you start reading, but the downside of a dictionary is how heavy it is. And what about your clothes?
制服を着ていこうかなと。
Isn't that a bit light on clothing?
仕事着ですから、せめて旅の前に一度きれいにしておきたいと思いまして、クリーニングなるものに出しているのです。
Cleaning. Dry cleaning? Is there such a thing as a dry cleaner?
ますみ町の仕立て屋さんがやってくださるとのことで、お願いいたしました。
Well, I suppose they'll keep you looking sharp. But you should be prepared because you're traveling. Your clothes are bound to get dirty.
汚れるのは嫌ですけど、ありがとうございます。実は 本日受け取れるとのことでして、よろしければ一緒に受け取りに行きませんか？
Well, alright then.
はい、こよみちゃん。
Koyomi opened the paper bag she was handed and confirmed that her seifuku was folded
あ
inside.
りがとうございます。お代を。
いやーねー、こよみちゃんからお代金なんていただけないわよ。
それはいけません。
私嬉しかったのよ。こよみちゃんって自分の希望とか全然言わないもの。だからそのまま受け取ってほしいのよ。
でもとてもではありませんが、申し訳ないです。受け取れません。
じゃあこれはますみ町のみんなからのプレゼントというのはどうかしら？
私はあまりにもますみ町からもらいすぎてませんか？この制服もタダでいただいてしまっていますし。
何言ってるのよ。あなた制服をあげてなかったら真っ裸でずっといたでしょ？
Naked?
こよみちゃんが最初にますみ町に来た時、生まれたままの姿だったのよ。
I mean, we already have an idea that when she said she was naked when she came in, that was literal, not figurative. Well, maybe both.
そんなことありますけど。
So, it was true. You were the come to your OG-san's place, but nothing but your bare skin.
だってそう言ったと思いますが。
It was so hard to believe. I thought it was some kind of metaphor.
私嘘は言えませんよ。
そっか。裸か。Even thinking about it now, I couldn't imagine the situation. Were you robbed, or did an animal carry you off while you were bathing?
いや、そういうわけではないと言いますか、なんと言いますか。とにかく私は施しを受けまくりです。申し訳ないです。
This is obviously going to be plot relevant, considering that the hut scene alone, she was already naked. So there was obviously something involving her and being naked. That's a plot-related thing. She made eye contact with the seamstress.
ちょっと彼氏くん、どうにか説得してくださらない？
Not her Karashi.
そこはどうでもいいわよ。お願い。
But does it matter? Well, this is a problem. Kite, Koyomi.
なんでしょう。
Or rather, Koyomi, Kite. Anyway, you worked so hard here in Masumicho. All the way from the beginning until you became a professional. This is a token of our gratitude. You're not getting it for free. That's a thank you because Koyomi worked so hard for it. Anyway, is that not okay? Look, you even received a certificate for it the other day, didn't you? And this is the prize that goes with it. That's the real deal. Something you earn with your own hands, Koyomi.
わかりました。ありがたく使わせていただきますね。
She bowed deeply. I feel like I'm steadily beginning to understand how to handle Koyomi.
いいコンビね。
By the way, I think even the energy being aluminium Awayuki is making this kind of mistake. I don't know. Anyway, like I totally understand Awayuki's case because she's literally an alien. And I know what's Koyomi's case. Anyway. Yeah. I'm sorry for interrupting.
いいえ、助かってるわよ、彼氏くん。
彼氏。
That's, we aren't in that kind of relationship.
え？おばさん、ちょっと早まっちゃったかしら。
はて、彼氏とは何でしょう。
I'll teach you next time. Don't go looking it up in the dictionary. I'll be the one to teach you. Oh. Oh, what do you mean by that, my brother? Well. Wait a second. Maybe Koyomi's also something like an aluminium or something. I I don't know what she is. Anyway.
はい。あ、それで早速なんだけど、ここで制服を着ていかないかしら。
いいですけど、どういった理由でしょう。
実はいろんな部分を直したの。こよみちゃんこればっかり着てるんだもの。くたくただったわよ。
That's because you're always working, Koyomi.
すごい人になるためですから。
まったく。
そんなわけで着心地を確かめてほしいわ。
わかりました。無線でいただいてしまいましたし、仰せのままに。
With that, Koyomi. Literally doing it right on the spot. With that, Koyomi reached for the zipper of her skirt right then and there. Huh? She smoothly pulled the zipper down. What the? I hope the anime adaptation. Nah, we're not getting that kind of Kino shit. We're not. I want that shit gone. I want that shit, man. And a better VN, we would have a special CG right now. Don't try to strip in the middle of the street.
どうしてでしょうか。
She might be a supernatural being. She also doesn't have the common sense of a human being, man, at this point. Because it's embarrassing.
そうなんですね。
To act like it's someone else's
こ
problem.
よみちゃん、中で着替えましょう。ね。
わかりました。
When that, the two of them walked straight into the shop. Yada. Why is she so indifferent to things like that? I saw it. Through the gap of the zipper that had lowered for a moment, I saw her bare skin. What do you mean bare skin? Like she's not wearing... she's going commando? Or like... Bro, you already saw her naked, man. The image of Koyomi's naked body that I saw in the forest hut flashes through my mind. Yeah. I shake my head. Forget it. Forget it! Forget it! Bro, why are you panting? Bro!
どうして息も怠々に座り込んでるんです？
I was just, battling some worldly desires.
どう彼氏くん、こよみちゃんの制服、ピッカピカよ。
It certainly is. I'm so exhausted that even denying it feels like too much effort. Koyomi spins around the spot, her clothes fluttering.
バッチリですね。
What if the reason why she wears spats is because... Anyway.
いかがでしょう、麦さん。
It looks just like the usual Koyomi.
もっとお褒めの言葉はいただけないのでしょうか。
Well, I think you're as kawaii as ever.
ありがとうございます。
あらあら、
I'm sorry, I double clicked so fast. A few days later, I am doing a final check before our departure. Thankfully, it seems the entire town has come out to see us off. It's a little embarrassing though. Still, being seen off like this really does make me happy. Food, first aid kit, sleeping bags, fire starting tools, bear bells, deterrent spray. Yosh! Everything was safely packed.
麦さん、お手紙もきちんと確認しました。
麦くん、こよみちゃんを頼んだわよ。仕事が終わったらちゃんとますみ町に戻ってきてね。それで家庭を持ってますみ町のさらなる発展に協力してくれると嬉しいわ。
Thanks, Abe-san. Anyway, hi.
兄さん、お気をつけくださいね。
You take care too, Rika.
リッカさ
ん。どうしましたか、こよみさん。
麦さんを私のわがままでお誘いして申し訳ないです。
こよみさん、頭を下げないでください。ついに妹にも独り立ちの時が訪れたというだけのことですよ。
むしろ兄の方が妹から卒業したという見方もあるぞ。
What? Are you being sarcastic?
安心してください。兄さんはご立派です。
妙心成長議会のメンバーなんだから そこは何も心配していない。
麦、地図は持ったかしら？
Very important for here if you remember. I have an old one, but I don't know if it's accurate.
じゃあこれを使うといいわ。真澄町近辺しか書いてないけど、淡雪金星の地図をコピーしたのよ。
A copy? Is that even possible?
麦君が旅に出ると決まった日からさっきまで黄色が手書きで書き写してたよ。
That is so thoughtful of her.
だから手が真っ黒になってた。
Aoyuki? Arigato. No, arigato, Aoyuki. Wait, are these two still friends? And even though we didn't go to their events, because the only way these two become super friends is because, well, I guess they naturally just become friends either way. Anyway.
私からは2人にこれをあげる。
これは水筒ですか？
うちの大豆コーヒーを詰めてきた。まだまだいっぱいあるから本当はもっとあげたいけど。
But it would only make our luggage too bulky.
お水以外の飲み物、気分転換にぜひ飲んでね。
はい。お二人ともありがとうございます。
お礼なんていいわ。2人の門出のお祝いよ。おめでたですもの。
おめでた？お赤飯用意する？
I guess you guys can know what that means. You can figure it out what that means, right? I think the meaning of that has probably changed over the years.
間に合いました。
I know. Will you give us your prototype casa or some shit? Anyway. Huh? From where?
いい風が吹いていました。すみません。工房で作業してたらいつの間にか没頭しちゃってまして。お二人とも頑張ってくださいね。
俺、さっそうと登場。
No, you were probably the very last one.
寝坊した。だが、家からここまでのレコードタイムを更新したぜ。
それはすごいですね。
ありがとよ。それにしても、この街が寂しくなってしまうな。スピードクイーンと俺のライバル。二人が同時に去るとは。
Welcome back. What? Koyomi?
はい。そうですね。
Wait, was that a weird translation just now? That doesn't make sense. Anyway, never mind. We get it, what it means.
小鳥郵便屋は続けないといけませんから。
Yeah, that should have been right, Koyomi. Anyway.
いない間は私たちが何とかやっておくから安心して。
面目ないです。お願いいたします。
As a result of Fumiya-san recruiting someone to handle the mail while we were away, with Spica leading the way, many townspeople stepped forward to volunteer. It seems they'll be operating it regularly, even if not every single day. Thank you for taking this on, Spica.
別に大したことじゃない。
Even not in that Harao, she's being so... Jesus Christ. If her route and the true routes are awesome, man, it's fucking over for a lot of things. Anyway.
それよりも気をつけて。
ああ。
私が言ったこと忘れないで。
ああ。In stark contrast to the serious tone of my conversation with Spica, I could hear someone wailing loudly.
小指ちゃん、愛しの小指ちゃん。どうか最後に大ハグをかまさせてくれないかしら。
嫌です。お胸が大きすぎて息ができなくなります。表情死です。
I know some of you guys would want that.
そんなことを言わずにお願いします。もう本当に先っぽだけでいいの。鼻先だけでいいから私に埋もれて。
I really like how they were able to try to do this.
嫌です。
麦。
When Ken-san approached me, he lightly tapped my chest with his fist.
しっかりと守ってやれ。男、見せろよ。
Ah, hi. Once the noisy greetings with everyone were finished, we were finally ready to depart.
行きましょうか。
With those words as our signal, we turn our backs to the send-off party. The voices of the crowd felt like they were pushing us forward from behind. I looked back and waved. I never had such a warm send-off before. This really is a wonderful town. By the way, I really like the dynamic between these two. They really have good chemistry. That's what I feel, and maybe I'm just biased. And the route is amazing so far. I don't know how to describe it right now. Anyway, let's continue. The breeze feels good. I'm on my bike, and Koyomi is pedaling along with her detencha. Before we left town, I suggested she ride on the back of my bike, but Koyomi wouldn't listen and insisted she wanted to use her detencha. I thought there was no way a detencha could keep up with a bike, but bro, she's so amazing. What the hell? Wait, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Wait a second. Wait. I realize it's already 8 o'clock. I need to check on something. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. She's incredibly fast. And she maintains a cool, composed expression the whole time. All those daily deliveries haven't gone to waste.
届けるよお手紙今すぐにピヨピヨ待っててね
She's even singing while she pedals. You really like that song, don't you?
お気に入りの曲なんです歌いながらだとペダルを漕ぎやすいんですよ
She seemed to be pedaling in time with the rhythm.
ピヨピヨ届けるよ
That's a long way. Don't overdo it.
お手紙今すぐに
Don't push yourself too hard.
ピヨピヨ待っててね
She wasn't really listening. Maybe I should just let her ride at her own pace for a while. I sit down in the shade and moisten my throat with the water bottle I brought. Should hydrate too, Koyomi. You need to drink at least a liter a day. Besides, you're losing moisture to your sweat, so you need to drink even more than that.
そうなんですか水分って大事なんですね
Even a 2% loss of body water can impair your judgment. That's why you should drink whenever you can. You've been writing so hard, your throat must be parched.
喉ですかいえ刺して
Yeah. Huh? Honda?
はい
You're pedaling that bike at breakneck speed under the sun, you know? You're bound to be sweating at least a little.
どうでしょう確認されますか
Oh. Check.
はい今脱ぎますので
What?
ピ
I told you, have some modesty, have some shame.
恥じらい
It means don't go around flashing your naked body at the opposite sex.
麦さんにはすでに見られていますよ
Even so. Besides, shouldn't you only show that kind of thing to someone you like?
つまり低粛であれと
Where do you even get words like that? Is your head a dictionary?
日々の勉強の賜物です
She doesn't just carry a dictionary around for show.
それに好きな人にお見せしているので問題はないですよ
Good to know that we're in. Huh?
どうかされました
Yeah, it's just when I miss hear it just now.
さて、そろそろ行きましょうか。
Hi!
今日中にあの山にたどり着きましょう。
The Yama. I think I was pointing at the Yama that blended into the distant landscape, but... Hey, why are you in such a hurry?
私、急いでますか？
At least that's how it looks to me. Your detention is insanely fast. It won't take a break unless I suggest it. That, though, it's probably just because she's a total stamina monster. Well, putting that aside...
ずっとお届けしたかったお手紙をやっと届けられるからでしょうか。気が流行っているのかもしれません。
Does that mean...
おじいさんのお手紙は必ず届けますから。
Oji-san's tegami.
どうしてご存知なのですか？
Jitsu wa, the day when I saw you visiting the grave, I overheard you talking to your Oji-san. I'm sorry for eavesdropping.
そうでしたか。おっしゃる通り、おじいさんのお手紙のことです。私が届けないといけないお手紙なのです。
Did your Oji-san entrust it to you?
いえ、そういうわけではないです。ただ、そうですね。罪滅ぼしでしょうか。
What do you mean by that?
私にはこれを届けなければならない。
Your Oji-san wrote a tegami to someone. And delivering it is both your atonement and your duty. The full picture felt somewhat blurred, or perhaps it was intentionally being vague. Who was that tegami addressed to?
おじいさんの家族です。
So, you mean someone related to you by blood? ？It wasn't the reaction I expected. Wait, what?
すみません。ちょっとだけこらえられなくなってしまって。
ごめん。I was being too blunt.
いえ、麦さんからしたら当然の疑問です。私がちゃんと言うべきでした。
Koyomi takes a deep breath to compose herself, then speaks once more.
私、おじいさんとは血がつながってないんです。
Huh? そっか。That was early news to me. I'm even more sorry now. I've probably been saying all sorts of things without realizing.
気になさらないでください。お伝えしていなかった。私が悪いですから。
Koyomi pulls her hat down firmly over her head.
さあ、行きましょう。
Or puts it back over her head.
まだまだ、先は長いですよ。
I'm such an idiot. The atmosphere grows heavy, and I am tormented by self-loathing. Ignoring my state, Koyomi begins to row away, like pedal away. Shaking my head, I follow after her. Why is row used instead of like pedal? It would have been a pedal, but whatever, man. A few hours pass after leaving Masumicho. Koyomi and I continue along the pavement, which holds only the faint traces of its former self. The road, which must have seen plenty of people and vehicles in its prime, is being eroded by untended nature. However, eventually fields begin to appear and a sense of civilization returns.
黄色さんの地図のおかげでいつもより早く着きました。
Ezawa Yuki, did you take a shortcut or something?
そのようです。私が知らない道でした。さすが黄色さんです。
Once we return to Masamicho, I shall sing praises to her beauty. Houses can be seen scattered in the distance. It is a town.
あれが山笛町です。
Seeing houses makes you feel instantly relieved, doesn't it?
熟練者の麦さんでも旅は心細いのですか？
Well, you never know what's waiting for you in nature. You're constantly on edge. Well, I suppose with people, you never know what's coming either.
人間が怖い。
Why is she asking this question? Anyway, not Masamicho, but there are certainly towns like that.
なるほど。あまり想像がつきませんね。私は運がいいのでしょう。そういう体験をしたことがないです。
That's definitely for the better. The way towns manage the coming and going of people varies. While Masamicho was lax, Yamabue-cho seems to be on high alert. Several weighted traffic cones were placed in the middle of the road. It was likely a signal to stop here.
Konnichiwa.
A man poked his head out from a small window of a tiny police box by Koban by the roadside. It was likely a guard serving as a gatekeeper for the town.
おや、白戸さんでしたか。今日もお疲れ様です。
どうも。
Koyomi stops her detention and gives a polite bow. They seem to be acquaintances.
それがいるとはなかなか珍しいですね。
こちら小鳥郵便屋の新人の早川麦さんです。
She really goes. Well, I mean, she's the one who's doing the mail from town to town for Masamicho. Yoroshiku. I'm looking forward to working with you.
お、ついに小鳥郵便屋にも待望の新人さんが。よろしくお願いしますね、早川さん。
He seems like a kind middle-aged man. He maintains a polite tone even toward Koyomi and me, despite us being more than 2 decades his junior. I can't help but to feel a good sense of goodwill toward people like him.
今日も配達ですかね。
He hands a binder over to us. It looks like a registry. With practice movements, Koyomi smoothly fills in the names.
実は郵便配達はついでなんです。東側へと通り抜けたくて。
おお、それは珍しいですね。あちらに行かれるのは初めてではないですか？
少し遠出をするんです。
東側はまだ道の整備が十分に行き届いておりませんから、悪路が続きますのでご注意くださいね。あちらの守衛には白戸さんが通られることをことづけしておきますよ。
ありがとうございます。
ではお二人とも良い旅路を。
With a gentle smile, he disappeared back in the building. I could tell from his calm demeanor and his overall aura. This town, much like Masamicho, must be incredibly peaceful.
こちら真澄町役場からのお届け物です。
Yo, a different town. By the way, I wonder what an evil town is like. I got curious because Mugi's been hinting that a lot. Anyway.
おう、いつもありがとう、こよみちゃん。
She delivered the documents to receive from Fumiya-san before leaving Masamicho to the Chocho of Yamabue-cho. What's the specific term for mayor? It's not just Chocho, there's another term, but anyway.
お礼にこれを持っていくといい。
What is this?
チーズです。ありがたくいただきます。
It seems to maintain the system of mutual aid by frequently exchanging information between their towns. Koyomi plays her part in that effort. After parting ways with the Chocho, we proceed along to the road leading east of Yamabue-cho. It's quite a small town.
真澄町と比べてしまうとそうなりますね。昔はゴルフ場なるものが町全体の収入源だったそうです。残念ながら今はもう影も形もありませんが。
In this day and age, most entertainment facilities are no longer operational.
代わりに牧場として再利用しているらしいですよ。
So that's why I received the cheese suit earlier.
いつも手土産としていただいてしまうんです。ほとほと困っています。
Is it fine? You should just accept it gratefully. Koyomi is sensitive to everyone's gratitude. I guess there are no mail carriers in this town.
そうですね。小さな町ですから最低限の機能しかないようです。
Bro, the absolute state of downs, man. Holy shit, man. How do they... How does society function 10 years later with not much couriers? Like, even Fallout New Vegas... Anyway. And then, do you still collect mail, even in towns like this, Koyomi?
はい。たびたび訪れていますよ。
If you're taking jobs outside Masumicho, too, wouldn't you run out of hands no matter how many Koyomi-san you have?
しゃかりきに頑張ります。
No. There are some things that effort alone just can't fix.
そうなんですか。それはとても難儀です。
Before arriving in Masumicho, I actually have experience doing work similar to a mail carrier. It's a story about a certain town I stopped during my travels. As soon as the residents of the town learned that Rika and I were continuing our journey north, they even went so far as to prostrate themselves to ask for my help. They wanted me to deliver a message to their parents back in their hometowns. After the infrastructure collapsed, and society fell into dysfunctional mutual aid and trade within small communities or between individuals became the norm. Everyone gets by making good use of what they can do or what they are good at. For me, that meant long-distance travel by bike. However, it wasn't as if I had established a business as a mail carrier or a courier. I was just doing it whenever the opportunity arose. Unlike me, who was just doing things haphazardly, and there were certainly people scattered about who made a living from it. Sam Porter Brutus. Anyway, I was even being scolded by those with a strong sense of territory, who would say, "Don't just go taking jobs on your own." The world is there in a state of extreme chaos. Oh, there are Koyomis managing to get by, okay. Are there no mail carriers in the neighboring towns?
あるかもしれませんし、ないかもしれません。
So, you weren't interested.
そうですね。
If you want to grow Kodori Post in the future, cooperation will be the absolutely necessary, you know? I'll make sure to do some proper research.
わかりました。
Considering the other ending, he was able to grow Kodori Post. Anyway.
新人さんが頼もしすぎますね。小谷郵便屋は安泰です。
Why do you say it in that kind of way? It's too early to feel relieved. As for the management, I'll have to think about it carefully.
あら、こよみちゃんじゃない。
あ、どうも柏さん。
楓よ。もうこよみちゃんったら。ところでこよみちゃん、お隣にいるのは彼氏さん？
また彼氏ですか？なんだか言われ慣れてきましたね。
She's liking the idea, but she doesn't know what it means. 誤解だ。いや、that's not it. I'm a newcomer at Kodori Post. Hayakawa Mugi. I look forward to working with you.
あらあら、そうなのね。早とちりしちゃったわ。どう？今日こそはお茶していかないかしら。
今日もこの後一山を越えたいんです。
一山？どこか行くの？
Koyomi explains the circumstances.
そう、東に。町があるところまでは遠いわよ。
承知の上です。
じゃあ私の家が最後の休憩所です。もうこの先休むところはありません。どう？お茶したいでしょ？
いえ。
もう。
She's as stubborn as they come. I'll offer Kaide-san a way out. Accepting help is also part of being a professional, Koyomi.
そうよ、こよみちゃん。
仕方ないですね。旅の先輩の言うことには逆らえません。
やったわ。
I like how the intro, the cutscene is like the other town. Kaide-san's front yard. She had me sit on a stool, like she likely used for relaxing.
はい、どうぞ。特製のハーブティーよ。
Before long, she brought over a teacup filled with a uniquely aromatic brew. I took a sip immediately. A refreshing scent, followed by a faint, fruity sweetness that lingers on the palate. Oishii?
これは本当にお茶なんですか？
そうよ。気に入ってくれたかしら。
とても美味しいお茶ですね。何杯でもいけちゃいそうです。
あら嬉しい。後で水筒にでも入れて分けてあげるわ。
そんなお気遣いなく。
お気遣いしたいわよ。だってこよみちゃんはいつも働いてくれてるもの。おかげで私手紙を書くのがすっごく楽しいのよ。
ありがたいお言葉です。いくらでもお手紙を書いてたくさん小鳥郵便屋をご利用ください。
もちろんよ。新人さんもこれからよろしくね。
こちらこそ。We chatted for a while. We talked about who she writes to and what she writes about. Her favorite stationery and pens. We discussed how people in Yamabue-cho are one way, while people in Masumi-cho are another. It was all idle chatter. Kaide-san, do you happen to know what the situation is like toward the east? I was hoping to gather at least a little information before I depart. We depart.
あまりわからないのよね。もともとが町と町の間隔が広い場所だし、大災害以降はさらに移動が難しくなっちゃってね。向こうから人が来るってこともほとんどないのよ。
町はあるんですか？
そうね。ちょっと待ってて。
She went inside the house and returned after just a few minutes. She was holding something in her hands. She spread it out on the table. It is the chizu, and it looks quite old.
ごめんなさいね。こんなものしかなくて。見づらいでしょうけど、勘弁ね。
仕方ないな。I don't think anyone could have predicted we'd still need paper maps.
そうなのよね。昔は、何だったかしら。あれの名前を忘れてしまったわ。
Random share. The other day, or like a couple days ago, or a month, or I don't know, some time ago, there's some tourists walking around the city. They were using a paper map. That blew my brain. That blew my mind because I was so used to using like something like Google Maps to go around the city. It still blows my mind. Anyway, let's continue. Do you mean smartphone?
そうそう、それそれ。
Damn it! This is literally me.
スマートフォン。
I think they existed when you were a Kodomo Koyomi, but do you not remember? Koyomi shakes her head with a troubled expression. And 10 years have passed since they were last used. It's no wonder their existence had been forgotten.
昔はね、手のひらに収まるぐらいの小さい板状の機械があったのよ。いつでも誰とでも連絡が取り放題でね。
そんな便利なものがあったんですか？それでは郵便屋は廃業してしまいますね。
No, man. I thank my FedEx man for delivering our copy of Anemoi all the way from Japan. Anyway. But wait a second. Strangely enough, it didn't quite work out that way.
でも、どうして今は使われていないんです？
We're also getting world building from this route, by the way. It's because of the great disaster.
風の噂では再び使えるようにするために挑戦している最中って聞いたことがあるわ。
But with so many problems to overcome, widespread use still seems like a long way off. You know what? They never really spoke a lot about like what's making it hard for a society to come back to like the state before the great disaster. But something about the great disaster is causing them, causing for like planes to rely on diesel engines. Some electronic works like radio, they could still use a radio. But if radios work, I guess it's power issues. But then, you know what? The more we think about the world building, I don't know. We'll discuss this at the end of the VN.
郵便屋としては普及してもらうと困ってしまいます。
Oh no, Koyomi. Oh no. It still didn't stop. We still rely on couriers and mail carriers right now, even up to now. I'm expecting my delivery of Ida Salt tomorrow, for example. What? Anyway, that was random.
大丈夫よ、こよみちゃん。私みたいな手書き好きはね、至るところにいるの。
Though I can't remember the last time I needed to send the snail mail. The last time I had to was like I had to give an excuse to the jury summons that I couldn't go because I have particular reason that I can't go. Anyway, after all, convenience and personal preference are two different things.
なるほど。人間は複雑な生き物ですね。
Did she out herself as not being human herself? Oh, there you go. That explains a lot. This is like the aluminium moment for Hawayuki.
おかしな物言いね。こよみちゃんもその人間の一人よ。
Bro, they just straight up foreshadowed that she's not human. Anyway, back to the topic. So, what is the situation like in the east?
昔の地図通りならこの辺りに町があるかもしれないけど、大災害の後はどうなったかはわからないわ。
Even with the chizu we received from Kaide-san, there was no information regarding the area beyond Yamabue-cho. Everything beyond this point is unknown.
そもそも二人はどうして東に行きたいのかしら。
By the way, this is random. The person who wrote the scenario for Koyomi was the director for Suina Stella. It's reminding me about the situation that happened in the store and Suina Stella. I actually like the VN. I know when you think too deeply, there might be some stupid things happening there, but like I think it was decently made. It was good. I enjoy it. So, like, the whole conversation about that, everything beyond this point is unknown. And it's been 10 years, It doesn't make sense. Like, a person could walk all the way back and forth within, like, a month or something. Like, there was this guy who rode from east to coast, biking from east to coast of the US within a couple of months. You know what I mean?
お手紙を届けに行きたいんです。
東の方に？
地区印ってご存知ですか？
Oh, wait. Since it's a city, it might be a major urban area, so it's probably one of the areas that got fucked so bad. I didn't miss the momentary look of surprise on Kaede-san's face. Shikuchi City. That was the name of the place Koyomi wanted to go. And then something happened.
いえ、遠くないかしら。
Okay, it's a fictional it's a fictional city, so Or maybe I could spell it as Kikuchi. No, there isn't one because the other spelling is in Kyushu and they're in their Hokkaido. I don't know. I was looking at Google Maps earlier. The area where Masumi Cho is placed in is like upper west of Hokkaido, which is kind of like so fringe already. But anyway.
お手紙の届け先がそちらなんです。
そう。気をつけてね。無事に届くといいわね。
She said it with a meaningful tone, but I won't touch upon that. Somehow I sensed what Kaide-san was trying to imply.
はい。頑張ります。
I'm actually not surprised. It sounded like a major urban area, so it probably got fucked really bad. Actually, now that I mentioned Selena Stella, it really does feel like we're doing the same thing right now. Instead of a father and daughter relationship or Last of Us, we now have like a seemingly lovers relationship. Surely it will become lovers in the end, right? Anyway, before leaving Masumi Cho, I prepare more than enough food. Smoked meat, dried fruit, nuts, and hardtack. Since eating only those would get bland, I also brought some oil-preserved vegetables, making sure they wouldn't take up too much space. With 3 meals a day as my routine, I plan to vary the menu every meal. Food is a lifeline. It doesn't just affect my health, it heavily influences my mood as well. Yeah, this really does feel like reading Selena Stella. That's why I prepared so thoroughly. And yet, I ended up getting way more food than I actually need.
このままではおデブさんになってしまいます。
As long as you don't eat it all at once, it'll be fine.
過去、こんなに食料がたくさんあった配達はありません。
What, are you trying to tell me you went for days not eating? Koyomi, how do you usually manage your meals during the regular meal deliveries?
現地調達してましたよ。
Forage? Locally?
木の実とか山菜とかでしょうか。あとは虫とかですかね。
Bro, she's a survivalist. What? Insects?
変ですか。
Yeah, it's just, how do I put it? Hardcore?
ほうほう。
Cool. It's more like rugged, or tough, or survivor. I think, yeah, she was living the survivalist life.
可愛らしくないということでしょうか。
Yeah, probably not.
でしたら撤回です。虫という発言は忘れてください。
That's a difficult request to fulfill. So, does that actually fill you up?
私、さしてお腹が減らないんですよ。小食みたいです。
How is she so energy efficient? Obviously, she's not a human being, but like, that should put you into question how she could at least persist with like only eating little. But there is a limit. Can you really just get full on just nuts?
美味しいですよ、木の実。あれとか。
She points, but only for a moment. Koyomi lightly plucks a piece of a ripe fruit. Several small, still green fruits roll on Koyomi's palm.
まだ熟しきってはいませんが、この状態でも食べられます。
Huh. Well then, let me try one.
ぜひどうぞ。
If she eats that often, I suppose they must be reasonably tasty. I pick up a single grain and put it in my mouth. It wasn't just a matter of being bitter or astringent. Every single cell in my body, from the top of my head to the tip of my toes, rejected with an unanimous vote. This is the first time I've seen them use this kind of effect, by the way.
どうなさいましたか。
Mizu! What is wrong with your sense of taste?
そんなにでしたっけ？
She just put it in her mouth without hesitation.
やはりまだ青臭さはありますが、これはこれで。
You got to be kidding me.
嘘はつきません。麦さんじゃありませんから。
Oh, no, we're now associated with the term liar. That's quite robust. Those were the words that escaped my lips after I had given up on everything.
一人前ですから。
So, Kaine-san, thank you for the meal. I will cherish this as sustenance for my life. Bro, how the true survivalists, man. That night, in the quiet forest, a sound echoed out louder than anything else. Kaminari? No, wait. The sound was coming from my stomach. I got the... Wait a second. No. In travel, this is serious shit, man. You could literally die. Holy shit, you could literally die. Actually, you could literally die. Like, in the city, that's like really embarrassing, but like when you're traveling, that's like a death sentence, man. It was definitely those berries. When I looked next to Koyomi, who was sleeping peacefully, wrapped in her sleeping bag. How's she fine? Her stomach must be made of steel. My stomach won't stop screaming. A sharp pain strikes, as if every pain in the world has converged on my abdomen all at once. Toilet. Well, there isn't one. Sumari, I'm in trouble. I quietly sit up and crawl out of my sleeping bag. Naturally, there are no towns or rest areas nearby, so I have no idea but to find somewhere outdoors where no one can see me, but thankfully, there's only one pair of eyes around, and they're fast asleep right beside me. A blessing in disguise. As I ripped an abdominal pain, I moved slowly to avoid making any noise. Slowly.
どうされたのですか、麦さん。
A blessing in disguise, I suppose. Why do you have to wake up now? Koyomi, you idiot! I was just, well, I'm taking Yoru to Sampa. A lie escapes my lips in an instant. As thanks to some strange sense of pride. I mean, bro, you can just say you're going to the toilet. There's nothing wrong with going to the toilet. You just don't have to say that you had the runs. Please don't try this at home.
では、私も一緒に行きます。一人だと心細くて。
いや、ちょっと待って。This is troubling. I'd really like to go alone.
そんな、どうしてもダメですか?
She pleaded, looking up at me. It was an expression I rarely saw, and I found myself drawn to it. If it weren't this situation, I might have given in. This is so awkward. You're having the runs, and she gives you the most. I'll be right back, okay?
麦さん、なんだか顔色が悪いですよ。
That's right. So, please let me go.
そんな、なおさら肩をお貸しします。
Yeah, that's not it. I don't need a shoulder. I'm fine.
では、肩ではなく腕で支えましょうか。
Your wit is great, but my bowels are not. I think I reached my limit.
大丈夫ですか、麦さん。やはり付き合いますよ。
お願い。
はい、頼まれました。
Please let me go alone. Reaching the limit of my endurance, I shake out Koyomi's arm and start running. So awkward.
麦さん、置いていかないでください。
I hear footsteps. What do you mean? This is so awkward. No, why are you chasing me? Koyomi! Tsumi! Let me take a shot! It was the first time in my life I had ever screamed such words. It felt as if I had lost something precious. I wonder if my words had startled her. I could no longer hear the footsteps following me. Oh yeah! I scouted for the best possible spot. It was a burst of desperate adrenaline-fueled strength. I moved so fast, I could hardly believe my own eyes. I might have transcended human intelligence. Like a bird of prey spotting its target, I stretched out my clothes in one high-speed motion. Wait, I'll be right back. My food just arrived. Okay, I am back.
すみません。その気が利かず。
It's okay. It's fine. In a sense, my dignity was lost, but in another sense, it had been preserved. I mean, it could have been worse, so, you know, I guess it's fine. Don't eat the berries around here.
美味しいんですけどね。
I said no.
はい。
Kind of makes you think how she's tanking it, though. Or is she even tanking it? Like she's straight up unaffected by it. I wonder why. A few days later, the two of us look over our chisu together.
やっぱり東の道ではないでしょうか。
The southern path is also hard to pass up.
でも遠回りですよ。
That's true, but it has advantages that outweigh the extra distance. As for what we're arguing about. Wait a second, this really wasn't there literally a similar scene in Sweet Stella about this? Anyway, up ahead, the road splits into two. The eastern path is shorter. The southern path is a bit of a detour, but it's a road where a highway used to be.
その高速道路というものはそんなにも便利なんですか？
It's a road designed for high-speed travel. In exchange, you have to pay a toll to the administrator.
道を通るだけでお金を支払わなければいけないんですか？それはなんてアコギなのでしょう。
Infrastructure isn't free, you know. Maintaining it requires both money and labor. That's indispensable. That's why you shouldn't take on mail delivery jobs so lightly.
でも皆さんの笑顔が見られるんですよ。
Imagine being Sam Porter Bridges. That's the way you're being. Well, some people do. Of course, that's a good thing, but I can see a future where it eventually collapses. There are plenty of things that can't be sustained by goodwill alone. This literally does feel like Sweet Stella again.
ますみ町は素敵な方々でいっぱいです。悪意なんてみじんも感じたことはありません。
Clear malice is easier to deal with. It's not that. Let me see. I wonder if there's a good analogy. Then, what would you do if you were entrusted with a package that was far too large?
頑張って運びます。
What if it's so big, it won't fit in the bag, and it's too big to fit in a detencha?
それは困りましたね。でもお断りもしたくありませんし。
You mean you can't carry it?
意地が悪いです。
It's not that I'm being mean. It's just that reality occasionally forces impossible demands upon you.
それを解決しろということですね。
Yeah, that's why you don't necessarily have to refuse the request. If you want to do the job, then take it. However, you need to find a solution. If you can present one, you'll become even more relied upon.
では、例えば配達員を2人に増やすとかでしょうか。あとは自転車じゃなくて 別の乗り物を手配するとか。
That's a good answer, isn't it?
臨機応変さが重要なのですね。
Because it's almost impossible for irregularities not to occur. In that case, we just need to acquire the flexibility to handle them.
一朝一夕でできるものではなさそうです。おじいさんがあれだけ慕われていたのは理由があったのですね。学びになりました。さすがは旅のお師匠様です。
That title still makes me feel a bit awkward. I'm still just a kid after all.
麦さんは高速道路を使って真澄町まで。
Most roads have been abandoned by the administrators by now, so I made use of them.
では、基本的にはタダで通れるのですね。その道をたくさんの車が行き交っているのですか？
And there aren't many vehicles left. If anything, I think there are more pedestrians. It's still kind of weird. I mean, in a society that still has planes, I mean, sure, there were and diesel planes, but obviously cars were made. I mean, cars started out as diesel engines, and they were made in factories before even the time when the current. They were made back in the day, handmade. So, well, I guess it would be true. There's not much vehicles left, so it's harder to maintain and do stuff on them. But
なるほど。歩く人が多いということは歩きやすい道なんでしょうね。
I think it's better maintained than the Eastern Road, and the likelihood of encountering Kemono will likely decrease as well.
でしたら南に行きますか？
Is it really okay?
旅については麦さんの方が経験者ですから従った方が吉かなと思っています。
I see. わかった。じゃあ、let's keep heading south.
はい。
And with that, we decide our path together. It literally does feel like a scene from
これが高速道路。
We have so much CG, background CGs in this route. I like it. Because obviously they've been going to different parts of the... They're traveling compared to their whole story is just in Masamicho. With the occasional Awauchu stuff. The toll gate barrier remained up. As I thought. This place isn't being managed by anyone anymore either.
ところどころ道が荒れていますね。
It's only natural, since it hasn't been maintained. The road was cracked. Broken down vehicles had been pulled to the side of the road, left abandoned in scattered spots. Weeds growing through the concrete and asphalt told the story of passing time. But I could see people here and there walking the opposite lane. They gave a small nod as we passed by. The fact that there are other travelers here is proof that the road is still safe. At the very least, it doesn't look like the overpass has collapsed.
麦さんの判断が正しかったということですね。さすが旅のお師匠様です。
It was just a fluke. I can't relax just yet, but for now, it seems there are no problems. For the time being, I can breathe a sigh of relief. However, the scenery never changes, so the fatal flaw is that it lacks any excitement.
旅に面白みは必要なんですか？
Well, it's certainly more fun if you have it.
私の旅の理由はなすべきことがあるからです。旅はそのための通過点でしかないと思っているのですが。
そういえば、Koyomi was that kind of girl. If you get tired and lose your energy, you'll become unable to move. And if that happens, you won't be able to fulfill your mission. That's why you need a sense of playfulness.
遊びですか？
I like how this calls back to the original thing that we worried about for her. It's one of the things I learned in Masamicho. Don't you think you should work seriously, but also proceed while enjoying yourself to a certain extent? Although, yeah, this is kind of like repeating what we already did. Even to my own ears, it sounded like a forced assertion. Look, go ahead and look at that. I pointed to a green signpost hanging up. It wasn't rusted, and the letters were clearly legible.
サービスエリア。
If you concentrate on driving for too long, fatigue builds up. If you let that fatigue accumulate, your ability to judge situation drops, making accidents more likely. And that's why facilities like that are scattered around for resting.
なるほど。あれは休憩するための場所なんですね。では、休むというのは非合理に見えて合理的な行動なんでしょうか。
It's better to be properly aware of your fatigue and address it as it occurs. Slow and steady wins the race, as they say.
急がば回れ。辞書で読んだ記憶があります。
I'd be happy those words actually sank in, but
まるで麦さんが南の道を希望したのと似ていますね。
now that you mention it, maybe so.
旅の心得についてなんとなくですが分かってきました。
Oh, that's good. So shall we stop by that service area? I doubt it's even operational, though.
ではぜひ。
I didn't expect my suggestion to take a detour to go through so smoothly. I'm pleased.
どうしたんですか、麦さん。
It just means she's starting to trust you more. What's wrong?
すごくにやけています。
Was it that obvious? I feel like Otosan celebrating her musume's growth.
娘さんがいらっしゃるのですか。
This is literally a sweet Estella. I don't have a musume, but if I had to pick someone, it would be you, Koyomi. What do you mean she got musume's zone? With all due respect. Oh, that's her.
その私は麦さんの娘ではないです。
That's true.
なんだか混乱してきました。
As expected, it was a desolate place. The sight of the abandoned vehicles lined up was almost like a cemetery. Hakaba. Anyway,
カルマさんたちのお墓ですね。
they had to clear out the abandoned vehicles to open up the toll road. I guess the service area was a convenient place to move them to.
これらはみんな全く動かないのですか。
If they could move, they wouldn't be here.
そうですか。
Koyomi wore a lonely expression. She pressed her hands together and began to pray. Light dwells within all things. She seemed to believe that without a shadow of a doubt. I thought to myself how kind-hearted she is. Glancing at her, I turned my steps toward the building. The shop, which appeared to have been once in business, had its shutters pulled
お
down.
店はやられてないようですね。
She was behind me before I knew it. Well, I suppose that makes sense. If there are no customers, there's no business. There aren't many people who travel long distances like us.
皆さんそんなに外に出ないものなのでしょうか。
Even you, Koyomi. If you didn't have the goal of delivering Tegami, you probably wouldn't have left Masumicho, right?
確かにそうかもしれませんね。おじいさんのいた真澄町から離れるのはやっぱり寂しいですから。
You're not the only one who feels that way, Koyomi. It's quite difficult to actively step out from a community where peace and safety is guaranteed.
それは逆説的に麦さんと妹さんがすごいということではないですか。能動的に旅をされています。
That's nothing special. We just didn't have any other choice. It wasn't proactive or anything. We were just using the process of elimination.
いいお二人はとても大変だったのですね。
We aren't the only ones who had it hard. Everyone has their own struggles.
麦さんは時折難しいことを言います。いろんなことを考えられていて率直に羨ましいです。
While Koyomi is so busy working.
私はそんなにいっぱい物事を考えられません。
I just traveled and seen all sorts of things. You have plenty of good qualities too, Koyomi, don't you?
私にですか。
Oops.
それはあんまり自覚がない。
Wait, sorry. Like your kindness and your belief that light dwells in all things.
それはあんまり自覚がないです。
This is like Philia over. Now I can't put it out of my mind since I read Selena Stella so much. I really liked it. And I keep putting the analogies in my brain. And you use words that I don't even know. I think having a rich vocabulary is a very good thing.
勉強の賜物ですね。
Why did you study so much?
言葉を知るのは楽しいですから。言葉がわからなくて悔しい時があったんです。
She wears a lonely expression. It seems as though she is remembering
だ
something.
から言葉を知りたいんです。
That's a commendable attitude.
では麦さんも一緒に高め合いましょう。私たち同じ小鳥郵便屋の配達員ですから。
I'm worried, but I'll be able to keep up.
またまたご謙遜を。
And so, while engaging in idle conversation, we continue to browse through the service area. My feet come to a halt in front of a certain facility attached to one of the shops.
これは真澄町でも同じようなのを見た覚えがあります。
It's a gas station. The one in Masumicho wasn't operational, but it looks like this one is the same.
麦さんのバイクが走るために必要なんですよね。
Ah. Since means of production are quite limited these days, it's a precious commodity.
長旅の間、どこかで補給しなきゃいけないですよね。
Yeah, how the hell... Yeah, they were able to go all the way from south of Japan, you know, from Honshu all the way to Hokkaido with a bike. And I'm pretty sure at the start of the beginning of the story, they already ran out of fuel, so they must have been so used to like pushing the bike and all that. That depends on how much distance we had to cover, but fortunately, it's a fuel-efficient bike. Sure. Even in the vast northern lands, I can cover the distance to our destination without needing a refill.
おお、頼もしい子なんですね。
Very convenient, by the way. I just don't think about it, guys. That said, supply stations are precious. The more I find, the more I want to refuel.
真澄町みたいに燃料があるのは珍しいんですね。
That place is blessed, both in its people and its environment. That's probably why it's so
で
peaceful.
は、私も注意深く探しておきます。
Yeah, please do.
はい、頼まれました。
I wonder if Koyomi likes her job, Shikoto, or if she just likes being relied upon.
では、そろそろ行きましょうか。
Ah. After a brief moment of rest, we began to move forward once again. It's so awfully convenient. His bike is so fuel efficient, he doesn't need to worry about gas. Meanwhile, Aina's route, they had to worry about gas a lot. As always, she pedals with a pleasant rhythmic tempo. She makes it look easy, but her speed is absolutely insane. Saying it's a struggle to catch up to her on a bike is practically a joke at this point.
よ、び、よ、届けるよ。
Saying it's a struggle to catch up to me on the bike. That's what I was wondering.
手紙、今すぐに。
She's singing that song again. Oi! Are we gonna also have an insert song where she's singing that? And I'm gonna be crying? I better be.
はーい、なんでしょ
Wait, I like this expression. What's your
う。
pace?
なんのそのです。
Hmm?
び、
That was a very nasty sound.
あれ。
Whether she lost her balance or not, she suddenly began to swerve. And what followed was a sight that felt all too familiar in Masumicho. She hit a stone, and the whole bike lifted slightly off the ground, and then... Hoi! I hurriedly stopped my bike and run over. The wheel of the fallen detention spins aimlessly with a rattling sound. 大丈夫, Koyomi?
なんのそのです。
Why is there a sun now? Koyomi slowly stands up. Are you hurt anywhere?
私は大丈夫です。でも、この子が。
I look down at the detencha, the source of that awful sound. The cracked arm connected to the pedal is snapped clean off. It wasn't just broken, it looked almost pulverized. It must have been worn out to begin with. Sumari, this... Even I can't fix it.
そうですか。とても悲しいですね。ご苦労さん。
So, that was his name. What a fitting name, too. Kokoro. Kokoro, good work, son.
私にとっては、たくさん一緒に走ってくださった戦友です。おじいさんの代から小鳥郵便屋を見守っていた先輩でもあります。
そっか。So your G-san used to ride it too.
私がご無理をさせてしまっていたのでしょうか。
She seems quite despondent. Should we push it?
そうしたいのは山々ですが、進みが遅くなってしまいますよね。
Ah, you're right.
それも困ります。でも、放っておくのもためらわれます。麦さん、これはどうしたものでしょうか。
That's impossible to repair. I feel like I had no choice but to leave it somewhere but. Even so, I want to respect Koyomi's feelings. Should we carry it to the next service area? The broken vehicles were just left sitting there, weren't they?
つまり、お友達がたくさんいらっしゃると。
To put it simply,
そちらであれば、この子も寂しくならないですかね。
I'd like to think so. It's hard to say for sure, but it's probably better than just being abandoned by the side of the road. Koyomi seemed to hesitate, but eventually she reached for the detencha and set it upright.
お連れしましょう。きちんと弔ってあげたいです。
Proper send-off. わかった。
お手数をおかけします。麦さん。
Don't worry about it. That's just part of traveling.
旅とは、こんなにも前途多難なものなんですか。
It's nothing, but things not going as planned. Just like life.
それは、
人生。
神様も相当意地悪ですね。後でちゃんと文句を言いに行かないといけません。
Sounds good. I'll go with you. You can even collect signatures if you want.
集まりますかね。
No doubt they will. In a world full of hardships like this, there isn't a single person without something to complain about.
それでは、麦さんに一任しましょう。
Boy, you're just dumping this on me because it's become a hassle, aren't you?
私には郵便配達がありますから。
Me too. I'm a fellow mail carrier, right?
麦さんはまだ新人です。なので署名集めは新人業務の一環です。そうなりました。
Oh no, the senpai's authority. I feel like you're being worked to the bone just because I'm new.
でも、麦さんは素晴らしい新人さんですよ。上司の気持ちを汲んで、素敵なご提案をしてくださるのですから。
You understand your boss's feelings. So this is, work romance. Anyway.
ありがとうございますね、新人さん。
I feel like I've been tricked somehow. After that, I successfully transported the detencha to the service area. I pressed my hands together. Gokuro-san. Gokuro. I offered a polite prayer and said my goodbyes. With Koyomi in the back, I pedaled forward.
麦さん、結構怖いです。
Is that so? Maybe it's because I've already gotten used to it. It doesn't really bother me.
ちょっとした衝撃で、体が投げ出されそうです。
I didn't intend to make it bounce that much though. If you're anxious, then hold on tight.
わかりました。
That's a really tight hug. Koyomi, Could you maybe loosen your grip just a little bit?
でも怖いのです。
I'll drive more slowly. I slow my pace. At the same time, the grip of her arm squeezing my sides loosened slightly. Is this better?
はい。でもなんだか遅くないですか?
What a selfish girl! I floored the accelerator. If I go fast, it's painful. If I slow down, I get complaints. Is this a kind of new punishment or something? And so I ended up speed riding, with my speed fluctuating needlessly back and forth. I'm a little worried about the fuel. I thought it was fuel efficient and you don't need to worry about it. Whatever, bro. Oh, new town again. Camping out. I make a modest soup using smoked meat and some herbs I managed to forage. It's a little lacking in seal, but a warm meal soaks deep into my very soul.
なんだか不思議です。
What do you mean?
野宿の経験はたくさんあります。ですが、このようなお料理でお腹が満たされたことはありません。
Bro, she was doing survivalist stuff. Koyomi, you're just too indifferent toward food. No, I take that back. Not just food, but toward living in general, I suppose.
充実させる必要はないと思っていたのです。
Koyomi self-depreciating to a fault.
でも、最近はよくわかりません。考えがまとまらないのです。これも麦さんのせいな気がしています。
It's almost as if you're making me out to be the bad guy.
一度私に嘘をつきました。
That hits a nerve. Gomen. Ignoring my apology, Koyomi smiled.
許しましょう。代わりに一緒に旅をしてくださっているので。
I'm grateful for your generous mercy.
いい。苦しゅうないです。頭を上げてください。
Our eyes meet. Koyomi seems somewhat happy.
一人じゃない野宿は心安らかですね。
Soyeba. There might have been a fewer times when I wasn't alone. I was always with Rika. Thinking about it that way, Koyomi really is a brave, amazing girl. Ashita, let's get off the highway and try stopping at a town somewhere. It's not an emergency, but it would be nice to have some fuel. Even though I've gradually gotten used to it, I'm adjusting my speed for Koyomi's sake. Frequent acceleration and braking inevitably eats up fuel.
旅の際にはどうやって調達されていたんですか?
I used to check carefully at every town I stopped at. Since there aren't many vehicles in circulation now, many towns don't have any at all.
では、燃料があることを願うしかないのですね。
That's just the way it is.
例えばなのですが、止まってしまった車両から拝借するのは難しいのですか?
Gasoline has an expiration date too. The great disaster happened 10 years ago. The gasoline in vehicles left abandoned as remnants of those days is no longer usable.
そううまくはいかないのですね。
Well, that's just how it
も
goes.
し燃料が尽きてしまったらどうするんですか?
I guess I'll just push it. As long as there's fuel, it can run again.
つまり、お腹が減って動けないだけだと。
Ah, something like that. It's not like it's actually broken after all. Finding fuel in Masamicho was a real lifesaver.
では、壊れてしまったら。
If it can't be fixed, I'll just have to leave it behind.
ずっとその子と旅をされてきたのに。
It's just like Gokuro-san. If it can't run anymore, that's the end of the road. Besides, making it all the way to Masamicho with this thing is nothing short of a kiseki. Koyomi shakes her head.
麦さんがすごく丁寧に扱っているからですよ。だから、それに応えてくださっているのだと思います。
Well, I suppose that's one way to look at it.
はい、あります。
You're quite certain, aren't
あ
you?
りますから、ことわざにもありますよ。旅は道連れ、世は情け。と。 ちんとバイクさんにも情けをかけているから、その恩返しですよ。
Being told that so directly is a little embarrassing. I feel a bit restless and scratch my nose. So, with that in mind, I want to take the local roads a bit tomorrow.
はい。急がば回れです。
It seems she takes a great liking to that proverb. It suits Koyomi. In a sense, it is the least like her. Because she's always in a hurry, right? So now she's changing philosophies. A few hours pass after exiting the highway. どうしたの？
あの先に奇妙なものが見えるなと思いまして。
I don't see anything. No. Maybe there is something there. You have sharp eyes, Koyomi.
私の取り柄です。取り目ですけど。
You're rhyming.
韻って何ですか？
That's when you repeat words with similar
目
sounds.
がいいのが取り柄。でも私は取り目。
That's right.
大切な荷物を足で届ける配達。毎日が壮絶。でも使命を果たす情熱。
Don't just start piling it on like that.
すみません。楽しくなってしまって。
I honestly think Koyomi's actually talented. It's just that she really needs someone to guide her. For now, I keep my eyes fixed on the road ahead. Just as Koyomi said, and there is something massive far off in the
で
distance.
かくて丸いですね。緑色と黒色が混ざってます。
If I'm not mistaken, that's... It sits right in the middle of the road. It's a freaking giant suica.
こんなに大きなスイカが存在するんですか？この世界は謎でいっぱいですね。
That's way too big. There's no way it's real.
これ食べられるんですかね？
さすがに食べられないよ。
Looking back, a man appeared in the middle of the farm work. Is approaching us.
珍しいね。お客さんかい？
Hi, we come from up north.
道中大変だっただろう。
We have a bike and a detention, so we managed to get by without too much trouble.
ご苦労さんは天寿を全うされましたが。
ご苦労さん？
Go man, that's not what I meant. ところで, is there any gas in this town?
バイクへの給油かい？
It looks like we still have a long way to go to our destination. And there is any, that's fine.
そうだな。ただでとはいかないかもな。
Of course, I'll do anything.
なんでも？じゃあ、ちょっと待っててくれるかな？
はい。
ああ、そうだ。君たちの名前を教えてくれるかな？
I'm Hayakawa Mugi.
白戸暦です。
俺は高熊。よろしくね。それじゃあ、ちょっくらみんなと相談してくるよ。
Helping with the harvest.
ちょうど今朝、一人ぎっくり腰になっちまったやつがいてな。そいつの代わりに手伝ってほしいんだ。
I like how we have some side quests right now.
ぎっくり腰とは何でしょう？
腰に激痛が走るんだよ。大の大人でも泣くほど痛いんだ。
I don't want to know what that feels like. I already had this situation where I popped my leg muscle once. I don't want to know the feeling of that on my lower back.
それこそもう生活にも支障が出ちゃうほどでな。ちょこっと動いただけでもにゃー！
それは過酷ですね。
特に俺たちはかがんで作業することが多いからさ、なりやすいんだよね。
Damn.
そういうわけだからぜひお願いしたいんだ。
What do you say, Koyomi? Is it okay?
もちろんです。何のそのです。
頼もしいね。じゃあよろしく頼んだよ。
はい。
はい。あ、ところで、what kind of harvest is it?
もちろんスイカさ。
Nice, we're getting some suica.
麦さん。
はい。
元気ですか？
はい。
元気じゃないですか？
はい。
どっちなんですか？
はい。
麦さんはもうダメそうです。
Don't give up. Wait, why are you so full of energy? I am reminded once again that Koyomi is a tall stamina monster. You haven't even broken the sweat, have you?
そんなことはないですよ。さすがの私も服の中はほかほかです。
She only feels warm. She hasn't even sweat. In that case, why don't you unbutton your collar for a bit?
そんな着崩しは制服さんに失礼ですよ。
You're so literal about strange things. I don't think your Seifuku wants you to see you collapse either. I'm sure it'll allow you to let some heat escape for a little while.
そうですか。では、お言葉に甘えて。
She unfastens the hook of her collar, boldly opening her neckline. Her pale skin is faintly damp with sweat. Okay, she does sweat.
涼しいですね。
She fans her clothes with rhythmic padding sound, catching the breeze. Could you please show a little more consideration?
何を気にするのでしょう。
Yeah. None of what What kind of consideration are we talking about here, bro? Which one? Is she really this indifferent to people looking at her body?
助かったよ君たち。若いだけあって二人ともすんごくパワフルだったね。
すごく powerful.
郵便で鍛えてますから。
郵便？
We're mail carriers.
そうだったのか？そりゃ悪いことしたな。だったらガソリンなんていくらでも提供したのに。
え？
俺たちの町の掟なのさ。町と町をつないでくれる人たちには最大限協力してあげようってね。
Thanks, Sam Border Bridges. そうか。
お送りしたいお手紙がございましたら預かりましょうか。
届けてくれるのか？
郵便屋ですから。
嬉しいけど便箋とか封筒とか持ってないからな。
よろしければお売りいたしますよ。こちらが小鳥郵便屋特製の便箋でして、こちらが文具ですね。小鳥郵便屋がある真澄町のノベルティもありまして。
I like how she went full saleswoman. She's got a real business spirit. So, and this is what a professional mail carrier looks like.
じゃあ、これとこれをもらおうかな。
ありがとうございます。
Before I knew it, she had already made the sale.
いやはや、労働させてしまってすまないね。代わりにと言ってはなんだけど、名物をご馳走するよ。
So tell me, the specialty is...
もちろん、スイカさ。
It was the very thing that it had been harvesting just a moment ago. One of the people I was working with brought over a plate. The suika was neatly sliced into boat shapes and laid out.
これがスイカ。中はこんなにも赤いんですね。
Apparently, this is Koyomi's first time ever eating suika.
どうやって食べるんですか？
こうやるんだ。
Takakuma-san opened his mouth wide and bit into the suika. A crisp, refreshing crunch echoed.
とても豪快です。
Watching someone else eat makes it impossible to resist. Man, now it's been now I'm craving for suika. Oh shit, how coincidental. I have some sour candy that is suika flavored. I guess I could cope with that. I don't have a suika bar as well. Anyway, whatever. That said, I'd love to see Koyomi eating like that too. Go ahead, try some, Koyomi.
はい。
Koyomi picked up a slice. Oh, at least they're consistent about the part where she opened up her collar. Because obviously the sprites don't show that she opened up her collar. Here, her collar's opened up.
緑色の皮に赤い実と黒い種。とても奇抜な組み合わせで素敵ですね。
That kind of sensitivity. Never had it. She tentatively brought it to her mouth.
おー
I might need this.
て喉が潤いました。すごい水分です。もはや水です。
Is it good?
はい。
She couldn't stop, biting into slice after slice. Uh-huh. Are you eating the seeds too? It's kind of cute of her.
種を食べないなんてことがあるんですか？
いい食いっぷりだね、嬢ちゃん。
You got seeds stuck to your mouth.
おや、すみません。お見苦しい姿をお見せしてしまいました。
Oh man. So kawaii. You're savoring every single bite, aren't you?
もったいないですからね。
じゃあ、I'll have one too.
一つと言わず、たくさん食べてよ。
My! Not only was it bursting with moisture, but the sweetness was incredible too. I feel like it's even sweeter than the suika I remember. Is there a secret to it?
ここのは特別なんだよ。土がいいんだ。土が。
Random fact. Hokkaido and Aomori, which is the prefecture below Hokkaido, they're the places where Japan tends to make those very, 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 very expensive fruits. Yeah. This is the best place to grow fruits and all. Anyway. Offering thanks for nature's bounty, I pick up another slice. Before I know it, Koyomi has also picked up her next slice. とっても美味しい。
いくらでも食べられてしまいますね。
美味しそうに食べている姿を見るのが一番幸せだな。
では、郵便と一緒です。
そうなのかい？
お手紙が届いた時、皆さんとても嬉しそうにされるんです。その時の笑顔が私の糧なんだと思います。
そうか。じゃあ一緒だな。自己満足だけど、それでも誰かを笑顔にできるのっていいよな。はい。
とても嬉しいです。
I finish eating in no time. But, to my surprise, another plate is brought out.
来た来た。ちょうどキンキンに冷やしてたスイカもあってな。
おお。
食ってみなって。
Then, I'll dig in without hesitation.
私もいただきます。
Random observation. Koyomi is small. Anyway. Wait, let me double check. Did I already screenshot this? I'm just repeating screenshots at this point. Oh, this is a zoomed in shot. Okay, I might need this one. The coolness spreads from my mouth, soothing the heat in my body. Is there a refrigerator surviving in there or something?
違う。川だよ。岩で囲いを作ってしばらく浸しておくんだ。
それだけでこれほどに冷たくなるなんて不思議です。全身をこのスイカに浸したいくらい気持ちいいです。
それは最高だね。川が雪解け水もはらんでるから冷たいんだろうな。
It's so cold. It reminds me of a suika bar. Hit silver pockets.
ああ、懐かしいね、それ。
スイカバー。
Said the thing. That's a water flavored ice pop.
氷をお菓子にするんですか。贅沢品なんですね。
昔はいっぱいあったんだよね。
Recipes, sure. A suika bar is one of them. An ice pop made with suika juice.
そのスイカではダメなんでしょうか。
They are delicious in their own right, you know.
このスイカよりも
They're almost completely different things. The seeds are often made of chocolate and such.
チョコ。それって茶色くて甘いお菓子のやつですか。
そっか。
邪道な気がしますけど。
Yeah. They're really tasty.
疑ってるね。
一度麦さんに嘘をつかれてますから、麦さんには疑ってかかれと私の頭が言っています。
ごめん、okay? I won't lie to you ever again, Koyomi.
約束ですからね。
I like this side quest. In the end, it was decided that we could stay for the night. There was a place to sleep that was shelter from the wind. And that alone made it a perfect night.
手紙が書けたからお願いしてもいいかい？
はい。どちらまで？
前に農家をやっていた町に友人がいてね、久しぶりに連絡でも取ってみようかなと。
かしこまりました。小鳥郵便屋が責任を持ってお届けいたします。
ありがとう。
It happened just as I opened my bag to put the letter away. A single sheet of paper spilled out of the bag. It was the chisu I had received from Kaida-san. As she opened her bag to put the letter away. Okay. It was the chisu we had received from Kaida-san. Oh, I picked it up immediately.
すみません。ありがとうございます。
Wait, huh? I looked down at the open chisu. Since I have been traveling for so long, I can usually tell roughly where I am on the chisu. But where am I now? This town isn't listed on the chisu. When was this town established?
ああ、地図にはないだろうな。ここにはもともと町なんてなかったんだ。ポツポツと人家はあったんだがな。
Takakuma-san gazed in the distance.
ある時、大きな山火事があってな。ここら一帯も巻き込まれて焼けちまったんだ。
A forest fire?
落雷でな。当然当時の人たちに消火する力もなくて燃え尽きるのを待つしかなかった。でもそのおかげで土壌が肥沃化してな。
By the way, they have power lines here, so after that forest fire, they were able to establish some form of power infrastructure.
作物の調子がめちゃくちゃいいんだ。俺は大災害前もスイカ農家だったんだが、あれ以降元の町ではうまくいかなくってな。いろんなつてを経てここに越してきたんだ。それから少しずつ人が集まり始めて町になった。その時に思ったのが人と人のつながりの大切さなんだ。
I like how this route really puts a lot into the world building of the whole place.
だから
the setting.
俺たちの町ではそういうやつを歓待するのさ。
Takakuma-san spoke with a smile on his face. Suddenly, I noticed Koyomi looking down, trembling slightly. どうしたの、Koyomi?
いえ。
I wonder what she's thinking.
私、落雷で怖い目にあったことがありますので。
Oh yeah. So that's why you hate Kaminari.
恥ずかしながら。
ジョーちゃんの嫌な記憶を掘り返しちゃったか。すまねえな。
いえいえ。でも、面白いですね。
She says that with that particular look on her face. 面白い。
山火事がいいことにつながるなんて思いもしませんでしたから、物事の表層だけを見ていてはいけませんね。
そんな教訓のある話だったかな。
Koyomi nodded herself, satisfied with that thought. I'm really liking this route. Maybe I'm just into that kind of story. These travel stories, journey stuff. I don't know, man. It's been a while since we left Suika Town. It's literally called Suika-cho. We have returned to traveling via the highway.
ピーヤ、ピーヤ、届けるよ。
A letter is coming right up.
ピーヤ、ピーヤ、待っててね。
It seems she has grown used to traveling by bike. Today is no different. The bike moves forward as she sings her usual song. But I slowly decelerate so as not to make too much noise.
どうして止まるんですか？
Shh.
ピ
見て。Koyomi looks forward suspiciously. Bro, Akuma. And there's a brown bear.
とても大きいクマさんがいます。
Ah. I walk slowly further down the road.
お子さんも一緒で素敵です。
Sticky.
今日はお日柄もいいですし、お散歩日和なんでしょうね。
She speaks with such carefree words. Let's turn back for now.
何か問題でもあるんですか？
A huge one. It's Akuma. Akuma. What if it attacks us?
襲われるなんてことがあるんですか？
What the hell, Koyomi? How the... Of course it does. And it's with a cub. That makes it even more defensive.
杞憂ではないですか？
Yeah. You can never be too careful.
私は大丈夫だと思うのですが。
Koyomi. I turn toward Koyomi. The thoughts I've been holding back finally spill out. Koyomi, you need a better sense of danger. Normally, even camping out is risky. It's only fine because I've been carefully making my scent and masking my scent and camouflaging us, but basically, you're not supposed to approach wild animals. If you don't pay more attention to your surroundings and live with more caution, one day you'll be caught off guard. Maybe that explains why she never returned.
麦さん、
The other ending.
今、すごく近いですよ。
Huh? I look forward. Oh shit! Oh shit! Shimatta! I lock eyes with Akuma. That's less than 30 meters away. Dikete! Koyomi! I pull an immediate U-turn. I floored accelerated and speed away. But the Akuma reflected in the side mirror is running. It's coming straight for us. You got to be kidding me!
麦さん、追いかけられてます。
I know!
なんだか歯をむき出しで怖い顔をされています。
No kidding! I flee at full speed. There'll be a massive loss in time, but I can't worry about that now. Above all else, my life is what matters. Her life, or our life. I gotta go even faster, Koyomi!
そんな。
I floored accelerator.
早いです。
Hold on tight! Tsukamatte. I underestimated it. That Kuma is incredibly fast. It's not getting further away at all. What should I do? Ah, that's it. Koyomi, can you throw that thing we got from the Suika town to the back? I think you put it in your mailing bag, right?
はい、やってみます。でも、少し速度を落とせませんか？
If we slow down, it'll catch us.
麦さんの腰から手を離すのが怖いんです。
Even so, just try your best. Slowly, one of her hands drifts away from my waist.
取り出せない。
You can do it, Koyomi.
よいしょ。はい、よいしょ。私、投げます。
Ah.
いやー。
Yeah. And there was a squelch sound of something being crushed. What she had thrown was a mini suika. It seemed to be a specially bred variety, developed for commercial distribution. Oh! Through the rear view mirror, I saw the Kuma stop in his tracks. It seemed interested in the crushed suika. In that moment, we fled further and further away. This really feels like Sweet Estella scene. It really does. It really does feel like it. Even the music is kind of like, oh, am I? Anyway. Hora, I told you it would be scary.
私はクマさんよりもバイクの方が怖かったです。
Even after being chased like that?
クマさんはまだお話ができますから。でも、速度とはお話できません。
Seriously, what are you even saying? Wait, what do you mean you could talk to Kuma? I didn't even have the energy to retort. My mental strength was completely drained. The two of us slumped onto the ground. Wait, what do you mean you can talk to Kuma? Maintain maximum vigilance against wild animals. With that shared understanding, we set out once more. When we looked back along the road, the mini Suica had completely disappeared. It seemed that the Kuma had left. Koyomi, stay alert.
はいです。私のセンサーは異常なしと言っています。
What do you mean? Alright, I'll take your word for it.
はいです。
We continued a cautious ride, paying close attention to our surroundings. Fortunately, we didn't encounter the Kuma again. It really does feel like watching, reading Sweet Estella. That was one of those scenes. Oh no, I feel like opening the Suica candy I have here. No, I must resist.
地図にあった町はもうそろそろでしょうか。
I think so. Once we pass through there, we'll be just one step away from Chikuchi City. The silhouettes of houses appear in the distance. We were approaching the town, the Machi. Usually it still feels far away, even after you spot it, but I continued to ride the bike with a clear mind. Before long, a person appeared walking the road. They glared at us with a stern expression. In their hand, they grip a piece of timber as a makeshift baton. The atmosphere is tense. I slow down and come to a gradual stop.
何者だ。はじめまして。私たちは郵便屋です。
郵便屋？郵便局が復活したなんて話は聞いていない。
We're a privately run post office from a place called Masumicho.
マス？随分と西側じゃないか。
He looks up at me and down as if sizing me up. To be honest, it's unpleasant. But I shouldn't let my discomfort show. It's only natural for them to be wary of outsiders.
それで、その郵便屋が何の用だ？うちに配達か？
I really like how this route is pretty much the world building route.
いえ、通り抜けをさせていただきたいのです。
His expression grew even more stern.
お前ら、獣に会ったか？
獣？
そうだ。狐やら鹿やらだ。熊でもいい。
でしたら、熊さんにはお会いしました。
なんだと？
It was with a cub, blocking the path.
しかも、追いかけられたんです。私たちが驚かしてしまったんでしょうかね。
It did happen quite suddenly. Suddenly the fear from that time comes rushing back. I never want to experience that again. Why is the background different? Anyway.
申し訳ないが、通すわけにはいかない。
I couldn't believe my ears.
どうしてでしょうか？
お前たちを町に入れることはできない。
そんな。
Isn't that a bit too tyrannical?
私たちはただ手紙を運ぶために通り抜けたくて。
医者がいないんだよ、この町には。
His words carried weight.
こっちだってこんなことしたくねえんだよ。
Oh, I guess they're afraid that they would get some Kuma attack or something because remember he was asking about animals, so they're afraid that they might have brought the attention of animals from outside or something. That's my guess.
けど俺たちの気持ちも分かってくれねえか。わけもわからねえ風邪だか感染症だかでポンポンと人が亡くなってくんだ。
Oh shit, they have some... They're locked down. Okay, I got it.
理由は点でわからねえ。町の奴らはよそ者が良くないものを運んできたって言っている。でも本当にあるんだろう。獣に触れたら人間だけがかかる病気がよ。
Oh. 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 Remember, this is a VN made during COVID or something.
そんなものがあるんですか?
Ah, it certainly exists. You shouldn't touch wild animals carelessly. That's common sense for survival. Before you know it, the man looked like he was about to cry.
お前たちを町には入れられない。俺は怖いんだ。これ以上家族を失いたくない。
I couldn't say anything back. This is a problem.
そうですね。
It's not like we had actually touched the beast. But, given the mood out here, an excuse wasn't going to land. I tried to see if there was another way around, but there was no choice but to pass through.
大きく迂回するか、もしくは道をそれて山の中を進むかでしょうか。
The latter's too dangerous. If you get attacked by Akuma again, you won't stand a chance.
ですが。
We get attacked by Akuma. Taking a detour would take a lot of time.
はい。
Impossible. I want to pass through like this. Is there some way? Nah, Koyomi.
なんでしょう。
You mentioned before that you used to do deliveries in Masamicho in rainy days, right? You know, the day we made sparklers.
ありましたね。あの時はとても大変でした。
How did you manage the deliveries back then?
それは...
Yeah, how do you explain the part where you were naked for some reason? She seemed to be searching for the right words. The river was flooding that day, so the bridge should have been unusable. How did you get across to the other side? It had been on my mind for a while.
すみません。麦さん、その企業秘密です。
I'm a member of the company too, aren't I? Won't you tell me? It might give us a hint how to get past this. In my head, I was recalling that power. The Corridor of Wind. That's the thing Spica strictly warned me was strictly forbidden to use. However, even in the Corridor of Wind, I can't cross the river where the bridge had been washed away by the flood. I might sound like I'm saying something strange, but please listen. I have one too. Well, you know.
あるとは...
Chonoriku. How should I put it? A noriku. I guess, or a special skill. Like being able to run abnormally fast, or the world slowing down. Something out of the ordinary like that. Welcome back, rewrite, by the way. Anyway, so, even if you have something like that, Koyomi, I won't be particularly surprised. Saying it out loud makes me feel embarrassed. I don't want her to think I was some weirdo, so I came out in this roundabout way.
麦さんって普通の人ではないんですか?
The definition of futsu is up for debate, but it's true that I can perform such feats.
麦さん、その絶対に秘密ですよ。
もちろん。
絶対に絶対ですよ。
To be honest, I was feeling pretty embarrassed myself. Talking about powers and all that.
わかりました。
She takes a slow, deep breath. I wait for her to speak. She seems to be deep in thought. So she's likely trying to find the right words.
私、飛び越えることができます。
飛び越える？
はい。川とかは全く持って問題ないです。ただ、荷物を持てません。せいぜい一通の手紙くらいが限界なんです。
じゃあ、could it be that the reason you were naked back then was...
ご想像の通りです。衣服は重いので置いていったんです。
It all connected. The question melts away.
ところで、麦さんのお力というのはどういったものでしょう。人より速く走れるということは 異常なほどの体力や脚力ですか？
It's not that kind of power-based thing. It's more like hysterical strength, I guess. If I had to put it into words, you know, that slow motion thing people say right before you die, like that, except it doesn't stop.
なんて怖いお力。
Welcome back, rewrite. Anyway, it was just a metaphor. You had to take it literally. My senses become incredibly sharp. That's what I used to call it. In short, it's like I'm the only one who can move slightly faster than the rest of the world.
すごいような気がします。
She gives a reaction that suggests she doesn't quite understand. However, just like yours, Koyomi, mine isn't all powerful. I can only maintain it for a short time, and apparently I can travel with others in the first place. I recall what Spica told me.
本来風の回廊は素養がある人だけが踏み入ることのできる空間よ。
If Koyomi had that aptitude, maybe we could go together. But if she doesn't, what would happen? The risk is too great to test it out. For now, if we use our respective powers effectively, we might be able to overcome this problem. Koyomi, I have a plan.
新人さんが優秀さんです。
Don't tease me.
茶化してません。感心しています。ぜひ、その作戦をお伺いさせてください。
I slung Koyomi's bag over my shoulder and rested on my lap. With her usual clothes and hat inside, the bag was packed to the brim. Failure's not an option. I'm getting nervous. Will I really be able to reach that quarter wind place? But if I don't go, I can't pass through here. I'm counting on you, Kami-sama. Buddha. Yeah, ore? I trace back to my memories. How exactly did I enter the corridor wind before? Omoidashite. Alright. I slapped my cheeks to psych myself up. I sharpened my senses. Ikimasu yo! I started the engine and accelerate all at once. Concentration so intense that even the surrounding sounds fade away. Senses honed to the absolute limit. This is the condition for me to step into the corridor wind. Shoot. I tightened my grip on the handlebars. Me. I got the throttle wide open. I have no idea what that's saying.
Oi!
The gatekeeper before came into view. He jumped out into the road. I had to dodge him. Get! I had to break past his attempt to stop me. But in his hand, the long, square timber held in his arms was swung upward. I held a pang of guilt for forcing our way through. But even we have a reason why we had to keep moving forward. Go for it! I accelerated even further, putting every ounce of strength into my body. In that instant, a sudden wave of exhaustion washed over me. At the same time, the world seemed to lose its color. Did I make it in? The gatekeeper's movements were incredibly sluggish. He seemed to be saying something with his mouth open, but he was too slow to be heard. The wide swing of the timber came slowly crashing down toward us. I lowered my head and dropped my posture. The timber passes right over my head. I keep running, darting past the man's side. Hell yeah! I drive on without looking back. Isuide. I have to get out of this town. I was sent back. It's too fast. And there are people scattered throughout the town, and I pass them occasionally. There's no vitality here. They often notice the sound of my bike and stare intently. So you say, I'm just passing through. Please forgive me. I'm probably looking incredibly suspicious right now. I have no excuse. After all, I did just blow right past the gatekeeper. Feeling guilty, I continued to run. Gradually, the houses began to thin out. I should be out of town soon. Or so I thought. A piercing shout rang out. Where is that coming from? I strain my eyes. I see a figure ahead of the road. If they're stationing guards at the entrance, of course they have them at the exit too. What's more, this one is also armed. As a farming tool. It's thinner than a square of timber, but it has a blade. This is even more dangerous than the last one. I quickly concentrate to enter the corridor of wind. If I don't, I might actually get killed. I open the throttle wide. The farming tools are shaking off. Ike! Once again, the world changes. A muffled sensation, like being underwater. At the same time, a sense of emptiness washes over me, as if something has gouged out my very being. Ignoring my mental exhaustion, I focus on the obstacle right in front of me. Yeah! I speed past the side of the enraged gatekeeper, putting even more distance between us. Once the gatekeeper was completely out of sight, everything returned to normal. I did it! I actually did it! A voice so thin it surprised even me. It came out. I need to take a break. I stopped the bike and immediately slumped down into the grass. A heavy lethargy, like the kind you get with a fever, weighed down on me. Moving my body felt incredibly sluggish. Spica did say it was exhausting. I guess it's not something I should be using so much in such a short time. A headache was starting to set in too. I'd better hold off for a while. I lay down. Was my body always this heavy? I'm starting to hear things now. Is it Tanchi coming for me? I'm not ready to die yet.
Mugi-san!
That voice sounds familiar. Whose voice was that again? Let me see. Koyomi!
Mugi-san desu ka? Dochira ni irasshaimasu ka?
Over here, over here! I follow the sound of the rustling grass to find Koyomi, and then... Suddenly a girl with a generous amount of bare skin on display appeared. I instantly covered my eyes with my hand. You really can jump across.
Mugi-san こそ本当にお力があったんですね。小鳥郵便屋にはものすごい新人さんが入ってしまいました。私の手に余りますね。
Don't just stand there being impressed. Hurry up and put your clothes on. Kore. I hand the mail bag to Koyomi while keeping my eyes closed. When will we have the inevitable adaptation of this route? Anyway.
やはりこの服を着ている時が一番落ち着きますね。
She spun around on a spot. Her skirt fluttered. You're the usual Koyomi now.
はい。いつもの私です。麦さんはいつもの麦さんですか？なんだかとても疲れているように見えます。
Well, it's showing on my face that much. Can I rest for a while? My body isn't moving the way I want it to.
風邪でしょうか？
As soon as she suddenly draws near, she presses her forehead against mine. Chikai, Koyomi.
そうですね。
We're close enough to feel each other's breath. My heart rate is climbing. Not wanting her to notice, I quickly pull away.
あんまりよくわからないです。
You can't tell?
でも顔は赤いですよ。
That's for a different reason.
そうなんですか。
This girl is terrifying. She's way too oblivious and dense. Tonikaku, just let me rest.
時間も時間ですし、今日はここで野宿になりそうですね。私が火を起こしておきますよ。
ああ、ありがとう。Aren't you tired, Koyomi?
私は何のそのですよ。
Well, Koyomi does have more stamina than me. I suppose it was silly of me to even ask.
ご心配いただけるだけでも嬉しいです。ただ、ここまで想像以上の悪路でしたね。
Roads left severed by the landslides, cracked asphalt, overgrown weeds, so on and so forth. It was like that everywhere.
よく真澄町にご到達されましたね。しかも、元は海間港にお住まいだったんですよね。どうして真澄町に？
A lot of things happened. Iroiro. The only place I had any connection left to was just past Masumicho.
大変だったのでは。
Well, I'll be lying if I said it wasn't hard, but I had Rika. We managed somehow.
なるほど。お二方は随分と仲がよろしいですね。
She's my only kazuku after all.
家族。それほどにも強い絆でつながっているんですね。家族なんだか羨ましいです。
My bad. Koyomi had previously confided in me that she wasn't related to her Oji-san by blood. It's clearly something that weighs heavily on her mind. I wonder how I should respond. But, Koyomi, you love your Oji-san, don't you?
もちろんです。私の面倒をたくさん見ていただきましたから、感謝してもしきれません。
じゃあ、doesn't that make you part of his kazuko too, Koyomi? I think blood relations are a trivial matter. Very important the next route, huh?
そうでしょうか。では、例えば妹さんが赤の他人だったとして、お二人はそれほどまでに仲良くいられましたか？
Well, I wonder. I think it depends on the time we spent together. Even if Rika and I were related by blood, if we lived together for a long time, we'd develop a bond. Kizuna. And that happened. Whether we're blood related or not wouldn't really matter anymore, would it?
では、一緒に暮らしていなかったらどうでしょう。妹さんが赤の他人で、一緒に暮らしたことも、挨拶を交わしたこともない。大災害で世界中が大変なことになって。そんな時、見ず知らずの人を心配しますか？まずは、ご家族の安否が気になりませんか？
Well, I suppose so.
私には、無意識なほどにつながっている絆が、羨ましいんです。
Is it really something that grand? My head isn't working right from the exhaustion. In the end, I couldn't find the words. Before I knew it, I had fallen fast asleep. The morning sun filters through the muddy. My physical condition had recovered as if the illness were a lie. Sleep is amazing. It's 11:30 p.m. We're gonna finish this route, by the way. Good God, I decided to work at home tomorrow. That said, it's true that fatigue had been incredibly tough to deal with. I'll make sure to remember not to overuse that ability. I've had my things and resume my journey.
Pia, Pia, 届けるよ。
A ladder is coming right up.
Pia, Pia, 待っててね。
I've been in high spirits since that morning. According to the Chisu, our destination was just up ahead.
いよいよですね。
For now, I'm just glad we're both safe.
はい。旅というのは一瞬ですね。
Everything comes to an end eventually. Once it's over, I end up thinking, well, that was surprisingly anticlimactic.
こういう時に適切なことわざを覚えた気がします。
Let's roll.
喉元すぎれば便になる。
What the fuck? That's just a description of the physiological process. Once it passes the throat, you forget the heat. That's the one.
それです。なかなかの暑さでしたが、いつかは忘れてしまうんですね。少し寂しさもあります。
I like how that's a proverb for like spicy things, I guess, but it also has light meaning. And then you might as well try to remember it. Whether you forget or remember, that's your business.
なんだか麦さんらしい持論です。
What? Are you calling us sophistry?
まだ言ってませんよ。
Weren't you planning to? The two of us chat happily. We feel a sense of excitement as we steadily approach our destination. We'll eat once we arrive. I've been eating similar things lately, so I want to eat something different.
着いたら配達ですよ。お手紙を届けに来たんですから。
That's true, but still. A little reward for a long journey wouldn't hurt.
ついてきていただいた手前、わがままは言えませんね。
Alright. I heard that Chikuchi City is a coastal town. The seafood there is bound to be oishi. Having traveled through the mountains, we haven't had much access to seafood, making it a precious treat for us. Anticipation builds.
麦さんはご飯がお好きなんですね。
A good meal makes me forget all my fatigue. That kind of mental care is important when you're traveling, you know? You need to find your own way to take care of your mental health too, Koyomi.
私は配達をしなければなりませんから、配達をする私が私なんです。それ以外の私についてはあまり考えられません。
What will you do if people stop sending letters and deliveries cease to exist?
そんな未来があるんですか？
That came up while you were talking to Kaide-san, didn't you?
誰とでも連絡ができる機械です。
ああ。
では、私がその機械を取り上げていきます。代わりにお手紙をお渡ししましょう。
Everyone would probably rebel against that.
何のそのです。
If you force them, they might end up hating it, you know?
そうなのですか。難儀ですね。でも、お手紙を紙で書く良さも、その機械での連絡を取る良さも共存しうると思います。
Humans are weak to the word convenient after all.
それは寂しいですが、多数派でなくてもいいんです。お手紙って書くのも準備するのも手間かもしれません。でもだからこそもらえた時に嬉しくはありませんか？どんな些細なものでも一生の宝物になり得る。それがお手紙の素晴らしいところですよ。
Sokka. I suppose you're right. Tegami. Huh. I thought they had nothing to do with someone like me, someone who never settles down. I wonder if the day will ever come when I receive one.
麦さん、街が見えてきました。
Koyomi points her finger. Ahead, the shadow of houses are indeed beginning to appear, one by one.
誰もいないですね。
Don't tell me this is like that one scene in Sweet Estella. Anyway, was it abandoned? The houses are all quite dilapidated. I wonder if they all migrated. By the way, I guess we should have seen this coming, because if there was a town that was blocking the path to a big city, you know, that means there's no one on the other side to bother the town in between. Anyway.
どうでしょうかね。とりあえず中心地へと向かいましょう。
We arrive at a high point overlooking the town. The two of us lean over the railing, looking out into the distance. I gasp. This is... Suppose there was a piece of paper, perfectly smooth and without a single crease. If you were to grab it and crush it with all your might, no matter how much you try to smooth it out or iron it flat, it will never return to its original state, remaining marred by those distorted creases. Something about gyoza being... Anyway. This town is just like a paper, crushed by the overwhelming power of nature. The scars of its collapse are far too prominent. Even after 10 years have passed, I wonder if the buildings were all completely uprooted and destroyed. The rubble seems to have been mostly cleared away, but it looks as though no new buildings were ever constructed on the land afterward. It's hollowed out. The Great Disaster is a collected term for a chain reaction of various catastrophes. It began with the arrival of gamma rays from space. The result of powerful magnetic EMP caused electronic devices all over the world to cease functioning. From airplanes to trains, cars, and ships, all the moving machines lost control all at once. The town where I used to live was also scorched by the collapse of civilization. The larger the town, the higher the population, the more the damage increased proportionally. Chikuchi City was one of the largest cities in the north. Naturally, the damage caused by the Great Disaster was extraordinary.
いえ遠くないかしら。
お手紙の届け先がそちらなんです。
そう。気をつけてね。無事に届くといいわね。
Now I understand why Kaide-san was hesitating. It's not that I hadn't imagined it. It's just that the reality exceeded my imagination. Suzoruku. I am aghast at the sight of the town, still bearing the deep scars of the Great Disaster. It's in a terrible state.
行きましょう。
Koyomi.
まだわかりませんから。
It sounded as if she were speaking to herself.
どうしたんだい?
At least there's still people. Technically there's still people, but I guess the city's mostly like abandoned, but there's still people.
お届けしたいお手紙があって、この町に来たのですが。
手紙? 誰宛てなんだ?
こちらの住所にお住まいだったのですが、ご存知でしょうか?
She takes out a memo out of her bag. The address is written in Koyomi's handwriting.
おい、旧姓住所じゃねえか。わかるやついるかな。マスター、これわかる？ああ、なんだ。
The older man who stands up seems to be called Masan. The young man who spoke first explains the situation to Masan.
旧姓の場所なんてなんでまた。なあなあ、見てもらった方がいい。
Voices can be heard consulting about something. They don't sound very peaceful. Ultimately, after letting out a sigh, Masan approaches us as if he's resigned himself to the situation.
ついてこい。
はい。ご案内ありがとうございます。
Guided by Masan, we walk through the town. Masan remains silent during the walk, so Koyomi and I look around as we proceed. A row of makeshift tent houses stretches out, with various stalls lined up under the eaves. It looks like a market. However, shoppers browsing the goods are sparse, and it's quite deserted. It might just be a bad time of the day, but it feels a little lonely.
ここだ。
ここ?
そんな。
There was quite literally nothing there. Only the foundations were exposed, just enough to tell that the house had once stood there. But that was all.
この町は大災害で火と海の両方に飲まれた。
Koyomi says nothing and simply collapses onto the spot. It must have been quite a shock. Soyeba, the damage caused by the Great Disaster to Masumicho and the surrounding towns have been relatively minor. The larger the town, the more devastating the damage from the Great Disaster becomes. That was likely the first time she had seen a town so deeply scarred. Does that mean people were evacuating?
ないとは言わねえ。もっとも、この町で大災害から生き残れたやつは3割にも満たねえが。
Damn, that was so low. Holy shit. It was a desperate figure. I can't even find the words to speak.
こういうことを言うのは酷だと分かっとるが、わしからはこんなことしか言えん。申し訳ないな。
Yeah. My son leaves the area looking awkward. Thank you for guiding us. He waved to us over his shoulder. He must have seen sights like this many times before. It could have been a pleasant experience. I bowed deeply. Koyomi, Taichobu. She remains sitting there, dazed.
近くを探しましょう。避難されて別のところにいらっしゃるのかもしれません。ですよね、マギさん。マギさん。
It was a desperate plea. That's right. It's too early to be pessimistic. You're right. Let's look. It'll probably end up being a haphazard search, but I'll stick with her until Koyomi is satisfied.
やあ、どうも。君たちはここは初めて？
Hi. We just arrived today. We're here on business, but I glanced toward Koyomi, but she's looking down, her mind clearly elsewhere.
僕は足場と言うんだ。君たちは？
I'm Hayakawa Mugi, and this is Shirato Koyomi.
よろしくお願いします。
よろしく。君たちは誰かを訪ねてきたのかい？
Hi, but I find myself at a loss for words.
そうだね。ここは大災害による被害がひときわ大きかった。10年が経った今でも当時の惨状の面影が残るほどにね。
Have you always lived in this town? Asahiba-san? Remembering that.
この町のしがない地方新聞社で記者生活を送っていたんだ。ただもうその新聞社はなくなっちゃってね。今はボランティアしながら自給自足で生きている感じかな。
You're very resilient.
そうかい？
I've drifted through several towns myself. The larger the town, the greater the damage, and the harder it is to see any prospect of reconstruction. Because of that, I've seen many people migrate to the countryside, where the damage is minimal and the land is rich.
君の言う通り、ここは荒れ果てた焦土のような場所だったさ。家族を失い、復興を諦めて別の町に移った人もいる。それは決して悪いことじゃない。でも、僕にとっては生まれ育った思い入れのある町でね。放っておけなかったんだ。
You really are quite sturdy.
なんだかこそばゆいね。僕にとってそれは当然のことだったから、褒められるとは思わなかったな。
He is a gentle person. I've been on edge since I arrived in this town, so this is a relief.
僕は復興の手伝い以外にもやりたいことがあってね。本を書いているんだ。
本？
この町で生き延びた人々に密着したドキュメンタリーをね。どうしようもない大きな理不尽に直面した時、それでも前へ進むことを諦めないような、そんな本を書きたくて。もちろん印刷なんてできる世の中じゃないから、頒布ははるか先になるかもしれないけどさ。
His gaze is incredibly earnest, but I can also sense a certain intimidating intensity and tenacity within him. I have heard Uwasa somewhere before. That a manga artist who survived the great disaster was still drawing manga even in these times. There might never be an opportunity to publish. Even so, he continues to bring his work into this world. There are people who possess ambitions that others cannot measure. Asahiba-san must be one of those people.
なんだろうか。
人探しをしているのですが、どこに当たるといいか、何かご存知ではありませんか？
Shiba-san, my brain is really dying right now. It's like 11:48 p.m. We're gonna keep going, man.
人探し。そうだな。酷かもしれないけど、まず最初に行くべき場所はあそこだと思うな。ここが慰霊館だ。
I open the door. A solemn atmosphere hangs in the air. The scent of flowers fills the room. An immense number of names are engraved on one side of the stone monument. could it be that the names written here are?
ああ、その通り。被災して亡くなられた方々のお名前だよ。
こんなに。
これでも、すべてを網羅できてるわけじゃないんだ。名前が判明する遺体は、存外少ない。
Did you confirm everything with the bereaved families?
取れたと思うかい？今でさえ通信網は回復してないってのに。市長がここへの刻印を決めたのさ。もっとも、正しくは市長代理が、だけどね。市長は災害で亡くなられたから。
Those words conveyed extreme chaos at that time. The town leader had vanished, leaving no one to look for guidance. When a chain of command fails and leadership is lost, the public becomes incredibly fragile.
お役所も流された。誰がこの町に住んでいたのかという正しい情報はなくなってしまってね。故に、誰が行方不明かも分かっていない。名もなき死者が、まだたくさんいるんだ。
麦さん、少しお時間ください。私探します。
お手伝い。
お探しの名前を教えてくれないかい？よければ私も探すのを協力するよ。
二人とも、お申し出はありがたいのですが、私一人でやらせてください。
I make eye contact with Ashiba-san. I'm sorry, my brain's really dying. Are you certain?
お願いします。
わかった。じゃあ、I'll wait outside.
ありがとうございます。
彼女、一人で大丈夫かい？
Once she sets her mind to something, she can be quite stubborn. I'm sorry for causing you to worry.
苦労してるんだね。
That said, I want to be of some help too. First, I feel that I need to learn more about this town in detail. There might be a clue somewhere. Ashiba-san, may I consult with you about something?
なんだろうか。
You mentioned you were compiling records so that everything that happened in this town could be preserved in the Hon, right? If you don't mind, would you let me read it?
それは彼女のためかい？
I just thought that I could be of some help, no matter how small. I'm sorry for being so presumptuous, especially after everything you've done for me.
そっか。わかった。じゃあ、麦君を最初の読者としよ
う。Is that really okay?
でも、一つだけ忠告をさせてほしい。気持ちを持っていかれないように注意して。僕は大災害を後世に伝えるため、誰のせいでもないこの理不尽を経験していない層に向けて、克明に記してる。麦君には多分、すごく辛いと思う。
It would be a lie to say. I didn't hesitate. After all, I'm a victim of this disaster myself. It's true that I kept my memories locked away. Because it hurts. Because it's so painful. But I made up my mind. Because this is the time when I must face it head on. Because I can't run away anymore. はい。
君だって、その若さにしてたくましいよ。
That's not true. But I do want to be strong. Ashiba-san smiled. Stacks of manuscript paper. The testimonies of every victim had been carefully compiled. Everything from the exact time the disaster occurred to the smallest actions of the witnesses was recorded with precision. With every page I turned, I found nothing but facts that made me want to look away. What struck Chikuchi-cho was the crash of a large aircraft and a series of simultaneous multi-vehicle accidents, resulting in spreading fires, a massive earthquake caused by sudden crustal movements, and a subsequent tsunami. The missing persons who still haven't been found. I heard there were even cases when the receded tide swept bodies away, only for them to be discovered in a far-off location. The calamity that raged across the world had bared its fangs in this land just the same. Scars that could never be fully healed, even after 10 years, still remain cruelly visible. Ah, that's right. We, faced with this massive injustice, had no choice but to simply despair. My chest feels tight. My heart begins to race. Memories come rushing back in a chain reaction. The sensations from that time flood back like poison. A town in ruins. My younger self, walking aimlessly. Where I finally arrived was a place where many people lay scattered, some on their backs, others on their sides. My instincts told me exactly what kind of place it was.
だいぶ固まっちまってるな。おい、お前も力を入れて広げろ。この格好のままじゃ運べねえ。
俺には無理です。
わがまま通せる状況じゃねえのか、わからねえのか。
でも、
Death, resentment, and sorrow lay there in overwhelming abundance. Someone is filled with rage. Someone is weeping. Someone is lying perfectly still. Someone is frozen, unable to move.
坊や、お父さんとお母さんは見つかったかい?
I shake my head. It would be better if I weren't here. I hate being here. But I want to see them. Which way would make me happier, I wonder? Wakaranai. Tears began to overflow. The emotions I kept locked away, the memories I tried to forget, become sharp blades clawing at my chest.
Mugi-san.
Koyomi. I hurriedly wiped my cheeks. I don't want her to see me crying, but she probably saw me anyway.
悲しいことがあったのですか?
I was just remembering something from a long time ago. It's embarrassing.
少し失礼します。
Koyomi wraps her arms around my head. Koyomi.
すみません。麦さん、私、人が泣いているとき、どうすればいいか。
Even if you don't know, you're still holding me tight.
はい、不詳ながら、なぜだかわからないのですが、そうしたくなってしまって。
Arigato. Are you finished searching?
すべてのお名前に目を通しました。とても、本当にとてもいっぱいありました。でも、残念ながら、探していたお名前はありませんでした。
そっか。
どちらの方が良かったのでしょうか。名前があれば、諦めることができます。でもなければ、まだ希望を持てます。
What do you think, Koyomi?
私は、名前がなかったことに、ほっとしています。よかった。
Before I know it, Koyomi's the one trembling.
あれ、おかしいですね。麦さんを慰めるはずだったのに、私まで涙が。
She must have felt a profound sense of relief. 気にしない。
でも、これは悪いことではないでしょうか。たくさんの亡くなられた方のお名前を前にして。ああ、 名前がなくてよかったって、そんな感情を抱いてしまってもいいのでしょうか。私にもわかりかねます。
It's better to be honest with your own feelings. It might just be a platitude, but let's just be relieved for now.
はい。すみません、麦さん。
Koyomi wipes away her overflowing tears.
ですが、旅は長くなりそうですね。
Shall we keep searching?
私の使命ですから、おじいさんのお手紙を届ける。それは、私のやらなければならないことなんです。
Her voice is strong and steady. Her resolve is firm. Nah, Koyomi. That tegami. Who is it you want to deliver it to? I feel bad for prying into your Oji-san's business. But is it something you can't even tell me, even though I'm searching right alongside you?
まだ、言える勇気がないのです。
わかった。I'll take it ways I can help. In my own way.
ついてきてくださっているのに、すみません。
Yeah, it's fine. I'm the one who chose to follow you. I want to support you, Koyomi. That's how I truly feel.
麦さんは、とても優しいです。どうしてそんなに優しくしてくださるのですか？
That's because... なぜなら... I didn't try to hide anything. The words simply spilled out of me naturally. 好きよ、Koyomi. And I want to be a help to the person I love.
そうですか。
That's why I really want you to tell me where those tegami are going, about your Kazoku, about everything. I want to know everything about you, Koyomi. If it's a lack of courage that's stopping you, let me be the one to make it up for you for it.
少しだけ考える時間をいただいてもよろしいでしょうか。
わかった。I'll wait.
ありがとうございます。
I had no regrets about confessing my feelings. But for some reason it felt as if Koyomi were drifting far away. I couldn't help but feel that premonition. Even though she is right here by my side, I felt as if she were always far away. Oh no. They're setting up for something here, man. I don't like it. I need to take a short break. Oh, it's 12:02. I'll take a 5-minute break. I'll take a break. I need to regenerate my concentration and everything. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's go. Thanks to Ashiba-san introducing us to a place to stay last night, we managed to avoid sleeping outdoors. The simple happiness of being able to sleep indoors sheltered from the wind and rain. But I couldn't sleep a wink. I just can't settle my mind. For now, I'll focus on finding the person Koyomi is looking for. That way, I can avoid thinking about unnecessary things.
もし探すというのならいくつか選択肢はある。でもとりあえずは役所に行くといいと思うよ。
I recall what Ashiba-san told me yesterday. I decided to follow that advice for the time being. First, let's go to the town hall. It seems the original resident records were washed away, but they might have records of the survivors. Even if they migrated to another town, there's a possibility we could get some information.
はい。
I wonder if they rebuilt it. It was a beautiful wooden building. A bulletin board stands in front of the entrance, covered in numerous handwritten posters. It seems every town hall has a bulletin board, huh?
でも、ますみ町のよりも少しお堅いですね。
The board displays the town hall's holiday schedule, volunteer recruitment, and election notices. Sumari, Masumicho is pretty laid back, but I guess that's what makes it so great.
ここに遊び相手の募集依頼をかけたら怒られそうですね。
Should we give it a shot?
怒られたくないです。
What? Are you chickening out?
ひよっている、ひよこみたいなことです。
Yeah, frail and helpless, like a baby chick, Hio.
私はひよこじゃないです。
What a kuzen. Neither am I. Kuzen da na. Neither am I. Anyway, then shall we pose the request together?
はい、そうしましょう。なんか変です。遊び相手の募集をすることになってます。
Who wrote that down? You caught me.
私をもてあそばないでください。
That heavy atmosphere was stifling, so I cracked a joke to lighten the mood. I'd much prefer having conversations like this with Koyomi.
やだ、お魚お二人ね。まだお昼よ、あなたたち。
I was scolded by a passing woman. This is what I wanted.
お魚みたいなことです。
Exactly. Like fresh and lively, like a osakana. Like my brain.
ピチピチ。待って。
Alright, let's go.
待ってください、麦さん。
I had selfishly hoped that this would be a good breakthrough. However, things weren't going to be that convenient. Because the chaos from back then were still lingering, they hadn't been able to keep accurate reports of the residents. Furthermore, they told me that as someone had migrated away, there was no way to trace their whereabouts. So I just suggested that even if it was a long shot, it might be possible to look at the list of residents currently remaining in town. Naturally, I was rebuffed. They said it would be difficult due to personal information protection laws. We were grasping at straws. I wanted to find a way to hold out somehow. I told Koyomi, just tell them the name of the person you want to find, and have them check for you. And I decided to wait outside. Since Koyomi seemed to want to avoid revealing that person's name, I handled it this way to avoid being intrusive. While I was waiting outside, Koyomi finally came out. I shake my head. She shakes her head. They aren't in this town right now. She shakes her head. They aren't in this town right now. That was the information we obtained.
どうしたものでしょうか。
I think there are various ways to handle this. But while I was waiting, I found something like this. I handed her a flyer. It was something I found at the town hall.
捜索隊。
Apparently, there are people out there who, just like us, are constantly searching for their acquaintances.
私たちもそちらに参加して一緒に探すということですね。
We can help with the search, but we might be able to get new information by interacting with the people in the party. That's killing two birds with one stone. It's birds. どうしたの？
私ちょうどその四字熟語が苦手でして。
You have favorite and least favorite idioms now?
面目はありません。
Well, とにかく it just means it's perfect for us.
かしこまりました。ではぜひ参加してみましょう。
こんにちは。
いらっしゃい。ってあら？お魚お二人さんじゃないかしら。
Yeah, it's the matter. We got the wrong idea about us in front of the town hall.
うちは盛り場じゃないわよ。
That's not it. We came here to volunteer for the search party.
ご指導ご鞭達のほど何卒よろしくお願いいたします。
あら、そうなのね。じゃあここの名簿にお名前書いてくださるかしら。
A registry?
お役所がうるさいのよ。 人員を適切に配置したいからみたいね。
I write my name with a pen she handed me. Koyomi's hand stops moving. どうしたの, Koyomi?
いや、
The blank space remains unfilled.
迷ってしまって。
Lost in thought?
いえ、やはり何でもないです。お気になさらず。
As if shaking off her hesitation, she writes down her name. I wonder what she was hesitating about.
お前ら、ここに来たんか?
Oh, my son. That's a voice I've heard before. When I turn around, I see the same face from yesterday. I recall his name was... It was... my son, right?
マッサンでええ。
My son's son?
マッサンさんなんておかしいだろ。言葉が変に重なりよって、気味悪いったらありゃせん。
That's why I was like, should I say my son's son? Anyway, I guess that was deliberate. I understand what he means, but still. When a nickname already ends with son, you can't help slipping a second son on top.
もうマッサンタラン、新人に優しくしなさいな。ごめんね、二人とも。
いえいえ。ふつつか者ですが、何卒よろしくお願いいたします。
お前らも参加するんか？
はい。どうしても探したい方がいるんです。
昨日連れて行った家んとこのやつか。
はい。
そうか。
My son averts his eyes. I catch a glimpse of his resignation in his gaze.
私たち、捜索隊がどのように活動されているかを把握できておりません。つきましては、ご教示いただいてもよろしいでしょうか。
そうね。マッサン、私が説明しましょうか。
任せる。
The woman clears her throat with a small cup.
大災害以降、それぞれの町は自治でやりくりしているのはわかるわよね。
はい。It's the same everywhere.
マスミ町も自治をされているんですか？
You didn't know?
B.
Even the work we do as mail carriers, there used to be things called post office all across the country. By the way, the real life Kodori Post is a Japan post office. Anyway. It was a system where, if you sent a tegami, it would reach anywhere in a day or two.
それはすごい規模です。そういえば、おじいさんもその昔、郵便局で仕事をしていたと言っていた気がします。
But the great disaster made them completely non-functional.
だから、おじいさんは郵便屋を一人で。
I don't know, man. The concept of post office and all that existed even before the electricity stuff. But whatever.
あら、二人は郵便屋だったのね。
Hi. And we weren't, being frisky or anything. I like how he spent some time clarifying that.
あら、そうなのね。
She brushed it off casually.
大災害の時は、それはもう大変だったわね。組織的な連携が取れるようになったのも、ずいぶん後になってからだったわ。町の方針が少しずつ固まって、人員がそれぞれに割り振られていったのよ。医療、物資調達、復興、そして捜索。
で、わしら捜索んとこは年々縮小しとる。今じゃこの二人だけ。
Just two? That's quiet.
どうしてこんなにも人が少ないのでしょう。
そうね。
The woman hesitated to speak.
いい。俺が言うたら。
マッサン。
もう、これ以上は見つからんからや。
A scene flashes through my mind. My son must have been searching for so long. Actually, it wasn't just my son. Everyone in the search team had been searching. For friends, for Kazaku. But one by one they gave up and left. How much regret must have been in those decisions. I couldn't find the words to respond. But still, Even so, with eyes full of conviction.
それでも、私は探さなければいけないんです。何日でも、何ヶ月でも、何年でも、探し続けます。私は、お会いしなければなりませんから。
Koyomi was different. Everyone looked at Koyomi. Koyomi.
私は郵便屋です。お手紙を、お届けしに来たのです。
それが、お前さんの仕事なんやな。
はい。その通りです。
立派なもんや。
立派です。
はい。恐縮です。
A sign of resignation escapes him. The wrinkles between Masan's eyebrows softened.
あらやだ。マッサンが折れることもあるのね。
だ、悪いか。
あらあら。
Lured by that laughter, the tension breaks. It doesn't feel like this place will be uncomfortable. ところで、may I ask your name, madam?
あらやだ。マダムって私のこと？恥ずかしいわね。私はイブよ。よろしくね、お二人さん。
Madam Eve. How Genesis-like.
面白いことを言うわね。
よろしくお願いいたします。イブさん、マッサンさん。
マッサンさん。Koyomi gives a polite bow.
じゃからさんをつけんなって。
失礼しました。マッサンさん、じゃなくて、
He's having a hard time.
ああ、もうええ。
Masan sighs once again. I can't help but laugh along with Eve-san. Eve-san. After hearing her explanation, we finish our preparations and head outside.
おー、犬さんです。
It approaches Koyomi, wagging its tail. It's a Shiba Inu, with beautiful wheat-colored fur.
どちらから来られたのでしょう。
And this guy, he's just suddenly tackled Koyomi. You're licking dog. Get out of the way. What do you think you're doing, licking my Koyomi? My Koyomi.
元気な犬さんですね。
あらあら、うちの子がごめんね、こよみちゃん。
この子、イブさんの犬さんでしたか。
一緒に行きたいみたいでね。
This guy. I mean, what is this little one's name?
ローランよ。
Oh, it's Roland.
あなたはローランさんというのですね。いいお名前ですね。
Roland. I realize it. It's Isan's Roland. It is a very elegant name. It's too good for a licking dog.
お前ら、何をちんたらしとる。行くぞ。
すみません、マッサンさん。行きましょう、ローランさん。
As Koyomi takes the leash from Eve-san, Roland starts to run.
ローランさん、落ち着いてください。
あらあら、すっかり懐いてるわね。
I don't know. I don't like this at all.
あらあら、いや、気持ちだなんて。若いわね。
It's not like that at all. I hurriedly chase after Koyomi. On his leash, Roland keeps glancing back at me with his tongue hanging out. Saw, making such a kawaii face. Kawaii kao. I find myself completely swayed by that joyful expression. Dogs are cute.
舌を出すと可愛いのですか？
Well, yeah. It's kind of adorable, isn't it?
では、私もやった方がいいんでしょうか？
How did you even get to that conclusion?
いえ、なんでもないです。
Oh, she wants to be cute for him. That's kawaii. Roland walks along, wagging his tail. Is he having fun just being with everyone? Does Roland want to go on search missions?
そうよ。この子ももう大ベテランなの。
Maybe Jet. Do you remember during Jet, the flashback regarding Jet, the town that they were doing search and rescue was kind of looks like this place? Maybe they did go here to. Oh, that kind of makes sense.
捜索隊ができてからはずっとだわ。
では、10年もの間もです。
そうね。もう10年も経っているのよね。実感が湧かないわ。
Wait, 10 years? That means this dog is really old.
ローランさんは頑張り屋さんなんですね。
この子ももうおじいちゃんなんだけどね。
おじいちゃん。
毎日決まって一緒についてきては探してるのよ。
探してる? I wonder if it's what I think it is.
私の主人よ。この子を買おうと言ってきたのもあの人だったわ。だからね、この子はあの人にとても懐いていたのよ。
では、ローランさんは10年間、ご主人を探し続けているのですね。
そうだわね。一緒に過ごしていた時間は1年もないはずなのにね。
My son looks back at us.
ローランに限らんよ。捜索隊にずっと残ったのはな。そういうやつしかおらん。
By the way, my son sounds like a very familiar VA for some reason. But anyway, prepare yourself. That's how it sounds to me.
ローランさん。
Koyomi crouches down and pets Roland.
ローランさんはすごいです。とても誇っていいです。絶対に探しましょうね。
Koyomi's being licked relentlessly. He really is a licking dog.
麦さん、お助けを。
Fine. Since she asked, I had no choice. It's Koyomi's special request after all. Come on, Roland, give in. I scoop up Roland and pull him away. Hey, stop struggling. Tokorede, you're heavier than you look. He seems completely indifferent to his own weight. Disturbing him up close, I can see some sagging skin. He's showing signs of aging. The corporate looks dejected after being denied his licks from Koyomi. Most of the rubble had been cleared away. I can feel the passage of 10 years. Even without electricity or vehicles, it can become this beautiful.
復興可能采配だな。少しずつ人力で瓦礫を堆積場に運んでな。
リヤカーで運ぶのは大変だったわね。人間たくましいものでね。再利用ができそうな資材をえり分けてもいたわ。
とはいえ、そう建物をポンポン作れはせんよ。
皆様も復興家のお手伝いをされていたのですか？
今でこそ課で分けられているけれど、当時はまだまだ曖昧だったわよ。
皆が皆、あれこれと手を尽くしとった。
I can smell the scent of the sea breeze. The sound of the waves is so calm. So calm, it's hard to believe they once raged with such fury.
あれ、麦君とKoyomiちゃんじゃないか。
A familiar face appears. Konnichiwa, Ashiba-san. Ashiba-san glances at my son and Eve. It seems he took the hint just from that.
そうだね。君たちにはちょうどいいのかもしれない。マッさんもイブさんも彼らのことをよろしく頼んだよ。
I was surprised by the strange coldness of their reaction.
あらあら、まるで保護者ね。
彼らは遠いところから来てくれたからね。歓待してあげたいんだ。
私は郵便屋としてお手紙を届けに来たので、おもてなしはいりませんよ。
ありゃりゃ。手厳しいね。
ごめんなさい。My superior was being rude. Everyone was like, superior? What do you mean superior?
Koyomiちゃんの方が先輩だったのか。てっきり麦君かと思っていたよ。
私が先輩です。
She puffed out her cheeks in a pout. Ashiba-san, what are you doing today?
僕は復興家だからね。今日は整地作業さ。ペースは遅いかもしれないけど、少しずつ建物が立ち始めてる。 かさぶたが向ける時が来たのさ。
I could see many people working behind Ashiba-san.
わしゃ、まだかさぶたにすらなっとらんよ。
Mas-san starts walking as if to avoid Mashiba-san. Mas-san, 待て。
わしは一人でやる。お前らはイブとやれ。
He walked away without even sparing a glance for Ashiba-san. Left behind, they exchanged glances with Koyomi. Koyomi also looked troubled, as if she were unsure of how to speak.
ごめんね、足場くん。
いえ、マッサンの気持ちもわかりますから。僕が軽率でした。二人もごめんね。
いえ、お気になさらず。ただ、ぶしつけな質問で恐縮なのですが、お二人は不仲なのでしょうか？
Just because you add a preamble doesn't mean you're gonna ask something so bluntly.
ごめん。ストレートすぎて思わず。別に不仲なわけじゃないさ。ただ、創作家は人数を減らされて、他の課に人が回されているからね。人が特に集められている復興家に対しては、印象が悪くなるのも当然さ。
では、イブさんも。
そういう気持ちが全くないわけじゃないわよ。でも、誰かが悪いってわけじゃないからね。誰もが最善を尽くしてるのよ。
一生懸命が誰かを傷つけてしまうのですか？
どうしようもなく、そうだね。
それは、どちらのお方もお辛いですね。傷を与えた人も、傷を受けた人も。
She speaks with a thoughtful tone. Sometimes Koyomi speaks as if she has experienced it before. そういえば, I don't know the slightest thing about the life she had lived. The work of the search division is far less than I had imagined, stifling through the rubble piled up in the undeveloped areas, or walking along the coastline to check for flotsam. That was all there was to it, dude. He presses his nose against every piece of rubble in the undeveloped area. He must be searching by scent. Is it always like this?
人も少ないしね。それでも、ローランのおかげで、今でも時折見つけてくれるのよ。
ローランさんはお利口さんなのですね。私もお花で協力しましょう。
待て。Koyomi, use your hands and eyes.
でも、ローランさんはお花をお使いです。私のお花では能力不足でしょうか？
はい。
そんな。
A dog says the smell is 1,000 times stronger than a human's.
そうなんですか？それはおこがましいことをしました。ローランさんはやはりお利口さんです。
まったく。
面白い子ね。
Her sheltered side is showing again. Roland continues to stare silently as if he couldn't care less about us. We just stand there watching him. Is this even a search, or just a walk? I feel restless. Iba-san, may I ask you something?
あら、何かしら？
It's about Mas-san and Ashiba-san. I couldn't help but wonder about that exchange just now.
かさぶたが向ける時が来たのさ。
わしゃ、まだかさぶたにすらなっとらんよ。
そうね。順を追って話をするしかないわね。あまり楽しい話じゃないわ。
Kakuba. I lost my family in the great disaster too. Humanity. All victims. I wonder who was the first to say that. Because of this, the series of disasters came to be known as the Great Disaster.
そうね。地区印の人口は圧倒的に減少したわ。もちろん他の町も被災しているし、交通機関は全滅だったわね。そんな状況で人口の流入なんて当然見込めないわ。それでも立ち尽くすわけにもいかないからね。10年間。 私たちは頑張ったわ。
Electricity was gone, and vehicles were useless. Every single task had to be performed by hand. Human resources were extremely limited.
進みはお世辞にも早いとは言えなかったわね。
Centering around the shelters on the high ground that had escaped the damage, work was divided among the survivors so they could endure.
あの時もすごく揉めちゃったわね。
どうしてでしょう。
救助班、物資調達班、衛生班、復旧班。当時はこの4班があったけどね。救助班はいつまで救助すればいいと思うかしら。
それは当然、全員を救助するまでではないのでしょうか。
理想はそうね。でも、町の状態は絶望的。それに1週間も経てば、生存率は1桁になると言われているわ。
Oops. Oh, that's her.
それでも、ずっと。
そうね。
I understand what Koyomi wants to say. And I understand about Ibu-san too.
役所が復旧して、藩政は解体。役所主導で人員は再配置されて、みんなそれぞれの課に振り分けられたのよね。私は創作課に希望を出して、今もずっとここにいさせてもらってるわ。こよみちゃんと気持ちは一緒よ。
Koyomi said nothing more after that. What are you feeling down? What are you feeling down?
私は甘いのでしょうか。
I never eaten it, so I wouldn't know.
私を食べないでください。
In case you didn't know, she literally said the word "kawaii," but like, anyway.
真面目なお話ですよ。
Yeah, it was making a joke because she used the word "kawaii." Anyway, if you're asking whether it's sweet or not, then yeah, maybe it is. But if you can hold on to your convictions even in times like that, I think that's pretty cool.
Mugi-san.
See? Koyomi says it all the time. It's no big deal, you say. I like those words. It might just be a bravado, but I feel an indomitable will to stay strong.
そうでした。何のそのでしたね。
It's no big deal.
私、不勉強で知らないことばかりです。まだまだ半人前ですね。
But you're not the type to give up, are you?
そうですね。お手紙を届けないといけませんから。
We still don't know anything about this town. Let's gather some information. Koyomi nods deeply. In the distance, I spot the person we've been looking for. It was my son. Oi! My son!
お弁当をお待ちしました。
ありがとうよ。
We sat down side by side in the nearby patch of shade. The bento was wrapped in a hand towel. It was packed with onigiri handmade by Ibu-san. My son began to eat them. My son, there's something I want to ask.
わしからは言うことはねえよ。何を喋ってもどうにもならねえだろ
う。いえ、それでも私は諦めるわけにはいかないのです。
He unwrapped the package and bite into the onigiri. We just watched him in silence.
お前らは食わんのか
Ibu-san had prepared portions for us as well. However, Koyomi and I had no appetite, so we left it untouched. I just don't feel like eating.
バカたれ若えもんが食わんくてどうする生きるために食え
でも
食え
はい。
The two of us slowly brought them to our mouths. The saltiness and subtle sweetness of the rice spread through my mouth. At the same time, I could taste the umami of the fish. I like how we're describing the fish right now. The onigiri.
美味しいですね。
イブのおにぎりは絶品だ。魚の出汁も使って握る年の子だ。
The long-awaited flavor of the seafood stimulated my appetite. Before I knew it, I had finished eating in no time, just like my son.
イブに返しといてくれ。
She said, handing me a package. Koyomi replied with a hi, and as she accepted it.
ああ、じゃあな。
Are you going back to work already?
作業ったって大したことはねえ。瓦礫を漁って砂浜に何かが打ち上げられてないかを確かめて、そんぐらいや。そんぐらいしか。もうない。
We will be your hands and feet, my son. We can expand the search area or even go to the surrounding towns to ask around.
私たちをたくさん使っていただきたいです。だから、探しましょう。
もう、ええんよ。ここで会うより、向こうで会った方が早い。そう思うてから、もう、ダメなんや。
でも、もし、探されている方が戻られたら、マッサンさんがいらっしゃらなかったら、悲しみます。だから、ここで、生きて待ち続けませんか？
酷なことを言うな！
悲しいすれ違いは、起きてほしくはありませんから。
なら、わしゃ見つければいいんか。見つけるという使命を果たしたとして、その結果が、あいつが、この世におらん証だったなら、わしゃ、どうすればええ？後を、追ってもいいんか。
いいえ、それは、探されているその方が喜びません。
勝手なことを。
すみません。でも、私にはわかるんです。その方はマッサンさんに、末永く生きていてほしいと。
見てきたように言いやがって。ああ、若者は、すごい。あんた、まっすぐだな。
Koyomi's exceptionally stubborn.
麦さん、それって褒め言葉ですか？
It's a fine strength to have.
おお。では、私は頑固です。特別頑固さんです。
特別頑固。
ああ、いかんな。お前らが、眩しすぎる。そんなもんに当てられりゃ、諦めてたもんも、諦めきれなくなるな。
私、何か悪いことをしてしまったでしょうか？
本当、不思議な子や。
He looks up at the sky, as if he has resigned himself to something. I stare at her. As him. Eventually, my son speaks quietly.
あの日は、公民館で川柳の催しがあった。この年じゃから、老人同士の交流の場は貴重でな。今日は何時に帰ると、妻に電話をしながら窓を眺めとった。あいつは心配性でな。遅くならんようにする。みんなと酒を飲みにはいかん。まっすぐ帰って家で飯を食う。そんないつもと変わらない日常で、いつもと変わらない電話だった。そしたら、突然それは起こった。電話が切れ、飛行機が降ってきよって、街は火の海になった。追い打ちのように大地震が起きて、海から来た大波が街をさらった。公民館は避難所でもあったおかげで、わしは助かった。 水が引いてすぐさま妻を探しに出かけた。家はなくなっとったんだ。家にいたはずの妻もな、探し続けた。でもダメだった。見つかっても他人ばかり。しかも皆、いや、言うまでもないな。それでもわしは探し続けた。そうして今のわしがいる。
To find his wife. He carved that mission into his very heart. But I don't want to find her. Oh, okay, this is my son's POV. Okay, the recitation is about you, right? I don't want to accept that she's gone.
あの日、わしは偶然にも生き残れた。でもな、わしは今生きてるか。
It isn't a matter of physical existence. My son is living as if he were already dead. And he is painfully aware of it himself.
生きてますよ。マッサンさんはご飯を食べました。おにぎりが美味しいと言っていました。
His own eyes stare at the package Koyomi's holding.
自分でも半端なことをしてるのは分かっとる。復興家は悪くない。人が増員されるのは当たり前の話だ。でもわしはずっとあの日妻に電話をかけたまま、電話の向こうから妻の次の言葉が聞こえてくるのをずっと待っとる。
Don't give up hope. Keep trying. Words like those are nothing more than a cliche encouragement. Hope has an expiration date and doesn't last forever. That is why no one can blame my son for how he feels.
一緒に探しましょう。マッサンさん、この美味しいおにぎりを奥さんにも食べさせてあげましょう。
ああ。
No matter how hard we struggle, as outsiders, this is all we can do. Just pull back our hand like this. This is a interesting side quest we have right now.
捜索範囲の拡大?
Hi. My son told us about the activity so far. So we want to help as much as we can, and we were wondering if we could look a bit more broadly.
体力が私たちの取り柄ですから、一日中の歩き詰めも何のそのです。
That might only apply to you, Koyomi.
張り切ってくれるのは嬉しいわ。でも、この町の中じゃ限界があるわよ。瓦礫が集積所に集められる過程で、見つかるべきものはあらかた見つかってしまったわ。もちろん、まだ撤去できていない場所もあるけど。
There are really only a few left.
だから、活動範囲を広げるとしたら、町から外れた岸辺だとか、当時の大波が流れ込んだ周辺の山や森だとかに行くしかないわね。あの辺りは居住権の確保やインフラ整備を優先したことであまり手が届いてないわ。でも大変よ。
We're prepared for that.
です。
マッサンはいいのね。
My son, who had been silently gazing out the window until then, finally speaks.
わかったわ。じゃあ私も 張り切って準備しなきゃね。
Anyway, I was about to say something. Could the waves back then have reached as far?
ああ、お前さんも感じたか。
途中まで明確に木々の丈が短かったですね。
押し流されたり幹が折られたりしたからな。
The mori grow thick upon the mountains that surround Chikuchi City. There are scattered spots where man-made objects, which don't seem like they should be in the middle of a forest, protrude from the ground.
町の整備の優先度が高かったからね。この辺りは土砂による二次災害が起こらないよう最低限の処置がなされただけだわ。
Is this their first time walking the mori? Roland is curiously sniffing here and there, as if everything's new to
ロ
him.
ーランさん、頼りにしています。
I'm counting on you, Roland. You hear? He only gets strangely energetic when Koyomi calls out to him. You damn little spittle, like spittle. Getting all frisky on her. For now, shall we go loose by loose through them?
途方もないわよ。
Koyomi spreads out a chisu that Ibu-san and the others have been holding.
端から順に当たればいいでしょうか。
水が達したところだけに絞ればええ。それ以上は無駄だ。
命からがら水から這い上がり、避難できる高さを目指した。
そんな奴はその後町に降りてくる。
That makes sense. For now, it's clear we need Roland's power.
しかし、この犬っころの歩みは遅うてな。
But I suppose he has a track record of finding things.
まあな。
じゃあ、let's rely on him.
私も頑張ってセンサーを張ります。
なんだ、お前もそんな芸当ができるのか。
なせばなります。
When that Koyomi held her fingers up to her head like antennas.
つまり、あれか。根性論か？
いえ、信じる力力です。
What the hell, Koyomi?
何かを発信しているみたいだわ。
She gives her all, and is sincere in everything she does.
じゃあ私も。
変なのが増えやがった。お前もか。
It was supposed to be a grueling task, but for some reason the atmosphere remained peaceful. And so several days of similar searching continued, but we didn't see any significant results. The thing Masan and the others had been searching for 10 years wasn't going to be found so conveniently just because we arrived. I knew that much.
あまり進展がありませんね。
We're gradually ruling out the places we haven't checked yet.
ですが、いえ、何でもありません。
I understand why you feel like saying something, Koyomi. It's hard to say it in front of the two of them since they've been searching for 10 years, but it's painful. Continue to search and finding nothing. Iba-san and Mas-san were walking slowly ahead as if following Roland. The two of us followed them behind them, scanning the surroundings thoroughly.
意志を貫き続けるというのは大変なことなのですね。私、へこたれないように頑張らないとです。なんのその、ですね。
Why do I feel like this is a fort wall thing? Because, honestly, what I feel right now is just like the current city we are in, the side quest we're in right now. It feels like a random ass thing that's happening, and it's deliberate. I feel like this is deliberate. And me reading Koyomi saying this is just like, wink, wink, audience. I don't know. Maybe my brain is dying. I'm already at like 8 hours and 15 minutes at this point. Anyway, let's keep going. That's right. Of course. If we keep at it, then someday.
Oi!
It was a voice from my son that I have never heard before.
もう、これは。
I exchanged a glance with Koyomi. Did you find something?
どなたか見つかりましたか？
We hurried toward the group that had come to a halt. Roland was barking incessantly into the thicket. Masa was pushing aside the branches and grass at the tip of Roland's nose. What lay there was skeletal remains. A rounded bone that appeared to be a human skull.
まさかほんまに見つかれた。イブ、急いで連絡を。
ええ、人を呼んできますわね。
I looked at Koyomi as Ibu-san ran off. Koyomi. Koyomi's body was trembling. Oh, oi! Koyomi! Koyomi!
坊主、嬢ちゃんを遠ざけろ。
Hi! Koyomi, come here. I grabbed Koyomi by the arm and pulled her away from the thicket. Koyomi, calm down. Just take a deep breath. That must have been her first time seeing it. The way a person passes away. The strength leaves her arms as I hold it. It goes limp and weak, like paper soaked in water. She glances onto the ground just like that. Oi! Koyomi! Pull yourself together! Koyomi! Koyomi lies there on a bench. I can do nothing but stare. Her chest heaves. I can tell she's breathing. Her face is deadly pale. I never realized Koyomi was this pale. Even though she's always running around like that, she never seems to tan at all. Her eyelids flicker slightly. Koyomi. We're on a high ground with a view of the town. I carried you on my back down the mountain. And this was the closest place I could find.
そうですか。
She slowly sits up. It's fine. You're feeling unwell, just sleep.
体調は問題ありませんから。
そっか。Physical condition, huh? What about your heart, Kokoro?
浅はかな期待だったことをまざまざと見せつけられたようでした。私、行方がわからない人だったらまだどこかで生きてるって、そう思いたかったんでしょうね。でもそんなはずはないんですよね。長い間かくれんぼしてるみたいな、そんな能天気な発想をしているようなものでした。ずっと甘い期待ばかりしてて、絶対にどこかでまだ生きてるんだって今となってはそう思うのがまるで恥のような気がしています。私全然一人前なんかじゃなかったですね。
She smiled sadly. My chest tightened and I gripped Koyomi's hand.
麦さん、
ごめん、Koyomi.
どうして謝るのですか？
Because it's my fault. Because I wasn't expecting anything from the start. I had a feeling something like this might happen someday. But I didn't consider your feelings, Koyomi. I didn't think about how much pain you would go through when facing something like this. So, ごめんなさい. Koyomi squeezes my hand back. Tight, and then strong, and then soft.
麦さんの手は大きくて温かいですね。まるでおじいさんの手のようです。
She smiles as if a light had been lit in the darkness.
麦さんのおかげで 少し元気が湧いてきました。
I didn't even do anything.
それは私のみぞ知ります。
Okay. What even is that? But she seems to be smiling, so I feel relieved.
お二方とも、すみません。突然倒れてしまって。
あら、仕方ないわよ。
それより、もう大丈夫なんか？
はい。麦さんに元気を注入していただきました。
あらあら、まあまあ。
What did they mean by this? What did she mean by that?
若者はお盛んね。
はあ、なんや心配して損したわ。
They're definitely taking that the wrong way. まったく。やれやれ。
それで、見つかった方はどうされたのでしょうか？
急いで鑑定に回したわ。さっき連絡があって、もう名前も分かったみたいよ。
Isn't that fast? How did they do it?
歯の治療痕からだろうな。人体の損傷が激しくとも残ることが多いんだ、歯は。だから医者に治療してもらったことがありゃ、残っていた記録で識別できる。
なんと、私、歯は邪魔とか言ってましたね。反省します。
お前、歯が何本も抜け落ちとる俺の前でようそんなことを言えたもんだ。
すみません。
I wonder if Masa meant that as a joke. It seems his words didn't quite land with Koyomi.
その方のお名前ってお伺いしてもよろしいものでしょうか？
いいわよ。志垣さんって方だったわ。
なるほど。そうですか。
I could tell by her reaction. That wasn't the person she was looking for. They won't be found that easily. We had no choice but to keep searching patiently.
そうですね。でも、いつまでこうしてていいのでしょうかね。
Are you worried about Kotori Post and Masumi Cho too?
心配じゃないと言えば嘘になります。ですがとりあえずは目の前のことに集中した方がいいですね。私、いっぱいのことを一緒に考えるのは苦手ですから。
Well, I'll think about it with you. どうしたの? Is she developing? Oh. Okay.
麦さんは女たらしです。
How? How did we end up like that? Huh? She was mumbling something, but I couldn't make it out. How many days had passed since then? Despite continuing the investigation alongside with Iwa-san and the others, we have yet to make any discovery.
麦さん、私、不安になってきてしまいました。
As the days go by, Koyomi tends to look down more and more. She can't seem to shake her impatience. She has finally reached her breaking point. How about we start doing some steady door-to-door inquiries with the townspeople?
聞き込みですか?
I'm sure Iwa-san and others will keep searching the forest area. That depends on Roland. So wouldn't it be more efficient to work on something else? We'll go around town and see if anyone knows where they went. It might not be the most efficient method, but we aren't in the position to be picky. It might also be a good idea to ask Ashiba-san for help. Since he has been keeping records of this town for years, he should be well versed in the local circumstances.
ありがとうございます、麦さん。私以上に前向きにいろいろと考えていただいて。
No need to thank me. Say that for after you successfully delivered the tegami.
はい。
For now, let's stop by Eva-san's place and consult with them. We head toward the town hall.
こよみちゃん？はい。え、こよみちゃんよね。生きてたのね。本当によかった。
Wait, who's this? A woman rushes up to Koyomi and pulls her into a hug.
捜索隊の名簿に名前が書いてあったから、思わず探し回っちゃったよ。私のこと覚えてる？小学校と中学校ずっと一緒だったでしょ？ルリカだよ、ルリカ。私ずっと後悔してたの。大災害の日、こよみちゃんが怪我をした人に肩を貸してた時、先に高台に行っててって言葉に甘えなければって。
Wait. Huh? She was there during the great... Well, if she's as old as Mugi, that kind of makes sense, but...
でも、ほんと、生きててよかった。それにしても、こよみちゃん、あの頃から全然変わってないのね。どうもです、ルリカさん。
When she does that, there's something going on here. The woman pulled back from Koyomi. She had been holding to her chest. The woman pulled back from the Koyomi she had been holding to her chest. Are you an acquaintance of Koyomi's?
そうだけど、待ってよ。あなた、誰？
Wait. What? What is going on? You just called out her name a moment ago.
違う。だって、こよみちゃんじゃないよ。こよみちゃんは私のこと、ルリカさんって呼ばない。
What on earth does this mean? Maybe your memories are just muddled. It was 10 years ago, after all.
そんなこと。だって、ずっと一緒だったのよ。いつまでも、どんなことがあっても親友だよって、そう言ってたの。記憶がないなんて、そんなことあるはずがない。
Yeah, but...
麦さん!
It was a voice like a scolding one I never heard before. It was then I realized, for the first time, that it had started to rain.
いいんです。ルリカさんのおっしゃる通りですから。
Koyomi.
すみません。失礼します。
Koyomi turned and ran away. Oi! Koyomi! I chased after her. Why are you running away? Koyomi!
分かっていたことでした。私はまがいものだってことを。
Wait, what? What are you talking about?
憧れでした。見かけだけでも家族でいられる。
Wait, what?
そんな浅ましい願いです。
I don't understand any of it, Koyomi. Not a single word you're saying. She shows me a tegami. A tegami that Koyomi had cherished. What was written there was addressed to Shirato Koyomi? What is this? If that's the case, you already received it, haven't you?
違いますよ。マギさん、私は白戸暦ではないのですから。
じゃあ、誰? No, seriously. Huh?
私がやるべきことは 私が隠してしまったこのお手紙をご本人に届けることです。これが私の使命であり、罪滅ぼしです。
She hid it? You hand over the me. What happens to you, Koyomi?
おしまいです。麦さんは以前、線香花火を人生に見立てたお話をしてくれましたね。私はお手紙を渡したら、それで火が消えます。私はそういう存在なんです。
That can't be. Like hell, that's true. Koyomi just stares down at the ground. She silently rejects my words. It feels as if an undeniable truth is standing before me like a wall. Emotions I couldn't suppress burst from my lips. Then, you don't have to look for it, do you? Stop it. I'm begging you, Koyomi. Stop it, I told myself. I'd go on this journey with you so I could kill you. Those words were enough to hurt her. I don't want to say something like that.
すみません。でも、探すことをやめるつもりはありません。私が渡している意味がなくなってしまいます。
I couldn't think straight anymore. I was just venting my raw emotions.
私は暦ではありませんから。
What should I say? Oh yeah, this is a very important save. So there's another ending here, so anyway, this is the first ending. No, second ending, because we already did the first ending where we grow Kotori posts and then Koyomi never returns. Starting to make sense. Who is Koyomi anyway? Koyomi. Who are you?
私は何でしょうね。すみません、麦さん。
With those parting words, she runs away. Koyomi! Normally, there would have been no way for me to catch up to Koyomi. The only reason I was able to follow her was because Koyomi herself was hesitating. Now, it's different. It was a complete rejection. Her routine figure vanished in an instant. Koyomi! It didn't really matter what she was. Koyomi is, without a doubt, Koyomi. That should have been enough, but I wanted to know Koyomi's true identity. I like how that was okay, it's one of those quick endings. I thought it was gonna extend a little bit more and say reveal a bit more stuff, but it he started to go think like, oh man, I fucked up, man. What should I say? I don't care who Koyomi really is. I don't care who you are, Koyomi. I want to ask you now. I love the Koyomi standing right in front of me. I haven't even received an answer to that.
でも、私は仮初めの生を授かって、ここにいるだけです。ここにいる私は、何もかもが本物ではないんです。
What does 本物 even mean? Then, was everything you felt a lie, Koyomi? You play it with everyone in Masumicho, and you experienced so many things. Are you saying all that was fake? That none of it was fun?
ないですか。だから私は仕事以外をするべきではなかったんです。そんなことをしたらお手紙を届けたくなくなってしまいます。ずっと皆さんと一緒にいたくなっちゃいます。私だって皆さんのことが好きです。マギさんのことだって。だからマギさんのお言葉はすごく嬉しかったです。あの言葉をずっと噛みしめてました。夜は眠れませんでした。本当に嬉しかったんですよ。でもだからこそ悲しいんです。だって私にはマギさんを選ぶ資格がありませんから。
You're wrong. You don't need the right to want to be with someone.
でも私はお手紙を届けたらそこでさよならなんですよ。
Every encounter must end in a parting. It's just the way it is.
マギさんを傷つけますよ。
Then let me get hurt.
そんな。
Don't be afraid. Because I'll accept all of it.
そんなの嘘です。マギさんは嘘をつくから。
We made a promise, didn't we? I won't lie to you anymore, Koyomi. I am. 好きだ, Koyomi.
マギさん。
Even if it's only for now. It might be a short time, but that's okay. That's enough for me because I want to be with you, Koyomi.
マギさん。
I approach Koyomi. I reach out and touch her arm. Our lips meet. I can feel her trembling. But she doesn't resist. Before long, she leaves herself entirely in my hands. It feels like an eternity, yet also but a mere moment. I chose Koyomi without worrying about her true identity. That night, I returned to the inn and finished drying off. In a different BN, we went up anyway. Koyomi handed me a sashin. It showed a girl and a young girl. What is this?
郵便屋に飾られていた写真です。
じゃあ、is this your おじいさん、Koyomi?
はい。おそらくこの町で撮られたものでしょう。
The girl in the sashin was none other than Koyomi herself, right before my eyes. She was pointedly holding a plushy keychain from her bag toward the camera. A kind-looking Tosan had his hand resting on her granddaughter's shoulder. Wait, what? Oji-san had his hands resting on his granddaughter's shoulder. Even through a sashin, the bond between them was clearly palpable. You really do look exactly like Koyomi. You know what? This is Tsumugi Wenders all over again. I've seen this so many times before.
逆ですよ。 私が小読みさんとそっくりなんです。
I suppose so, but I only know Koyomi as Koyomi.
こんがらがりますね。
Is that so? Perhaps you're right. But Koyomi is Koyomi. And I won't change what I call you, same as always.
わかりました。
The next day, we went from house to house one by one. Of course, finding them wasn't going to be easy. Even so, we continued our inquiries dispassionately. Before long, people gradually began to cooperate with us.
君たちみたいな尋ね人はよく来るんだ。チクシルは大きな町だったからね。出稼ぎに来る人も多かった。だから、そのご家族がよく訪ねてくるんだよ。
They said that they understood the feeling all too well, so they offered to help us look. Grateful for their kindness, we accepted their help.
ここいら一帯に聞いて回ったが知らないようだ。
じゃあ南側に行ってみるか。
皆さん、ありがとうございます。
What happened to her friend, the real Koyomi's friend?
ジョーちゃん、これ食べるか？
いいんですか？いただきます。
Wait, I maybe shouldn't use the real Koyomi. Because I have my own Koyomi and Oji-san's Koyomi. Let's call her Oji-san's Koyomi. I've been tame without even realizing it.
ところで、ジョーちゃんの名前はなんて言うんだ？
白戸です。
下の名前は
She seemed lost in thought. My eyes met Koyomi's. I gave her a nod.
暦って。
お？それって、今探してる子と同じ名前じゃないかい？
Hi, it's the same name, both first and last.
こりゃたまげたな。よくある名前でもなかろうに。
Well, you know, it happens, I guess, like John Adams. I don't know. I went out to conduct more inquiries the next day, and the day after that. I worked separately from Koyomi, steadily approaching the townspeople one by one. By chance, I ran into Ashiba-san on the roadside. We exchanged light greetings.
進展はあったかい？
Unfortunately, not at all.
そっか。でも仕方ないよ。
It was 10 years ago, after all.
海に流されてたりしたら、なおさらね。
It feels like a futile effort.
ごめんね。気をそぐようなことを言って。
Yeah, I've seen many things in my own town, so I thought I was prepared for this.
麦君の町も被害が大きかったのかい？
That's very similar to this place.
そっか。大きな町だったんだね。
The kind of place where, if nothing bad happened, it'll feel like I could spend my whole life there and be buried in its soil. It was that kind of town.
懐の大きな町だ。
Chikuchi was like that too, wasn't it?
うん。そうだね。僕もこの町が好きだった。いや、好きだ。だから恩返しをしているんだ。町と、そしてこの町の人々に。
I ran away. It was too painful to look at the wounded town. I was scared of how much the town has changed from what it used to be.
それもまた一つの選択だよ。残るのも、出ていくのも、ただの選択にしか過ぎない。どちらが正しいとか、そんなものはないさ。
Ashiba-san, aren't you being a bit too philosophical?
これでも君より一回り以上も生きてるんだぞ。少しぐらい人生経験の差でカッコつけさせてくれよ。
No, saying that might actually be a little uncool.
そうかい？
The two of us laughed together.
何か協力できることがあったらいつでも言ってね。
I'm sorry for always relying on you. I watched Ashiba-san's retreating figure. I hadn't been making much progress, and I was starting to feel the strain both physically and mentally. And yet my mood feels a little brighter now. Small talk really is a wonderful thing. Soyeba. During my conversation with Ashiba-san, the contents of that manuscript suddenly flashed through my mind. There might have also been cases where the ebbing tide carried the body away and was discovered in a far off different location. Maybe I'll suggest it to Koyomi. I meet up with Koyomi. It might not be in this town.
どういうことでしょうか。
10年前. When the massive wave hit this town, it's possible the tide carried it to another town. Don't you think it's worth looking for?
なるほど。警官です。ご提案ありがとうございます、麦さん。
Let's get ready to head out right away.
はい。
二人とも行っちゃうのね。
I thought, perhaps you two and Roland could continue searching here. What? Are you saying I can leave it to you? Besides, it's thanks to Masan finally getting off his butt.
何を言うとる。お前らがおらんかったら、こんなにも必死に探しとらんかったわ。
I know this voice actor from somewhere, man. If you watch enough anime, you know this voice. Anyway.
すみません。最後までお手伝いできず。
いいのよ。それにね、私たちに最後なんてないわ。
探し続けてやらあよ。お前らのおかげで、まだまだ諦めちゃいけねえことを思い出したんだからよ。
My son.
そんで、お前らが探してるやつがおったら教えたら。
だから安心して行ってらっしゃいね。疲れたらまたここに寄っていらっしゃい。私たちはいつでも大歓迎よ。ねえ、マッサン。
ああ、だから気をつけていけよ。
お二方ともありがとうございます。ここは私の2つ目のマスミ町です。
We bowed our heads. Iba-san and Mas-san both smiled kindly at us. I stopped by the town hall to gather information about the surrounding area. I also speak with the local fishermen to collect information. I look for changes in the terrain and tides caused by the great disaster. I started jotting down notes on the Chisu, Iba-san, and the others gave me. Having gathered most of the information, it is finally time to set out on the journey. The current flows from the east toward the southwest, so we'll head south from here. Are you ready? Koyomi gives a small nod. Not long after leaving the reconstruction town, another town appears. Many people who could no longer live in the reconstruction town reside here. It's not just this place. There's no doubt that migrants have scattered to the surrounding towns. Some fear the sea, others seek farmland, or those who relied on relatives. I can't rule out the possibility that she is among them. At the very least, her name wasn't on the memorial list. I know. This is nothing more than wishful thinking. It was an unspoken understanding between the two of us. Neither of us would proactively bring it up. It feels like walking on thin ice. If I were to speak it loud, this fleeting peace would easily shatter. I shake my head. I don't want to think about it right now.
お墓の町ですか。
うん、そう。もともとはお寺があった場所なんだけどね。住職が引き取り手のない遺体を引き取って供養してくれるんだ。そんな住職に恩返しをしようと考えた人たちがそこに住み始めちゃってね。今じゃ立派な町さ。
A town of graves, huh?
マギさん。
Ah, I know. Let's give it a try. Why don't we take a little rest? We've been on the move for so long. Because the road is so rough, I push my bike forward by hand.
休憩しても休まらないんです。気が流行ってしまって。
Yeah, at least, shall we get something to eat? If we don't replenish our energy, we won't be able to keep going.
わかりました。
Preparing a meal. In the reconstruction town, I began to eat the food I received from Ashiba-san before setting up. We boiled water from a canteen to make a simple soup. Together we shared some dried meat and dried fruit.
おじいさんはずっと大事にしていたものがあります。家の中にしまわれていたんです。小闇さんからのたくさんのお手紙がありました。どうやら小闇さんはお手紙を書くのがお好きな子だったみたいです。おじいさんが郵便屋さんだったからでしょうね。
Koyomi stares silently at the soup in her hands. Leafy vegetables float weightlessly in it.
私、文章を読むのがとても苦手でしたけど、どうにかして辞書を使って読みました。小闇さんは毎年のようにおじいさんの家に来ていたようです。私なんかとは違って、すごく元気いっぱいで、自分の主張をしっかりとする子でした。まっすぐで、他人を思いやることのできる、すごく強い子です。地区印で出会ったルリカさんは、そうおっしゃってましたものね。
Ah, that's right.
一度、おじいさんが病気を患った時、小闇さんは泣きながら、一日中おじいさんの手を握っていたそうです。幸いにも寛解していましたが、おじいさんはその時のことがすごく嬉しかったようでした。それ以来、おじいさんは小闇さんのことをとっても可愛がっています。お二人はすごく仲が良くて、私はただの邪魔者ですから。
That's not true. Your spoon has stopped moving.
はい。
A large temple and a cemetery catch my eye. So, it's a town of graves.
マスミ町と規模が全然違いますね。
I think it's because they've taken in so many people. They say that after the crematorium became operational again, unidentified bodies were cremated one after another. It seems those urns are kept in the dedication hall. We clung to that hope.
よくおいでくださいました。個人も喜んでくださいますよ。
Urns lined the hall as far as the eye can see. And there are so many. Within every single one of these, there was a life.
まだまだです。日々増えていきます。それほどまでに災禍の爪痕は大きかった。
My own footsteps sound unnervingly loud. This place is so quiet. It's terrifying.
これは
身につけていたものやお名前のわかるものを添えています。お二人のような方にいつか迎えに来てもらえるように。
迎えに。
Koyomi examines each one with great seriousness, just as she had when she was searching for the names at the memorial museum. She checks them one by one. The difference this time is that I am searching right alongside her. Let's split up. I'll search from this side.
かしこまりました。では、私はあちらから。
The items placed alongside the urns are varied. Clothes, shoes, wristwatch, books, toys, dogs. And this is a sequence of memories. Glimpses of unknown people and unknown lives. Naturally, many of them have no names written on them. Some have papers attached describing identifiable physical characteristics. Even if they have lost their names, it is so that they might one day reach their families. I can feel such a wish, such a sentiment.
お二方、ここは広いですから、少し体を休めた方がよろしいですよ。
I wonder how long we've been searching. My body was certainly starting to protest. Koyomi, why don't you take a little break?
すみません。探させてください。麦さんはお休みしていて構いません。これは私のやるべきことですから。
I'll keep looking too.
そうですか。かしこまりました。またお呼びかけいたしますね。
ありがとうございました。Alright, back to work. Koyomi continued to search intently as she had been. Watching her from a distance, I turned back to the shelf I'm searching. And then...
こちらにいらっしゃったのですね。
I hear a voice that could be interpreted as either joy or sorrow. Koyomi! Did you find something? I rushed to Koyomi's side. Koyomi's reaching out for something. That's a stuffed animal. That Nuigurumi is. I pulled on the tag near its tail. It reads Koyomi.
正真正銘。Koyomiさんのぬいぐるみです。おじいさんがあげたと。そう手紙に書かれていたものに違いありません。
But the urn is missing. What on earth is going on? In the place of the urn, a piece of paper had been left behind. An old address is written on it. It's near Chikuchi City.
そちらのぬいぐるみは持ち込みがあったんです。
Brought it in? By whom?
そのぬいぐるみの持ち主に助けられたという方です。
Huh? Does that mean the address belongs to the person who brought it in?
麦さん、それってもしかしてルリカさんが言っていた方なのでしょうか？
おや？その方をご存知なのですか？
I don't know anything about the person who was saved, but might have a connection to the person who did the saving.
そうなのですか？でしたら、そちらのぬいぐるみはぜひお持ちになってください。ぬいぐるみを持って来られた方はすごく悔やまれておりました。
悔やむ？なぜでしょう？
自分を助けてくれたのに、その方は自らの目の前で波に飲まれたと。
Oh shit, man.
どうにかして手を伸ばして掴めたのが唯一、そちらのぬいぐるみだったそうです。
そうですか。
Koyomi. Koyomi! I told you to stop, Koyomi.
嫌です。
Clutching the Noigurumi in one hand, she wanders through the forest, Mori, near Chikuchi City. It is already dark around here. At this hour, Iba-san and the others would have already slept. How am I supposed to find anything in this darkness?
見つけるんです。
How we are supposed to
見
look.
つけなきゃいけないんです。水に浸かっていたんでしたら寒くて凍えてるはずです。だから一刻も早く探し出してあげなければならないんです。
What are you even talking about, Koyomi?
すぐに見つけます。だってここにはおじいさんがKoyomiさんにあげたぬいぐるみがあるんです。私を導いてくれますから。
That's just... It had no basis in reality. It was nonsense. She was simply acting out of desperation. I grabbed Koyomi's arm. Didn't you prepare yourself for this? That day, when you found someone else's body. Didn't you prepare yourself then? Koyomi comes to a sudden halt. Her back is still turned toward me. I can't tell what kind of expression she is making.
私は手紙を渡さなきゃいけないんです。おじいさんのお手紙を小読さんに。
I know that. But still, how are you supposed to deliver something to the dead?
私は滑稽ですか？私は小読さんが嫌いでした。
は？
だっておじいさんはいつも悲しい顔をしてお手紙を書いていたんです。それは毎回必ず小読さん宛てのお手紙でした。どうして小読さんはおじいさんにそんな顔をさせるのか。どうしておじいさんは小読さんの名前を呼びながら涙を流すのか。私は小読さんが許せなかった。許せないから小読さんのことだけは記憶としてこびりついてしまったんです。やっぱり滑稽ですよね。小読さんは何も悪くないんですから。私はただ自分の愚かしい嫉妬心に苛立ってしまっているんです。
Koyomi. Koyomi turns around. And strangely, her expression is no different than usual.
麦さん、どうか私に探させてください。
Wait, give me a second. I need to take a break. I really do. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back.
そうでないと私自分を壊してしまいそうです。だからお願いします。麦さん、手を離してください。
I'm overwhelmed by her intensity. I let go of her hand just as she asked.
ありがとうございます。麦さんは町に行って休んでいてください。
I'm coming with you.
麦さんも強情です。
Like hell am I going to listen to you, Koyomi?
では行きましょうか。
Koyomi starts walking. She doesn't simply search everything in sight. Instead, she moves forward as if being guided by something.
わからないんですけど感じるんです。理屈では説明できません。このぬいぐるみが私たちを引き合わせようとしてくれるかのように、細くても確かに繋がっている糸がある気がするんです。
I follow her lead. I believe in Koyomi. I trust her. Trust the obsession that drove her to want to meet the real Koyomi more than anyone.
こっちの方かもしれません。
Perhaps she's getting ahead of herself. She suddenly starts running. Oi! Let's start! Watch your step!
はい、
Hoi! As soon as I say it, she slips on the slope. Koyomi! I reach out, but I'm not fast enough. In that instant, extreme senses enter my state of concentration. I slide my body between Koyomi and the ground, attempting to shield her as she slides down the slope. A world without sound, where only the thumping of my own heartbeat echoes loudly. The corridor of wind. There I see the particles of light. Extreme sense says at that moment, small lights like a fragment of a rainbow flicker in the corner of my eye. But the light seems to be leaking out from the plushie Koyomi's holding, and then as it connecting to the ground. And the world returned to normal. Momentum returns, and my back drags against the slope. I plant my feet against the nearby tree roots and trunks to kill my speed. I somehow managed to come to a stop.
すみません、麦さん。大丈夫ですか？
It hurts, but I'm alright. A dull ache from hitting the ground mixes with a sharp pain as if something had pierced through me. My back feels like it doesn't even belong to me. More importantly, I look at the plushie Nuigurumi Koyomi is holding. The rainbow fragments I saw in the corridor wind are nowhere to be seen. For some reason, I'm curious about the ground that the light seemed to be connected to. It was as if some kind of will had guided me.
麦さん。
I stand up and push through the brush in that spot. I brush aside branches and leaves. I brush aside the sensation of cold soil. My hand touches something hard. I see. So it really was guiding us.
麦さん。それで。
Moonlight pours down onto the spot I've cleared. And there is something ivory colored there. It's human bone.
麦君、鑑定結果が届いたわよ。でも、私にはどういうことなのかわからないわ。
ああ、坊主。これはどういうことなんだ？
The two of them are staring at the same direction. Koyomi says nothing. A name is written on the paper. It was the name she hesitantly entered into the ledger when she first arrived here. Shirato Koyomi.
やっと。見つけられましたね。
Roland repeatedly touches Koyomi's legs. It looks as if he's trying to confirm her very existence. With Iwa-san's cooperation, the cremation arrangements are quickly made. And so, she was cremated in due time. Koyomi's gaze is intently at the smoke drifting toward the sky.
体がようやくお空に届くのですね。
That's all thanks to Koyomi finding her.
私はお手紙を届けたかっただけなんです。ただ、それだけだったんです。それが私のやらなければならないことでしたから。でも、もう叶いませんね。
The smoke vanishes as it dissolves into the sky. A name is carved into the memorial monument. Brain's dying. We watch until the end, then sit on the bench in a daze. Koyomi clutches an urn to her side. Koyomi, what do you want to do after this?
どうしたらいいのでしょうか。私のやるべきことがなくなってしまいました。だから、私がここにいる意味がもうないのです。
Suddenly, she collapses against me. Koyomi!
力が湧かないのです。麦さん。どうか、私のことなんてもう、忘れてください。
Koyomi? The wind blows. The wind is strong. I close my eyes. I hear the sound of something falling. I open my eyes. And there's no one there. Koyomi! A mail bag, a hat, and a safeku lie on the ground. There is no one around. There is no sign of any living person. Oi! Koyomi! There's no reply. The safeku sways in the wind. Beneath it, something white flutters. Shippu? I move the safeku aside. A long-tailed tit rests in my palm, doesn't move. It is incredibly light. It is as if it possesses no mass at all. Is this Koyomi's true form? As I think about it, my mind begins to wander. On that day of the heavy rain, even when the river flooded and roads were gone, she managed to deliver the tegami. After she forced her way through the impassable town, we were able to reunite. Back then, Koyomi must have returned to her original form. But I don't think the current Koyomi became like this of her own will. It doesn't move at all. There's no sign of it moving. As if pulled by its presence, I find myself unable to move. Koyomi. I wonder how much time has passed since she disappeared. I can no longer remember.
Oi! Mugi-kun!
When I look up, Ashiba-san comes running toward me, waving his hand. I gently place the long-tailed tilt resting in my palm into my bag. Ashiba-san.
探しちゃったよ、も
う。ごめん。
マッサンたちも心配してたよ。あれ、Koyomiちゃんはどこに？
There is a slight hesitation in his voice. Ashiba-san must have heard it from Masan too. That Koyomi shares the same name as the body that was found. It is difficult to explain, and I don't have the energy to try. Ever since Koyomi lost her human form, I've been able to do nothing. I couldn't bring myself to leave Chikuchi City, so I spent my days drifting aimlessly, trying my best to avoid everyone.
同じ名前を名乗っていたのなら、相当思い入れがあったんだろうね。彼女がショックを受けるのは仕方ないことだよ。
I suppose so. I know Ashiba-san is worried about me, but that's exactly why I didn't want to see anyone.
麦君、捜索家のところに顔を出しなよ。みんな会いたがってるよ。
I'll go eventually.
あと、一人麦君に会いたいって人を連れてきたんだ。
Huh? Ashiba-san beckons me over. Someone is approaching. That's...
すみません、突然。
It's a woman who says she is close to the Koyomi who live in Chikuchi.
あの方はいらっしゃらないんですね。
はい。
そうですか。お礼をお伝えしたかったのですが、残念です。
Gratitude?
彼女がこよみちゃんを見つけてくれたと、そう聞いています。私もずっと探していました。長年、何をするときも一緒の親友でしたから。今でも、こよみちゃんの笑顔はありありと思い出せるほどです。でも、もう、こよみちゃんのいない時間の方が長くなってしまいました。だから、見つけていただいて本当に嬉しかったんです。彼女はどういった方だったのでしょうか。
Koyomi was... わからない。I want to know too. I want to scream, please, tell me! But there's only one thing I am certain of. Koyomi is a mail carrier. She's a full-fledged mail carrier. She's incredibly stubborn and headstrong. But she's also afraid of so many things. And there are so many times when I worry about her. Even so, she has a stronger core than anyone. She's so cool. That's the kind of full-fledged mail carrier she is.
そうなんですね。確かに一人前でした。こよみちゃんを届けてくれたのですから。
That's right. Koyomi was the one who found me. With that strong will of hers, she kept searching until she finally brought me here.
もし麦さんがまた彼女にお会いした際には、ぜひお礼をお伝えいただきたいです。
わかった。I will, without fail.
ありがとうございます。
After parting ways with Ashiba-san and the others, my feet immediately headed in that direction.
あら、麦くんじゃない。
どこ行っとったんだ、坊主。いきなりいなくなりおってからに。
マッさん、すごく心配してたのよ。
おい、そんなことは言わんでええやろ。
I'm sorry for making you worry.
あら、こよみちゃんは？
She isn't here right now.
そう。それは寂しいわね。
ほんで、お前さんはこれからどうするんだ？
I don't know myself.
なんだ？何を迷っとる？
When I left town, I made a major decision. Even if it meant breaking my promise, I chose to go on this journey to support Koyomi. But now, Koyomi's gone. So what am I supposed to do now? What can I even do? Roland. Before I knew it, Roland was at my feet. He stretches out his front paws, almost as if he were stroking my leg.
まったく、犬に慰められとるな。もっとシャキッとせい。シャキッと。若いんだろうに。ジョーちゃんはすごくまっすぐだったぞ。
私は郵便屋です。お手紙をお届けしに来たのです。
お前さんも一人前になるんだろ。なら決めい。今ここで。
What do I want to do? What is it that I truly want to do? What can I do for Koyomi? I'm taking Koyomi with me. Back to Masamicho, where her beloved Oji-chan rests. Koyomi was the one who found him. The grandchild of her Oji-chan. Koyomi was the one who saw it through the end. And I'm going to go tell them that.
そうか。
心が決まったようね。
はい。Why? Don't underestimate me.
お前ら反目し合ってたんと違うんか。いつの間にか懐きおる。
一緒にたくさんお散歩した仲ですからね。
そういえば、from the beginning to the end, I've just been leaning on this place. Iba-san, Mas-san, thank you so much for everything.
いいえ、こちらこそよ。
じゃからさんをつけるなって言うとるだろう。
マサさん。
気をつけてな。
はい。さあ。Let's go home. I'll take Koyomi and return to Masamicho. To Masamicho, where her Oji-chan rests. Koyomi, your Oji-chan wanted to see his granddaughter for a long time, didn't he? So, I'll take you there. The long-tailed tit still showed no sign of its will. I'm taking you to Masamicho, okay? Don't come complaining to me later. I mount my bike and head back the way I came. Before I know it, I'm using that power. A world where everything moves in a slow motion. I can feel that every time I use it. Something inside me is being ground away. But I don't care about that anymore. I don't care about any of that. I just want to return to Masamicho as quickly as possible. I feel like I'm being pulled back to my original world after about 5 seconds. But I've already covered nearly a kilometer. I can't use it continuously. If I do, I'll surely collapse. That kind of intuition is usually right. But if I judge that it's usable, I'll use it immediately. To get even 1 second closer, or even 1 meter closer to Masamicho. Yoru. I give up on running because I can no longer see where I'm going. My body feels heavy, likely because I overuse my power. I build a fire to take a temporary rest. Koyomi. There is no reply. The long-tailed tit remains lying there, limp. Time feels so slow. It's frustrating. I want morning to come quickly. Leaning my back against the tree trunk, I stare at the crackling flames. I cup my hand around the fire, terrified that Koyomi might disappear. Even though I should be touching the flames, I can't feel any warmth. Crushed by anxiety, I continue to wait silently for the morning to come. I hear a sound. I also feel the sensation of something cold tapping against my skin. This is Ame. My eyelids flutter open. The outlines of the world gradually come into focus. It is dark. It feels as if I am viewing the world from the trunk of a tree. I can glimpse a cloudy sky through the canopy. The leaves shake violently as they are struck by raindrops. Gradually, flashes of lightning flicker. Kaminari. The loud noise draws closer. It happens in an instant. Everything before my eyes turns pure white. The impact seems to have knocked me from the tree trunk. Now I am lying on the ground. Half of my vision had vanished. A crackling sound. It's a sound I feel like I was listening to just a moment ago. I feel heat. Everything is red. The trees are burning. I can't move my eyes. I can't move my body. Suddenly the sky between the branches catches my eye. Even though it was cloudy just a moment ago. Before I know it, an aurora is fluttering above, enveloped in the roaring flames. Eventually my eyelids grow heavy. My vision is completely cut off. I hear footsteps. My eyelids open again. It's bright. Morning sunlight pierces through from beyond the charred trees. Someone is approaching. The sound of footsteps on soil. The sound of footsteps on branches. The sound stops. They have stopped right beside me. A long shadow looms against the sky. It feels as if someone is peering down at me. I can't see their face because of the backlight. My vision shifts. It feels as if my body's being moved. I'm resting on a palm. I feel warm. My eyes meet the face looking down at me. I've seen this face before. It's Koyomi's Oji-san. Right now, I am seeing someone's memory. A memory of a long-tailed tit being picked up after an injury. I wake up. The sky is bright. Sunlight filters through the trees and falls upon my cheek. I look down at my palm. A long-tailed tit lies there and seems to be sleeping. Ikimashou. I hurry to get ready. I had to bring the two of them to Oji-san. I'm the one who has to do this. That was some Aino moment just now. I used the quarter wind without hesitation. Every time I did, I felt lightheaded. Every time I fell asleep while warming Koyomi in my palms, I had a yume.
おじいさんは優しい人です。怪我はすぐに治りました。丁寧に手当てをしていただいたおかげです。ご飯もくれます。笑顔が素敵でした。おじいさんは よく森の中に行きました。穴の中にお手紙を置きました。私にはよくわかりませんでしたが、おじいさんは悲しそうな顔をしていました。おじいさんを悲しませるものは取り除かなくてはいけません。私は穴の中から手紙を隠しました。おじいさんは郵便屋さんになりました。もともと郵便屋さんだったらしいです。でも、しばらくお休みしていたみたいでした。自転車に乗るおじいさんの肩に乗って一緒に配達しました。皆さん、お手紙が届くと笑います。それを見て、おじいさんも笑います。郵便屋の名前は小鳥郵便屋になりました。ずっと私を肩に乗せているかららしいです。いつしか周りの方々にそう呼ばれていました。ならばと、おじいさんはそのまま郵便屋の名前にしちゃいました。看板ができました。町の子供たちが歌っています。おじいさんへのプレゼントだそうです。ピヨピヨ届けるよ。お手紙今すぐに。ピヨピヨ待っててね。おじいさんは恥ずかしげに、でも一緒に歌いました。私は言葉の意味はわからなくても、その歌が好きでした。その日、郵便屋はお休みになりました。おじいさんの体調が良くなかったのです。でも、おじいさんは配達に行こうとしました。お医者さんは止めます。それ以降、おじいさんは休みがちになりました。やがて、自転車にも乗れなくなりました。私は心配でした。鳥かごの扉はいつも開きっぱなしでした。寝込んでいるおじいさんの隣に飛んでいこうとしました。でも、翼が動きませんでした。体が重いのです。おじいさんの元へ行けません。悲しみが溢れてきました。私はもう十分、生き切ってしまったのですね。
And then, for some reason in this world, I woke up once more. But my Oji-san was no longer there. I wonder why I was here. To protect my Oji-san's legacy as a mail carrier. Perhaps that is it. To spread the word of how wonderful he was. Perhaps that is it. But there is one more thing beyond that. And there is something I must do. And that is deliver my Oji-san's tegami. The day after I hid my Oji-san's tegami, he saw they were gone from the tree hollow and wept. I didn't understand why, even though I thought I had removed the very thing causing his sadness. So I decided to deliver the tegami I had hidden, while succeeding him as his mail carrier. Becoming a full-fledged mail carrier, I set out on a journey to deliver the tegami. On a long, long journey. Looks like we're close to Masumi-chan. Maybe I've spent too much time in the corridor when my vision is constantly starting to blur. Hold on, my body. I stop the bike. Koyomi. I'm back. There's no response. I sling Koyomi's bag, which continues to earn over my shoulder. My legs falter. I collapse to the ground. Koyomi! It still doesn't move at all in the palm of my hand. I stand up cautiously. Oji-chan, I brought your grandchild. It is a bond that you created, Oji-chan. I gently place the limp, long-tailed tit under the tree behind me. I take the urn out of the bag. Please, excuse me for a moment. I place my hands on the offering stone laid before the tombstone. It is heavy. I lower my center of gravity and strain with all my might. I manage to lift it somehow. I slowly move it to the side. My physical strength has already reached its limit. Even so, I had to do this. A hollow space appears where the offering stone had been. It is a charnel house. A single urn is already housed there. It must be Oji-san. I place the urn I brought right next to it. They rest together peacefully. I pick up the offering stone again and cover the charnel house. Everything is back the way it was. I used up every last bit of my remaining strength. I can't move anymore. My eyelids fall, powerless to resist.
Mugi-san.
That voice was. Koyomi? Koyomi's standing right before me. Yume. The long-tailed tit is nowhere to be seen. It's you. Koyomi, right?
はい。
How did you return to normal?
私にもわかりません。ただ、麦さんがずっと私を包んでくださったからでしょうか。
From just that?
麦さんが流れ込んで混じり合うような、そんな感覚でした。
I see Koyomi's Kyoku. I wonder if Koyomi, through that merging, saw my memories as well.
それに、麦さんのお力のおかげもあると思います。世界が遅くなるあの瞬間、まるで誰かに手を引っ張られるかのように、意識が戻っていきました。
Speaker had said it. Only a limited number of people can enter the corridor wind. So using the corridor wind to return to Masamicho was a gamble. That meant that Koyomi too possessed the aptitude.
麦さん、私と白戸暦さんをお連れいただき、ありがとうございました。
It's too early to thank me. There's still a tegami.
はい。
Koyomi took out her Oji-chan's tegami. She placed her hand on the seal of the
お
envelope.
手紙は私に読ませてください。私はこの日のために勉強して言葉を覚えてきたのかもしれません。
Wakata. The two of us slowly make our way to the grave. We walk, supporting one another. Both of us are battered and bruised. Come here, Koyomi. I kneel before the grave first, and urge her to stand before me. You haven't fully recovered either, have you? I set her down so she can lean against me. And this should be more stable.
麦さんだって疲れているのではないですか。
平気。
いつもありがとうございます、麦さん。
I said I'm fine. It's the only thing I can do for you.
ご謙遜です。本当に助かっていますよ。
Koyomi rests her head against my chest. Was this girl always this light? It feels as if a gust of wind might blow her away, making her vanish before my eyes at any moment. I shake my head to dispel such thoughts.
小読さん、とても遅くなってしまいました。今から、おじいさんからのお手紙をお届けいたします。 暦へたくさんの月日が
流れ去ってしまった。書くべき言葉がたくさん浮かんできて、うまく文章にできない。そして、叶うことなら、この手紙は届いてほしくない。
どうして？
でも、もし暦に届いてしまったのなら、大災害の時、気が気じゃなくなった私は、真澄町を飛び出した。長い時間をかけて地区印に着いた時、私はその惨状を前にして涙を流した。なんてひどい仕打ちなんだと。神様はなんて無慈悲で冷酷なんだと。私は連日連夜暦を探し続けた。かすかな希望を糧に焼けた町を歩き続けた。そこにはたくさんの同志がいたよ。人によっては今でもまだあの町に残っているのだろう。だが私は彼らほど強くはなかった。ある時ぽっきりと心が折れてしまったんだ。何の前兆もなく唐突にもう立ち上がれなくなってしまった。いっそ遺体を見つけることができた方がどれだけ良かっただろうか。まだ生きているはずだと思い続ける希望がこんなにも辛いことだとは思いもしなかった。私はあの町から逃げた。あてもなくさまよい、やがてまた真澄町に戻ってきた。真澄町の人々は優しい。何も言わずに塞ぎ込んでいた私をいろんな人が気にかけてくれた。真澄町で生まれ育ったことを誇りに思った。皆のおかげもあって後には仕事を再開することもできた。町の人々に恩を返すため、機能しなくなった郵便局の代わりに郵便屋を始めた。人々を文でつないで生まれる笑顔に救われた。でもそれでも時折思い出してしまうのだ。私は暦を見捨てた。探すことを放棄した。私が殺した。そんな思いが何度もよみがえっては胸の内を苦しませてくる。忘れるために仕事に打ち込んだとも言える。そういう側面があったことは否定できない。おかげでたくさんの方によくしてもらっているが、本当のことを思うと申し訳なくなってしまう。
それでもおじいさんはすごい人ですよ。
そんな折、真澄町の噂を思い出した。真澄の森にある大樹の洞に手紙を投函すると、あの世にいる者に届くという受動ポストの噂。まるで神様が差し向けてきたように思えた。これは私にかけられた呪いなのだと悟った。記憶に封をしたいのに、世界は、神様はそれを許してくれない。ならばいっそ受動ポストに投函しようと、こちらからけりをつけに行こうと。半ば投げやりな気持ちだった。だから私はこの手紙が受動からなくならないでいいと思っている。もし届いてしまったのなら、こんな私の身勝手をどうか許してほしい。暦はそっちで元気にやっているだろうか。私は真澄町に戻る前にシマエナガを拾って、今は二人きりで住んでいるよ。ピリカというんだ。冬場には雪と見まがうほどに白くて美しい。
ピリカ。
お茶目で可愛らしい一面もあってね。配達の時にはいつも肩に乗ってくるんだ。おかげで寂しさが和らいでいるよ。暦も大切な人を見つけて幸せに過ごせていることを切に願っている。白戸勇より。
Once I finished reading the tegami, I quietly placed it before the grave. At the grave where Oji-san and his granddaughter rest together.
私にはわか からなかったんです。お手紙が自動ポストからなくなったあの日、おじいさんは泣いていました。手紙を投函した日のおじいさんは、思い詰めたような表情で。だから私は、一向に届かず、ポストに残ったままのお手紙を持ち去りました。おじいさんは、空のポストを見て、嬉しくて泣いているのだと思ってました。
Koyomi. Tegami drop into the hollow are set to reach the afterlife. By the letters disappearing, Oji-chan was forced to face the truth. That his beloved granddaughter was now in the afterlife. That the hope she was still living somehow and never existed from the very beginning.
でもそれは間違いだったんですね。私が泣かせたのです。Koyomiさんではなく、この私が悪かったんです。鳥頭で千両で愚かだったのは何もかも私だったんです。私は本当に滑稽だったんですね。
The girl was looking up at the sky. I don't even know what kind of expression she's making right now. I don't even know what kind of thoughts are crossing her mind. But Koyomi. You delivered every single letter. And that's why the two of you can be together like this now, isn't it? The two of them are like this now, isn't it? And that is indelibly thanks to you, Koyomi. Koyomi did not answer. As if she had lost even the strength to stand. She remained slumped on the ground, staring endlessly up at the heavens. Carrying Koyomi on my back, I returned to my duties as a mail carrier. With no other choice, I laid Koyomi down on the futon. Koyomi, do you want some water? It was just hopeless. Like a puppet with the strings cut, Koyomi had lost all will. What am I supposed to do? What can I possibly do for Koyomi? No answer comes to mind. For now, I should return to Fumiya-san that I've returned to Masumi-cho. Should I report? Koyomi. I'm going to Meguriyai and say hello. Wait for me. Right here. Until I return. Onegai shimasu. I'm heading out. On the way, I had an unexpected encounter.
Mugi. Oh, 帰ってきてたのか。
ああ。
すごくひどい顔だぞ。もちろんブサイクという意味ではなく。
おい。
なんだ
Do you know ピリカ？
ピリカ？白戸のおじいさんが飼ってたシマエナガだな。どうして麦がそれを知ってる
I figured as much. I just overheard it once that he used to keep a bird.
そうか。白戸のおじいさんはずっとピリカと一緒だったんだ。 配達する時も肩に乗せてな。ピリカが亡くなってから少しして白戸のおじいさんも亡くなった。
It's almost like he went after her.
そういう言い方は良くないぞ。だがピリカは白戸のおじいさんの心の支えだったのかもしれないな。
そっか。
ところで麦が戻っているということは暦も一緒か。
Koyomi, yes. How am I supposed to explain it? She's just sleeping because she's tired.
そうか。暦はいつも頑張りすぎるからな。
あ
麦も頑張りすぎるところがあるから気をつけるんだぞ。しっかり休むのも仕事だ。
あ。I appreciate the concern, but I was in no mood to rest. See you next route.
麦くん、いつ戻ったの？
Just a moment ago.
そっか。よかった。安心したわ。二人ともそのまま旅を続けて帰ってこない気がしてたの。杞憂だったわね。
You thought we were going to elope?
いや、まあ、せっかく愛を育むなら、この町でね、育んでほしいな、みたいな。麦くん、元気ないね。何かあった？
Yeah. Koyomi's mission to deliver her Oji-chan's Tegami had been fulfilled. What was wrong with that? It was a good thing. The Tegami was delivered. We took care of the grade together too. Yes, everything should have been fine. And yet, Koyomi's reins were drawn, burdened by a sense of guilt. I wonder if there is anything I can do to ease her pain. The person Koyomi wishes to atone to is no longer in this world. Is it even a sin to begin with? It's pointless for me to question it. My words don't reach her. Then, what on earth am I supposed to do? When did Koyomi come to Masumicho?
こよみちゃん？1年くらい前だね。イサミさんのお孫さんが町に来たって、それはもう大騒ぎ。
Astaire?
こよみちゃんが来る2ヶ月くらい前に、イサミさんは亡くなられてたから。
That's a difficult thing to hear.
それもあるんだけどね。そもそも、イサミさんは自分の話をしたがらなかったのよ。息子さん夫婦が住んでいるのって、確か地区印の方でしょ？イサミさん、心配になって一度、あっちの方に旅立ったのよ。
That's the part I read in the Tegami. He kept searching through a town that had left him with deep scars. But he said it was too painful and he eventually gave up.
戻ってきても一言も触れたがらなかったから、ね。
Even after he returned, by the way. They say no one in town would mention it. I suppose they were all trying to be considerate and read the room.
だからまさか生きていただなんて思っていなくて、それで驚いたの。しかもイサミさんが亡くなられた直後だったからね。すれ違いで会えないままだなんて、なんだか悲しいじゃない。
I suppose so.
町のみんながこよみちゃんに対して優しくしてあげてるのは、そういう意味もあると思うの。どうしても気を使っちゃうんだよね。
Koyomi said she was having a lot of fun playing with everyone in town. She was very grateful.
だったらよかったわ。真澄町はいい町。みんながみんな幸せになる町。それが私の目標。だから、こよみちゃんが楽しいのなら、私はこの上なく嬉しいよ。
おお、麦じゃねえか。帰ってたんだな。
His voice seemed a bit louder than usual. You know what? It actually does sound louder, but maybe it's just me. I'm not gonna lie, I feel exhausted and emotionally exhausted as well. It's literally like 2:30 a.m. I'm so in sync with Mugi right now. I just kept going, man. All right, let's continue. Wait, let me bite into something. All right, let's continue. Looking closely, his face is flushed. He smells of sake.
酔っ払いが来た。
おっと、やめてくれ。その言葉は俺に聞く。
Are you drinking in the middle of the day? I totally understand that.
何？仲のいいやつと話に花が咲いて思わずな。
そういえば、ケンさんはイサミさんともよく飲んでたわよね。
ああ、白戸さんか。だいぶ酒を飲み交わしたな。いやー、白戸さんはお酒が強いのなんの。
What kind of things did Shirato-san talk about?
取るに足らない話ばかりさ。やれあれがうまい、これがうまいと舌包みを打ちながら、店の片隅でしっぽりと飲む程度の人生がちょうどいい。
おじさんって、ほんと刹那的な生き物ね。
Fumiya-san, chill out. No, but I think it's an important way to live.
麦君、ダメ。おじさんの軍門に下るにはまだ早いわよ。目を覚ましなさい。
Fumiya-san, chill out.
おいおい、悪いことみたいに言わないでくれよ。
About when you were talking with Shirato-san, did he happen to mention anything about the tree hollow post?
受動ポスト？なんだそりゃ。
What is it called, the post here?
うわ、懐かしい。麦君、どうしてその話知ってるの？
I heard it from Kurumi.
くるみちゃん？彼女いろいろと調べてるんだね。
で、そのなんたらポストってのはなんだ？
マスミの森にある大樹のうろに手紙を投函すると、あの世にいるものに届くっていう言い伝えのことよ。って言っても、私も昔おばあちゃんに聞いたことあるだけだから、ほんともうただの噂話でしかないけど。
マスミの森か。じゃあ白戸さんが言ってたのはそれだったのか。
Huh? He said something.
なんだ、やけに前のめりだな。
ごめん。There was just something on my mind.
あんまし詳しくは覚えてないが、探したいものがあるってんで、配達後によく森の中を探索してたんだ。一人で森に入るのは危険だって俺は止めてたんだがな。
Does nobody know where the tree hollow post is?
そうね。名前と逸話以外はさっぱり。そもそもの伝承でも、本当に必要な人しか出会えないっていうしね。
I ruminate on the contents of that tegami I read before the grave. Oji-chan used to go into the mori frequently to search for the tree hollow post. And the contents of the tegami are true. Oji-chan must have kept exploring the forest until he finally reached the tree hollow post. And then he posted the tegami.
俺はその受動ポストの話は聞いてないから真偽はわからんが、もしあれがそういう意味だったというなら符合する。
符合？
郵便屋の仕事が忙しくなってある時からぱったりと森に入るのをやめていたんだが、ピリカが旅立ってから重い体を起こしてまで再び森に行き始めてな。
え？
その伝承を白戸さんが信じてたんだとしたら。
ありがとうございました。Unable to sit still any longer, my legs started moving on their own. I hurriedly leave Megurui.
りゃりゃりゃりゃりゃりゃくっさくくっさくくっさくです
ゴルビ。
あれ？麦さんではないですか。 ということは、こよみちゃんも帰ってきているんですね。ご挨拶しなければ。
I grabbed the arm of Kurumi, who is about to bolt. Mate, I have something I need to ask you.
答えますから。話してください。
終わりや。
麦さん、力強すぎですよ。
ごめん、I'm just desperate.
それで、何ですか？
You remember me? I remember you talking about the three hollow posts before, right?
ああ、こよみちゃんのお家に遊びに行った時にお話ししたものですね。
Do you know where it is?
あれは、本当に必要な人しか出会えないって言ったじゃないですか。
But it does exist, right? The person who needs it is the one who finds it. Doesn't that just mean that they had an obsession required to track it down?
訳ありな感じですね。
ああ。
特定できていませんが、場所の見当くらいはつきますよ。
Wait, really?
真澄町に限らず、北西地域全体の郷土文化を記した文献があります。記述自体は短いものの、当時の地図とともに記載されていました。私、考古学者ですから。この程度の文献を紐解くくらい朝飯前です。少しお待ちくださいな。
She rummages through her backpack and pulls in the gown.
これはその文献の写しです。
Is it so? Does she always carry that?
古い地図なので正確性と信憑性は低いですが、方角のあたりくらいはつけられるかとね。
It is a manuscript covered in numerous handwritten notes and sticky notes. Kurumi was to transcribe it by hand. Without hesitation, Kurumi tears out the section containing the chisu.
はい、どうぞ。
Is this really okay?
破った後なんですから、そんなこと聞かないでくださいよ。野暮ですね。
I take the scrap of paper. ありがとう。
貸し一つですね。こよみちゃんと遊ばせてくれたら、チャラにしてあげます。
I suppose so. As long as Koyomi doesn't mind.
そこをなんとかしてくださいよ。私は好きな人と一緒にいたいだけなんですから。
Kurumi, your idea of I is a bit perverted. Well, I'll try my best to live with your expectations.
ちなみにですけど、ここで一つ、麦さんに豆知識を授けましょう。鳥類って恐竜の中で唯一の生き残りなんですよ。私は恐竜がとても好きですから、そんなことも知ってるんです。
Oh, is that... Did they just explain why she likes Koyomi because she somehow has an idea that she's a fucking bird? What the hell? When is Kurumi's route? Like a legit route coming out? Could she be? 気づいた。
では、いってらっしゃい。ここからはあなたが頑張るお時間ですよ。
I don't need you to tell me that. I'm off. Maybe the true Ross would explain the thing about Kurumi. I don't know. Why doesn't she have a route? Maybe the true Ross will explain it. Anyway. Using the information I received from Kurumi, I head into the Mori. The sun is already beginning to set, but right now every moment counts. I had to find it. I can't just wander around aimlessly. It's pointless to search the same place over and over. So I'll map it out and check every inch of the area. To think my experience searching in Chikuchi City would actually come in handy. Using a compass, I marked the places I've searched on my chisu. Eva-san, Mas-san, Roland. Arigato. Has it been raining around here for the past few days? The ground is muddy and difficult to walk on. The slopes are especially dangerous. If I let my guard down for even a second, I feel like I'll lose my footing. I grab onto the tree trunks and protruding roots to move forward without slipping. It's not as if I had a specific destination in mind. Checking every single tree for hollows is a monumental task, but I have no choice. If my voice won't reach her, then this is the only thing I have left to cling to. Ah! My foot gets caught in the mud. I tumble down the slope. The world spins. I slam into rocks and protruding roots over and over again. The pain radiates through every part of my body. It has reached a point where I don't even know where I'm injured. Even so, I can't give up. I don't know if there is anything around that could serve as a landmark. There are so few reference points that if I let my guard down, I'll lose track of my location in an instant. Even so, I have no choice but to keep searching. I get covered in mud. I don't give a damn. Bruises form. I don't care. Blood seeps from my cuts. Let it be. Why am I being so desperate? I could just ask someone to help me. Is there even a reason for me to search all by myself? Koyomi. She would just conjure her Oji-chan in her mind, letting him scold her in her mind. That was how she maintained her sense of self. Because she wanted to be scolded. Because she wanted punishment for her sins. She had spent her time imagining only the sight of her Oji-chan scolding her. Even going so far as to conjure the image of someone she thought she hated. Isn't that lonely? Especially when it's the person she loves the most. The Tegami her Oji-chan wrote to her granddaughter were in a very gentle tone. He must have been a thoughtful, calm dad. That's why. I believe.
郵便屋の仕事が忙しくなって、ある時からぱったりと森に入るのをやめていたんだが、ピリカが旅立ってから重い体を起こしてまで再び森に行き始めてな。
Oji-chan leaves in the tree hollow post. He believes that the Tegami will reach the other side. Coincidentally, it was because Koyomi had secretly hidden her Oji-chan's Tegami. If that is true, if you went to the tree hollow post after Pirika passed away, then that post might hold it right now. The Tegami Oji-chan addressed to Pirika. If my own words won't reach her, then all I can do is deliver the words that aren't even mine. I am a mail carrier. That's why I deliver Tegami. My feet slip again. I almost slid down the slope. I braced myself, somehow managing to hold my ground. I let out a sigh of relief. I steadied my stance and continued to search. Searching through the mori as it grew dim was proving to be an immense struggle. I considered waiting until the sun rose tomorrow, but it felt as though Koyomi might vanish at any moment. Her presence felt so thin and fragile that I couldn't keep my composure. Why is Koyomi still able to exist like this? I don't even know the reason. But in my state of total confusion, simply waiting for the sun to rise felt like it would be even more of a living hell. Koyomi! I cautiously opened the door. I spot Koyomi and let out a sigh of relief. However, her posture hasn't changed a bit since I laid her down. Koyomi, there's somewhere I want you to go. The tree hollow post. You know it, right? Let's go. I somehow managed to hoist the unmoving Koyomi onto my back. Since she isn't clinging to me, just carrying her weight is incredibly difficult. But I had to take her there. Because I need her to see it with her own eyes.
どうやって見つけたんですか?
I search everywhere. Isn't that what Oji-chan did? I'm doing the same. I just had to find it. Welcome back, rewrite. Jesus Christ. Relying on my own memories and the landmarks I had set, I finally reached the tree hollow post. Sooner or later, we find out this is the world where rewrite. This was the Kotaro tree. Anyway, no matter what, let's go to you. Wait, what the fuck? Am I saying? I'm starting to hallucinate. 2:55 a.m. Okay, fuck it, man. Relying on my own memories and landmarks I had set, I finally reached the tree hollow post. I slowly lower Koyomi to the ground. Koyomi quietly stands up on her own 2 feet. She cautiously approached the tree hollow post. Her legs seem to tremble before the thing she doesn't want to see. It is a place where the memories of her past mistakes remain. I can understand why she's afraid. I place a hand on her shoulder to encourage her. Our eyes meet. She nods. No words are exchanged, but I feel her will to move forward. Inside the hollow, there is a single tegami. Koyomi reaches out to take it fearfully. The sender's name is written there. I can't see it myself, but even so, I somehow know the name written there. Oji-chan's name. The recipient is Pirika. The name she had before became Koyomi. It's a real letter from Oji-chan. This is a place that only Oji-chan and you, Koyomi, would know about, right? And no one else besides the two of you could have dropped it in the post hole. Let's judge it by the handwriting. You should know his handwriting better than anyone else, Koyomi. Koyomi's hands are trembling. It's okay. I'm right here by your side. Koyomi tries to timidly open the envelope, but her fingers can't get a grip. Washitsuke. There's no rush. Finally, the glue gives way, and the envelope opens. Inside is a single folded sheet of stationery. She unfolds it slowly.
Pirika へ。そっちではうまくやれているかい？
君がいなくなってからというもの、受動ポストに入れた手紙はそのままになってしまった。それで気づいたよ。君が手紙を持ち去っていたんだね。まったくとんだいたずらっ子だった。本当に暦に手紙が届いていたとばかり思ってしまっていたが、そんなことはなかったみたいだ。藁にもすがりたい思いだった。我ながらどうかしていたのかもしれないな。でも届いたと思ったからこそ、私はこの町で郵便屋としての再起を図ることができたんだ。偶然の重なりでしかないけれど、往々にして人生とはそういうものかもしれないな。君が空に帰ってしまってから随分と寂しくなってしまったよ。私にとって君は共に過ごした最後の家族だったのだから、私もそう遠くないうちにそちらへ行くだろう。その時にはまた郵便屋でも立ち上げて一緒に郵便配達に出かけよう。私たちが天国にポストを作ろう。きっと楽しい。また会おう。平戸勇よ。
Oji-chan wasn't angry at all. He was thinking of you all along. That's why. Not about yourself. Won't you please forgive Pirika?
私のことな、許さなくてもよかったんですよ。おじいさんは優しすぎます。いつも人に頼られていて、だから断れなくて、しまいには自分の体も壊してしまうほどにお人よしで、そんなおじいさんとの日々はとても楽しかったです。家族になれてすごく嬉しかったです。いつまでもずっと大好きです。本当にありがとうございました。
I carry the unsteady Koyomi on my back and lead the Mori.
麦さん。
私
はもう使命を終えました。お別れの時が来たんだと思います。
Koyomi. There's no such thing as shime. There are so many things in this world that you don't want to do. But amidst all that, you happen to find something you want to do. You have to cherish it and nurture it with all your heart. There are still plenty of things you want to do, right? How did it feel? Receiving a Tegami addressed to yourself for the first time.
すごく嬉しかったです。こんなに嬉しいこと、なかなかないですね。
じゃあ、next time, let me be the one to ask. A deep breath. Koyomi's warm, certain, and steady against my back. Let's go on a journey together to deliver Tegami. Why don't we try going beyond the sea? Everyone is waiting for the Tegami that the mail carrier will deliver.
麦さん、私はすごく幸せ者です。おじいさんは怪我をしていた私を拾ってくれました。町の皆さんはこんな私といっぱい遊んでくれました。麦さんと一緒にいることができました。もうこれ以上の幸せは受け取れませんよ。
Don't get complacent. You still got a long way to go. There are people all over the world waiting for Tegami. Let's go around and deliver them to them. We'll see so many smiles. From now on, we'll continue to weave the bonds between so many people. Doesn't that sound like the best?
もういっぱい紡いできましたよ。
You done already? You haven't even delivered the Tegami we picked up on our journey to Chikuchi City yet, have you?
麦さんは意地悪ですね。
Ah, you're right. I did one big lie at the very beginning after all.
そうでした。麦さんは悪い人ですね。
But hey, thanks to that, you got to play with everyone, didn't you? You got close to the whole town.
そうですけど。本当なら避けたかったんですよ。私は罪滅ぼしをしたかったんです。だから皆さんといることが楽しいと思えてしまったせいで辛かったんですから。
But you know, there were no sins to atone for. Koyomi can just be Koyomi and live however she pleases.
行けるところまででもいいですか？
Will you come with me?
麦さんとの旅路はとても楽しかったんです。いろんなものを見れました。いろんなことを知れました。もし他にもまだいろんな風景を麦さんと一緒に見られるのだとしたら、こんなにも幸せなことはないと思います。
Well then, let's go.
はい。
We leave Masumicho. We traverse the vast lands. We stop by a town in the south to deliver a Tegami.
ありがとうな、小鳥郵便屋。
We cross the sea. We deliver a Tegami. A letter from Obasan to her Musuko and Musume-in-law, and it was living far away. The couple could not hide their shock upon learning that their Okasan is still alive.
私に気を使わないで。喜ばしいことだから。
I heard that the wise parents have been caught up in that disaster.
ああ、母さん、無事で何よりだよ。
At first, they held it back, but joy won out, and slowly they began to weep.
手紙を送られますか？
頼んでもいいのかい？
はい。
Hi. We cross the mountains. We arrive at a large town surrounded by orchards. We deliver a tegami.
お父さんお母さん、お手紙、お兄ちゃんからのお手紙だよ。
おお、元気だったか。
ああ、ありがとうございます、郵便屋さん。
Everyone reads the tegami with a smile on their face. That's good, Koyomi.
小鳥郵便屋は安泰ですね。
I still hope to receive much guidance and encouragement from my shisho.
仕方ありませんね。一人前の郵便道を叩き込みましょう。麦さんらしくない従順さです。
What was that? The Mori, now shrouded in the veil of night, is a sight I have grown used to. Being alone, the loneliness is unbearable. But Koyomi is by my side. Just that alone. It was enough to fill me with a sense of security. Sleeping outdoors is becoming the norm for me.
でも楽しいですよ。
Weren't you afraid of the dark?
目が利かなくて不便ではありますが、麦さんがいるから平気になりました。照れましたか？
Is there a problem with that?
いえ。
I finished delivering all the tegami I've been entrusted with in the far northern lands. But strangely, my mailbag was full of tegami. Everyone had written their replies, and we had received them. I guess we should head back north and then return to Masamicho. I bet everyone will be happy. They've probably been waiting for these tegami for a long time. I'm looking forward to it, Koyomi.
麦さん。
どうしたの？
私ちょっと寒いかもしれません。温めてくださいませんか？
In another VN, this basically means. In another VN, just. Anyway. わかった。I sit down next to her again. Like this?
できれば、こう、後ろからギュッと。
Another VN. This is one of it. So, you're requesting a back hug.
ダメですか？
It's not that it's not allowed. Jesus Christ, this really does feel like the tempo feels like that. Anyway. I move behind her and sit down on the ground. I wrap my arms around her from behind, embracing her. How is it? Anyway.
はい。あったかいです。
Her small frame fits perfectly against me. I can feel Koyomi's warmth spreading through my entire body. Her breath brushes my arm, just a little ticklish, but it doesn't feel bad. I gaze at the bonfire, a world composed of nothing but the crackling of the flames. Silence. It feels like an eternity. It is a moment I wouldn't mind lasting forever.
麦さん。私、ここまでみたいです。 私はもう、いっぱいになりました。こんな私でも、いっぱいになれました。皆さんの笑顔でいっぱいです。笑い声でいっぱいです。涙でいっぱいです。幸せで。
楽しかった。
はい。とても。だから、未練は何もありません。
嘘。
嘘じゃないですよ。麦さんじゃありませんから。
じゃあ、どうして The wind sweeps Koyomi's hat into the air. Why are you crying?
泣かないと決めてたのに泣いちゃいました。一人前失格ですね。
There's still so many sides you haven't seen yet. There's so many things you haven't eaten yet, and so many things you haven't touched.
はい、とてもいっぱいあります。
Even so.
そうですね。ままなりませんね。生きるということは満たされることはなくて、ずっと欠けてばかり。
In that case.
私の中の満ち欠けは関係ありませんよ。おじいさんからのお手紙を受け取れたとき、本当はそこでおしまいでした。大木には不思議な力が宿る。私がお手紙を受け取れたのは、この世界からのささやかなプレゼントのようなものです。だから麦さんとこうして旅をできたのは奇跡みたいなもので。
It wasn't a kiseki. It wasn't something as cliche as that. You didn't have the strength to walk. You didn't have the strength to carry a bag. Every town had changed so much, and everyone was living in a different place than before. Even so, we, Koyomi, you traveled in search for an address, for addressees, and delivered Tegami. It was never a kiseki. It was your own strong will.
Mugiさんらしいです。
Am I just being pedantic?
はい。とてもへりくつです。
Koyomi takes something out.
麦さん、お手紙を受け取ってくれませんか？
In Koyomi's small hands is a single tegami.
私からのお手紙です。どうしても書いてみたくなってしまって、したためてみました。私の初めてです。
What did you write in it?
恥ずかしいので、私のいないところで読んでほしいです。
Once you're no longer here. Sook. Those words make me hesitate. I don't want to accept it. Because if I accept it, it would mean the end was certain. That a period would be placed on everything. Alright. I'll read it so many times I'll wear holes in the paper.
そこまでしなくてもいいです。
The hand I told myself not to reach anyway. Toward the tegami.
麦さんは不思議な方です。最初は私の遊びの師匠で、いつの間にか私の後輩になっていて、そしてこれから麦さんは独り立ちです。
Striking out on my own, huh? I take the tegami. Easy work, that.
唐突に調子に乗りました。天狗さんになってはいけませんよ。
Of course. Don't you worry. I promised you before, didn't I? That I wouldn't lie to you anymore. I swallowed all the words I wanted to say. Like, since when did you start remembering my name properly? Or that there was a reason you were able to stay so active even without eating properly. And distracted myself by letting my mind wander to these irrelevant thoughts. You've given me so many wonderful memories, Koyomi. I've had more than enough. That's a lie. Besides, it drilled the duties of a male carrier into me. I'll make sure to carry on your legacy properly, so you don't worry. So don't you worry. That's a lie. Even if I end up alone, I won't be lonely. I still got everyone in Masumicho. It's a lie. So striking out on my own, there's nothing to worry about. That's all. A lie. But I want to see her up with a smile.
そうでした。私、麦さんと嘘はもうつかないと約束をしていましたね。
By the way, you promised that you, Tsumugi-san, you wouldn't tell any more lies.
鳥頭だから忘れてました。
My laughter was trembling. I wonder if I managed to laugh convincingly. Was I always this bad at lying?
麦さんは本当にお優しい方ですね。
What's with that all of a sudden?
そんな麦さんだから一緒に旅ができました。いろんな経験をしていろんな人に出会って、これが生きるということなんですね。
It's nothing that grand. It's not as if it's something of great significance. Living is simply... In that moment, the things I have been trying to deceive myself about and avoid imagining flashed through my mind. Hand in hand, the two of us, crossing fields and mountains, delivering letters, being moved by the series together, smiling together at the bonds between people, going to see the end of the world together. Unfamiliar landscapes, people, languages, food, animals, and history. Seeing, hearing, learning about everything, and sharing our emotions. A journey like that. An imagination like that. Days that can never come true overflow endlessly within me. Before I knew it, tears are streaming down my cheeks. Koyomi wipes them away. Slowly, Koyomi stands up.
麦さん。
あ
約束を破ってくれてありがとうございました。
A wind blows. It is a strong wind. A wind that feels as if it might blow everything away. I instantly close my eyes. When I open them again, Koyomi is no longer there. Koyomi! There's no reply. Only the crackling of the bonfire pierces my ears. The warmth that should have been there just a moment ago is nowhere to be found. Koyomi. I'm still clutching the thingamy I received.
恥ずかしいので私のいないところで読んでほしいです。
I want to hear Koyomi's words. As if desperate, I tear open the envelope. My breath catches in my throat. There are traces of corrections, over and over. Over and over and over again. Her hands have no strength left in them. She's gonna grip the brush. It must have been so frustrating for her. It must have been so painful. It must have been frustrating. Being unable to do things she once could. And yet, she kept pushing herself. Somehow, Koyomi managed to set it all down in this thingamy.
麦さんね。旅の中で思い出したことがありました。私、麦さんに言えなかったことがあります。告白にちゃんとお返事できていませんでした。だから最後にちゃんとお伝えしたくてお手紙を書きました。ありふれた言葉しか思いつきませんでした。でもそれでもこれが私の気持ちです。私も麦さんのことが好きです。とても大好きです。いつまでもずっと。そばにいますから。
二人相またなびく光どこへと行く君だけ
Even if I can no longer see her, she's still here. Even now. Even if she flies far away like a tori, or becomes as colorless and transparent as the wind, Koyomi is. Koyomi kimochi. It's certainly here. I readjust my hat. It fits perfectly. The freshly painted detention runs like a dream. There are a lot of express delivery requests today, and it looks like I'll be coming home late. But my mood was clear and light, because I know I'll see so many happy faces. And those are the faces she would have wanted to see. Pio, pio, todo querio. Otega, letter coming right away. Pio, pio, just wait a moment. We'll figure this out in the future. I hum my usual little song, and then a warm breeze blows. A wind that races about. A wind that pushes me forward. In the midst of all it, I feel as if I hear a voice. A ticklish, comforting, lovely girl's voice.
Itterashai, Mugi-san.
And that is Koyomi's route. I'm gonna reserve my final thoughts in maybe at Rui's route or something. It's 3:30. I'm even surprised that even being so mentally exhausted, emotionally exhausted, and everything, at least I got to cry at the very end. But I'm too tired. My brain is not in a good state. And I still have work. Fuck. I don't know, man. Everything's so numb, man. We're just gonna have the long ass debriefing on the Rui's route. But all I can say is, emotionally speaking, it doesn't beat Aina's route. One thing I would say is that it had a really this route had a really good start. Really good start. The second act was really great. The beginning, the first act, which is like, just the stuff that happened in Masumicho. And then the second act was them traveling to Kikuchi City. The moment they got to Kikuchi City, that's where the pacing really started to mess up really bad. I totally understand what they were doing, but I understand what they were doing. It's also kind of reflected with like a lot of the events that's happening in the story. But if you're just trying to like feel for the flow of the story, it really died right then and there. Not gonna lie, everything just kind of slowed down, and it felt like it felt like a story that was too long, man. Like, I understand what they were going for there. I think it was also the same problem. One of the same problems that I felt when I encountered in Sweet Estelle as well. Yeah, you know what? And the ending was like, it hit me in the end. I get what they were doing, but I think they kind of really they prolonged it too much, man. It wasn't, at least it wasn't in the Awayuki levels of like prolonged. It was like, I don't know, it's the effect of the third act. Like, I would say, yeah, I don't know. It's my current ranking right now. Aino's route still the highest. In terms of route, like Aino is still the highest, then Koyomi, then Awayuki. In terms of best character, it's still Koyomi for me. I think I really like the chemistry between Mugi and Koyomi. Way better than the Aino and Awayuki one. They really had a better thing going. That's what I'm gonna say until they started to kind of mess it up. But yeah, I still think Koyomi's better. Koyomi really felt like I mean, I don't know. It kind of makes sense. The chemistry's kind of off with Awayuki because she was a literal energy being. Who started to learn a little bit how to be a little bit more human. Aino was like, Aino's romantic relationship with Mugi felt like it was kind of forced. Not gonna lie. That's what it felt like. Even the ending was. Wait a second. You know what? Awayuki's the only one that had like a happy ending. Like at the ending of Aino's route, he kind of saw this Aino through the Kasa or some shit. I don't even know if how's his relationship with Aino-san, or are they just friends? You know what I'm saying? Like, Aino-san had also the same dreams as Aino. That means that the feelings. I don't know. That's some bullshit that Niijima you did that I learned for Sakashita Ina, man. Anyway, and then Koyomi. I would say yeah, that's a well. When it comes to the relationship between them as like a couple, it feels real. It feels real to me. I don't know. Maybe I'm just biased. You know what? Fuck it. It's already 3:39 a.m. I'm just gonna upload this and then go to sleep, man. I'm just gonna maybe in the middle of like work, I just randomly start crying. Everything just sinks in my brain. That happened to me before. Like I was just doing dishes when it was just like a couple of days after Kamome's route. I was just doing some dishes, you know, just let my brain just like stew things in from her route, and then I started crying. I'm pretty sure that's the same thing that's gonna happen to me. I mean, I already started crying when I started reading the letter. It took the letter. Like I wasn't really crying at all at that point. I mean, before the first second, I already stopped myself. But like the moment I started reading the letter, man, it just sank. But like, yeah, I think this is gonna be one of those delayed effect things. Anyway, that's it. And yeah, I'll see you guys in Rui's route, where we're gonna do Rui's route, and maybe I'll have much more organized thoughts. But Koyomi's route. I like the journey stuff, man. I actually liked it. But I felt like they really messed up the city part, man. They really messed that up. Like, I'm gonna care less. Not gonna lie. No, maybe I'll think about stuff. Anyway, I'll see you guys. Ciao.
季節が巡るまた失って 私がここにいるよ。好きだって好きだって飛び込んだなら受け止めてくれますか。舞い散るこの葉を見上げて思うシンフォニーラブ君へと奏でる思いが真っ白に咲くよ。色づき始めた空未来を染めてく二人で見たい。
真っ白色シンフォニーラブイズピュアホワイトリメイク4フル HD そして真っ白色シンフォニーサナエディション同時発売決定。コミックマーケット100にてメインビジュアル初公開。
雨の音が窓叩くベッドの中で聞い